and be safe. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Josh and John Schreiner are here, not John Bishop.
Hello.
John Bishop's in a car wash.
He's in a car wash?
In a car wash?
What's that?
A car wash.
A media car wash.
Correct.
Nice.
Oh.
He's doing interviews. Is he still doing interviews? Are those done
It's
yet?
probably over now.
So he's probably listening to us.
He's probably home,
You
actually.
think he's stuck on the interstate again?
Maybe.
Car wash John.
How was he that day, Nick? You could regale us with some stories from the booth.
Yeah, Nick, tell us about what went on.
The day when he showed up 15 minutes before the broadcast?
Is that really how late? How late did he get there?
It wasn't that late. He was only like 30 minutes late.
Yeah, very normal. Because John leaves so early.
He only missed the first inning. It was fine.
Yeah.
Was he triggered?
It's John. Of course he was triggered.
I liked when I triggered Mike Farron because John told me to walk into the booth and put the headset on. So I did. And Farron didn't notice me at first. And then he looked over at me. He did a little double take. And then he was like,
during the game?
During the game. Oh, did I not tell you about that?
Oh, that was really funny.
Yeah.
I was hoping that we were going to roll with it and just let you call like a play.
Yeah, I didn't want Howie to get mad. So I was definitely not going to
Good
speak.
idea.
I was not going to speak on the air.
It would have been hilarious.
If he gets mad at me, like, no big deal. He'd get mad at everybody else. And I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble.
Smart,
But I
Josh.
did
He'd
put
be
the
like,
headset
who
on.
let this guy just walk into our radio booth?
Hey, Mike, that looks like a pitch. I don't want to get anybody.
I'll tell you
in
what, that was some baseball.
Yeah. John was there the whole time, so we were okay.
Yeah,
John hopped on the mic.
That's
That was great, though. He walked out and he was just eating dots. And I was like, do you want me to go in? And he was like, yeah, just go in and put the headset on. I was like, all right, sounds good. And then I did.
Any more stories, Nick?
The organist followed me back on Twitter.
Whoa!
Wow.
Yeah.
Nick,
It's
People
getting serious.
really like that Twitter thread.
The World Herald wrote about this guy, and I think that Nick is to credit for this. I don't think without Nick's thread, I bet that they don't write about this new guy.
You think so?
I don't know. He was really cool. A lot of people were tweeting about him. I don't think
were
I
they?
had any impact on it. People liked it, though.
You were the guy who liked him the most, though.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's a great musician. I was talking to Josh about it one day, and he's like, "Oh, he's a musician. He plays music. It's what he does." Like, I don't think you understand how impressive it is just to hear a song and just play it without sheet music.
Nick, I'm actually with you on that. That it's never not crazy to me that
talented
that he can
dude.
just do that. Yeah.
By the way, a reminder as we continue this crossover, it is
Oh,
powered by
that's my bad.
Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's okay. We're all coming off of a long week.
It's true.
I'm going to add this to my prep sheet, though. It's going to be here now at the top of the prep sheet.
The Everlevel boys.
The Everlevel Boys. I like it.
That's what, instead of the crossover, that's just what we should call this segment, the Everlevel boys.
Okay.
Well, the Everlevel
Run
boys,
that
see?
through the right channels.
Yeah.
You sure you guys don't want any muscle milk and honey?
I'm fine.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, how about you, John?
I don't
Nah, I'm good. I'm really good.
I don't trust muscle milk.
You don't?
I don't
trust-
either. I've never had a sip before 10 minutes ago.
I've seen muscle milk, obviously, in the grocery stores and gas stations, and every time I look at it, it's like you could never pay me to drink a muscle milk. There's something I don't trust.
You
it.
could pay me to drink muscle milk. I'll drink it for $5 right now.
What? Just $5?
Yeah,
That's all
I'll
it would
drink
take?
it.
Wow.
So, Nick,
It's
have
on
you
a store shelf.
We
It's not
couldn't
going to
pay
kill
you
me.
to drink muscle milk?
Yeah, I don't buy this, Nick. This is like when
Nick, what if I said, drink the rest of this? I'll give you $20. You wouldn't drink this?
Nick, you have no money.
like
You
a-
live
All right,
for
no, that's fair. I
Yeah.
would drink it for $20. If it's $20, I'll drink it. That's fair.
This is like when we
I've
were
got
in
a
here with
price.
Schaefer, and he was like, I don't want to go to Los Angeles. And then Mike was like, you don't think you can find one thing in Los Angeles?
Good job.
Like, that wasn't the argument, though. I'm sure I could find something in LA. I just don't. There's nothing right now that's like, I want to go to LA for that.
Have you been
I
to
need
LA?
to go to LA.
Yeah, I've been to LA a few times.
You like it?
So I don't like big cities in general.
Oh, you're not a city slicker.
No, I don't. I've been to New York a bunch. I don't like it.
What do you like?
Bit-
You
New
like
York
countries?
I like
You like Alaska?
medium-sized cities.
He goes overseas
You
and
like
goes to like rolling
Kansas
hill
City.
areas.
Oh, Rolling Hills.
Yeah. So like
You would really like the beautiful Luss Hills
Oh,
in Council Bluffs.
the Les Hills, very nice. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
lovely.
I like the Les Hills.
The Les Hills boys.
No, I need personal space. Like in New York, it's so crowded. Like you don't have personal space walking down the sidewalk.
No, you don't.
And
I'm walking here.
I'm walking.
That's what they say.
I love it. I love it when I love it how fast everybody talks. I love how mad they get.
And they're like, "Hey, gabagool."
I love how
hey.
I love how impatient
He
they
lives
are.
in Jersey.
I love how everybody thinks
Never
they're
seen
smarter than you. It's like the whole thing is just one big competition, and I really like it.
I hate that energy so much.
I like it for like 4 days at
I'm
a
kind
time.
of surprised that Nick doesn't like
I
that
hate
energy.
New York
That
City.
seems like your type of energy.
No.
though. Frantic, crazy.
No.
Everybody's always on all the time.
I live with it. I don't want to be surrounded by it too.
Okay. I love the big cities.
That's why I like laid back things.
We started The Bear last night. We watched the first 2 episodes of season 2. And I was like, man, I want to get back to Chicago.
Should I watch The Bear? Do you think that would trigger my anxiety? Because I hear it triggers people's anxiety.
It would trigger your anxiety.
It would definitely trigger your anxiety, but you should watch it, Nick.
I used to work in food service too, and I don't really want that to come back.
You would really hate it, actually.
Yeah, you would despise it. But it's really great.
No, like for a portion of my childhood, I grew up in a place where my nearest neighbor was more than 2 miles away.
Yeah.
Wow,
I love that.
Oh, gross.
It's my favorite.
Imagine.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
So like not having space just makes me uncomfortable. Like
you need the space.
See, I like speaking of Chicago again, when I went there in 2020, I enjoyed just walking and like, hey, you want to go get some ice cream?
All this stuff is just walkable.
Let's go get some coffee.
Oh, you're going to the airport?
Go to the grocery store. Nice, Nick. I love that type of stuff.
Do you need a car? No.
See, that would be badass. How nice would it be to not have to have a car?
I would hate it.
Really?
No. So
I
my
would like the
wife,
freedom.
my wife went to Northwestern for grad school in 2013.
Oh, Wilbon.
So we were deciding like what we were going to do because we had the house here. Like, was I going to move to Chicago with her or what was going to happen? So we went up for a visit. I had never really spent any significant time in Chicago. We went and stayed for like a long weekend. And like on day 2, I was like, no, I'm not living here. I will not live here. We're keeping the house. I'll stay in Omaha. I'll come visit you on weekends. You can come back to visit me on other weekends. I'm not moving to Chicago.
What'd you do? Did you fly into O'Hare? Did you take the train in?
This was during the time of Megabus. Do you remember Megabus?
Megabus. How much was Megabus?
You took Megabus?
Oh, a bunch.
That sucks.
So Megabus depended on when you bought your ticket and how many tickets had been sold.
Explain
so Megabus is
to
a
young Nick.
I don't know what
Megabus is like a constantly running shuttle from Omaha to
Hodgson,
Chicago.
tweet out, remember Megabus.
Specifically just from Omaha
Well,
to Chicago?
no, they had routes all over the country.
Yeah.
It's a long haul bus service,
It's
right?
just Greyhound then.
Yeah,
No,
in a
it's
sense,
Mega.
yes, in a sense.
Okay.
But the thing was, Megabus would open up tickets for a route a week in advance. And the earlier you bought the tickets, the cheaper they were.
Oh.
Right? So like I could get a round trip bus ticket Omaha to Chicago for like $8 if I jumped on it like immediately.
That's not worth it.
But
it was not nice.
I would rather spend $150 to fly there, and it takes 1 hour rather than take a 12-hour bus trip.
It was like
12
like
hours?
9.
Okay.
It was like 9.
Because that's
about
a
it,
normal
'cause
drive to
I
Chicago.
would have taken
No.
a train.
You can make it on a
we
drive
have
to
those?
Chicago in like 7.
Train?
7.5.
Yeah, there's a train that goes from here to Chicago.
Is it really?
That
Yeah.
takes like 13 hours
Yeah,
though.
that takes forever.
That's a long
But
train ride.
it's the scenery.
It's
not
much
the
more
vibe.
comfortable than Megabus.
Nick still wants to take the train.
I still want to take the train to Denver.
I did download the Amtrak app one night.
I'm
just
For fun.
just to check out the routes.
I'm going to Denver next
It's
week.
not that
You
much
taking the train?
cheaper either.
No,
That's
flying.
the thing. It's
Southwest,
not that
baby.
much cheaper than flying.
No,
Want
it's
to take me
not.
to the airport at 9:00 next Friday at night?
Sure.
Well, that's the flight, so you'd have to leave at like 7, I think. Anyway, back to Megabus.
So yeah,
Wait, next Friday?
The 30th.
No, I can't. Sorry. I'm gonna be hanging out with Jordy Ball.
Oh, have fun
Yep, at Warner Park.
at Warner Park. Awesome.
it was Megabus was not nice, but it was cheap.
Yeah. So yeah, what was the sitting situation?
Seems horrible.
So imagine like an airplane seat in coach,
Okay, but worse.
but make it like an inch and a half smaller.
Oh, that sounds like hell.
It was not
But
good.
it was $8, Nick.
That's
But-
$8.
and here's the
And
other
it was
thing.
9 hours.
And it's overnight.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
That's the train from here to
It left Omaha
Denver,
at 10
too.
o'clock at night.
yeah.
Oh,
take an airplane, folks.
So it's like.
And it stopped in Des Moines and Iowa City and then Chicago.
So is it still around or is this dead? Is Megabus dead? Did
I don't know.
Did COVID?
I'll find out.
COVID kill Megabus?
After Robin graduated from grad school, I put Megabus out of my mind forever.
Looks like it's still around.
Megabus, low cost bus tickets from $1.
I have not seen Megabus in a long time.
Was that the 1940s voice there, Nick?
Yeah. Get on your Megabus. It does sound like a 1940s thing.
All right, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna return.
Like it would have been the coolest thing to happen in 1940.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's see.
Here comes Megabus.
You can go from St. Louis to Saskatoon.
Saskatoon. All right, Megabus. Friday, June 30th, leaving at 9 p.m., arriving at 5:25 a.m. is $109.
What?
Is that
Ooh,
because
that's a lot
is that
more.
because it's too soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that is really
You got to jump on those things like right when they open up the ticketing.
Uh-huh.
Then you get it for
Wow.
$7-8.
Okay. $109.
So I just Googled Megabus, and the people also ask section, there's one that says, can you sleep on Megabus?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, as long as you make sure you have sufficient time to get to the airport. Megabuses are very comfortable. You will probably sleep.
You will probably sleep.
You will sleep unless 2 men of questionable homeless status get on the bus and sit behind you.
I can't sleep
And
on I can't sleep while sitting.
You're not
No.
sleeping.
That's
Can't
my
sleep on planes.
My issue is just the sitting. It's not the people.
Why would I
So-
be able to sleep on a bus if I can't sleep on a plane?
Bingo.
The trip to Chicago was rough because you'd get on and like you'd pick up all the people in Omaha and there'd be tons of empty seats, right? But that's at 10 o'clock at night. Then you pick up people in Des Moines and you pick up people in Iowa City. So it gets crowded the later into the night you get,
when you're
right?
sleepy.
On the way back,
Yeah, what time do you leave to come home?
it was like 7 a.m.
So you just go all day?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just the reverse. Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds like hell.
But on the way back, like as you're coming back to Omaha, there's fewer and fewer people
Oh.
So you spread
on
out
the
a
way
little
home.
bit more.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Still not worth it.
No, definitely not.
I spend a lot of money for my comfort and convenience on a daily, weekly, monthly basis.
Yeah.
I pay a lot of money for
You
it.
pay a premium for comfort.
I do.
We love comfort, don't we, folks?
I've received a text from a friend
Oh, what's this person say?
in the media who says, I took an overnight megabus from Omaha to Chicago for a Big Ten media days one time.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, that's a wild
People used
experience.
it used to be a much bigger deal than it is now, I think.
I wonder why that is, because now I guess it's $109. That would explain part of it. Part of the charm used to be it was, I mean, seriously, just a couple bucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is Greyhound really more expensive than that?
Yes.
Then a couple dollars, definitely.
No, like $109.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if
I've never
Megabus is
Greyhounded.
$109 now, what has Bidenflation done to Greyhound?
I did that.
He did. He should put his face on the side of the bus.
Maybe Nick, we could do the train thing and we could all just go on a train.
to Denver.
Let's do 1620 the train.
1620.
1620 the train.
That reminded me. I wanted to tell you earlier. You were talking about
ideas?
the Christmas and or Colonial
CWS
series,
in
and
December.
it's a great idea, but I loved how at first you were like, "Let's do shirts," and then or Josh said that, and you were like, "That's too expensive," and then you said a pencil, 1620 the pencil.
We need something to give
I
out.
love the idea of Zone listeners showing up and we give them a pencil with the Zone logo.
An old school wooden pencil.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But not even like
It's
a number.
unsharpened. It's
An unsharpened, and then like those
Not
novelty pencils you used to get where it had that film just
Yes.
wrapped around it and there were circles.
That's where the Zone logo goes.
So yeah, and then when you would try to
Film.
it's
yeah.
just like the wrapping.
it's
Oh,
like a
okay.
wrapping, and then you try to sharpen it, and then it would get all frayed at the bottom, and then
I would always take the film
look
off
bad.
when I think.
You
You
never
had
kept
a
the film
boring
on?
pencil.
No, I don't think so. I don't. I guess
You
I
didn't
don't
like
know,
fun pencils.
I don't know what this is. Maybe I.
You
misgot-
probably just use number twos.
I was a number 2 boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the mechanical. I was a mechanical pencil.
Which was also a number 2.
It was, yeah.
It
Because
was a
Nick,
number 2.
that's when you took the CAT test. You had to have a number 2 pencil.
Yeah.
And you had to fill in the circle very specifically.
It's true.
Remember they taught us that every
The
year.
Iowa
Don't make a
test of
check mark.
basic
Don't
skills.
do a check mark.
Don't make
do
an
that.
X.
You're going to get the answers wrong.
They used to make you do that test sheet. It's like, all right, this isn't going to count, but it's going to teach you how to fill in a circle.
Wait, you
What a
did a
weird
test just
time.
to learn how to fill in circles?
Yeah, no, that was real.
No,
Iowa.
it was always a part of the Iowa test of basic skills, like the very first 5 minutes
Oh, wow.
every week. It's just like, all right,
I don't remember this part.
just teaching you
Fill
how to
in
do
your
it.
circles, children.
Oh, man. You know what I don't miss? School.
Fair.
Same, man.
I don't miss it. Like my parents, I remember
take.
growing up, they're like, "You're gonna miss this someday. You're gonna miss your summer vacation." It's like, yeah, I do miss summer vacation.
I'm happy with the trade.
But yeah, exactly. You know what? I don't miss everything else. The anxiety of like having to write a paper.
Guess what? You could also still take summer vacation.
That's true.
Just take vacation.
I'm going to Denver next weekend. It's gonna be great.
I've sort of set up
Taking
my
the train?
life where I just have a summer vacation too. So like
Perfect.
I work really hard from like fall
Dude, you
through
do-
late spring.
You do a lot of stuff.
And then in the summer, it's like, well, we're off.
Where are you guys going this year?
We're doing a driving trip across Ireland and Scotland.
See, look at this
That
guy.
sounds sick.
He goes
Yeah.
to places.
Big
Tell him where else you've
Ireland
been,
boy.
John. You've been to like South Africa, right?
Been to South Africa 4 times.
Look at this guy.
I'd like to go to South
getting
Africa.
on planes.
What's
Yeah.
going on in South Africa?
That's where my wife's from.
My wife. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it cool?
Oh, I love it there. Absolutely
How
love
do
it
you
there.
fly to South Africa? What's the flight to
What
So-
happens there?
There are only
Takes the
Humanity?
megabus.
direct flight. The only direct flights to South Africa
That
are
really
from
big bridge.
New York, DC, or Atlanta.
So which one do you go to the most? You've been there 4 times.
Yeah, so we've done probably DC. Probably we've done DC twice. We've done New York once, Atlanta once. So,
Okay, you've done basically all of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
and I've also done. Well, the one time I went from Omaha to Minneapolis to Amsterdam to Johannesburg.
Oh, Amsterdam.
Oh,
that was a brutal
How many
brutal
days
flight.
was that?
That was 26 hours.
Gross.
How long is your
That's-
layover in
Oh,
Amsterdam?
imagine how long that
It was like 4 hours.
Oh,
Not
I'm
enough.
sure you could kill 4 hours in Amsterdam.
Many are
Yeah,
saying.
now when you got to go back through security. and
Yeah,
stuff.
you have to be the security part of things. Yeah, they don't have that stuff
Yeah.
at the airport, Nick.
Do they have any?
Do they have an airport red light district? I don't think
Probably.
so.
There is a no
They
in
have
the
slot machines
in
in
the
Vegas.
in the Amsterdam airport. There is a like you can rent a room to sleep in inside the airport.
That's cool.
Insane.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's just like it's this tiny little closet basically with a bed in it that you
It's
can
like
just go
a
sleep in.
megabus.
Oh,
No,
they
they
have,
have-
those at airports.
They have those in Japan a lot.
Yeah.
They have them in America.
Do they?
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Oh.
You just get a little. It's like a little kind of closet looking thing. You just go in there and you rent it out. Shut the door.
Give them
Tap it out.
$10. I'd like to rent a closet for a
Oh,
night.
it's not
Yeah.
$10.
No.
It's
No.
actually pretty expensive. I think.
It's like $30 an hour.
They don't need $30 an hour to maintain a closet
No,
with a bed.
they also
don't
don't need to
need it.
charge $14 for a beer at the airport
Oh.
either.
Nick, do you know how these things work? They don't need it. They want
They
it.
don't
No,
need to
I
charge $24
know.
for a blimpy sub at the Omaha.
Yeah, it's
airport.
called a
I heard that
captive
story.
audience.
That was
is
a
what it
wild
is.
story.
I can't believe I did it. I should have just ran.
See you
I should
later.
have just got on the plane
Yeah.
and left.
Amazing Daniel reminding me about something I hated from taking tests. It always pissed me off that you had to fill in the circles to write your name on those stupid
Oh,
Oh, I
yeah.
Do
forgot
you remember
about that.
That
The
sucked.
Scantron name.
Uh-huh.
Just like, can't
That
I
was
just write
weird.
it? Just type it. It's Joshua Peterson.
Did
Boom,
you
done.
ever do that thing where if you didn't know an answer, you just went with C?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, or
Like,
like
C's
the
good.
last one was C, so it needs to be A.
Right. Or it's like, man, the last.
They would
C.
never do 2 C's in a row.
I haven't done D in a while,
Yeah.
so I'm just going to put a D here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how we always did that, thinking it would work. Like, yeah, I'll guess.
we
fine.
were all bad at
It-
school.
I must have been really bad at guessing on the science section because that was always just my worst. So I didn't know the stuff, and then I guessed wrong too.
You'll never believe this, but I was always really bad at the math parts.
No, Nick, you?
But in 4th grade, I had a college reading and comprehension level.
That's pretty solid. You
So,
could read books.
I could read books. I was a
Reading's
book
fun.
boy.
Just couldn't add
Just
4
not
plus
math
8.
books.
Math is hard.
4 plus 8.
Ah.
Okay.
Well,
Hey,
That's
what's-
wrong. That's wrong. That's
What,
the wrong answer.
what's going on with sports in South Africa? They got any sports?
Yes, they do. So rugby is very big. Rugby's a very big deal in South
Is that
Africa.
the biggest sport?
Yeah, rugby and of course soccer.
People forget about soccer.
Soccer's
F1 might
also a
go
big
back
deal.
soon.
Cool.
Kailami.
And cricket. Cricket is also a very big deal in South Africa.
Do the games last over a day down there?
It depends. Do you want to go to a 3-day test match? Do you want to go to a 1-day test match? Do you want to
That's
go
so
to
weird.
9 overs? What do you want to do?
I don't know what that means.
I do love overs.
You like 9
Overs
of them?
are like innings, basically.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Oh, it's like baseball.
So they have matches that are like pre-planned, like this is going to last
Yep.
3 days.
Yep, a 3-day test match. Yeah.
Do people stay the whole time? They come and go.
So
You buy
the
one
way I
ticket?
understand it, I've never been to one, but a 3-day test is just like a party. Like nobody goes there to actually watch the entirety of the sporting event. You go
It's like the
and
College
you
World
hang
Series.
out and you party and someone hits a 6 and you're like, yay, a 6, back to
Oh.
drinking.
Do they
Right?
also do
Like,
Jello
Oh,
shot
that's cool.
challenges there?
Oh, they
I
should.
don't know.
They should.
I've never been.
They have
So-
Rocco's.
But
South Africa Rocco's. That's what it's called.
That's
No.
what the pencil idea was for. Buy a shot, get a pencil. That's what it was.
South Africa sports
Because-
culture is really good. Golf too. Golf is a big deal.
Somebody suggested that there's 8 teams on the shot board, and that we should have a 9th next year, and it should just be for 1620 the zone.
That would be awesome.
Us and our listeners, and then we
I
could
love this
bribe
idea.
people with
It's a
pencils.
great idea.
I do love this idea.
I like
Buy a
that.
shot, get a pencil.
So that was my other idea. Did you hear my third idea?
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Broadcast recovery suite.
I did hear that one. Yes, that was good. The aromas for John's voice. That's a great idea.
Getting
How did
some
his voice
smelling
hold
salts.
up?
Pretty good.
It sounded a little less
was-
John yesterday.
It was kind of rough after like the first or second day, and then I think he really hit the hot pot.
Yeah,
you know?
he's got the steroids.
Yeah,
He
Good
needed
on
his
him.
hot water every morning.
The cream and the clear. That's awesome. Good out of him.
Yeah.
Good
No,
job
he
by
made
him.
No, he kicked ass.
How about this comment from Jordan? Josh,
Jordan.
the only one to wear a fun shirt on Fun Shirt Friday. Sad. Yeah, now John was working earlier, so we're not going to accost him. But Nick,
John shirt's
I wore
kinda
my
fun.
fun shirt yesterday for
stripes
the
are
end of
fun.
the preliminary College World Series games.
What
I
about
wore
the
my
day
fun
that
shirt
you
yesterday.
had the sword in your hand? That was a fun shirt too.
That was Father's Day. We always do fun shirts on Father's Day.
Do
Yeah.
we?
Fun
Yeah.
shirt Father's
Well,
Day.
Well, the radio booth people do. The cool kids do.
But not Happer.
Happer didn't actually.
I was
We were
really excited about it,
disappointed.
and then I thought, well, I'm going to be out in public in front of everybody.
You were
I-
out in public last year when you wore your fun shirt.
I
That's
did
when we
not
got
wear
that
a
great
fun shirt on
picture.
Father's Day.
Are
I
you
wore
worried
that
about
exact
people-
same shirt last year. It was blue.
Are you worried about people like judging you? Dude, who cares?
I just don't want to be the sideline reporter with a fun
So
shirt.
you're the
on.
sideline reporter with the bucket hat.
That's it. That's all I need to be.
But that's normal, Nick. It's hot. It's very warm.
That's all I need. I did one bit
The bucket
at a
hat
time.
and the fun shirt is too much quirk.
That's
Exactly.
exactly what I
much.
did yesterday. The bucket hat and the fun shirt.
You wore a bucket hat yesterday?
I did.
Wow, what a guy.
The bucket hats are catching on in the
It's-
Westwood
people
One.
are saying.
in the Westwood One room.
I dig the bucket hat.
Yeah, they're very comfy.
It's hard to wear with my headphones on, so I couldn't wear it during the game broadcast.
No, I
but
wore it yesterday. People said that I looked like I was a pirate.
That's true.
That's
I
what they
feel
said.
like this
it
is
would go
like
like this.
the second iteration of the bucket hat craze, right? And the first one seemed like it lasted like 6 months in the late 90s.
Yes, I had one. I had
And-
Colorado
right?
Rockies
They
bucket
had
hat.
shorter
sick.
flaps.
Yes.
Do you still have
And
it?
now
Can I
that
have
they're
it?
coming back, it seems like they've got a much longer lifespan
And
the
they're
second time
floppier.
around.
You know what I've
They
started
are
doing?
really floppy.
I've started wearing them when I take Banks for walks with my Zen Water fanny pack for his treats.
Official hydration sponsor.
Oh man, I already miss. I already
You know what
miss
hat
Zen
I think
Water.
we should bring back as a society?
The little clown hats with the spinny thing on top.
The beanie. It was called a beanie.
No. Actually, yeah. The
The
tricorn.
dunce cap.
The tricorn hat.
What's a tricorn?
It's like that old sailor hat, like from the 1700s.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Oh, definitely not.
I think we should
Nick.
bring
We're
those
not
back.
Pirates.
No, if we made it a little more modern
That's
with a
the
more
hat that they give you if you go to Portillo's and you get a kid's meal.
really,
Yeah.
I need to go to Portillo's.
It's like a paper version of it. I'll show you a picture of myself.
I think I could pull off a tricorn because that floppy bucket hat I have, you can fold it in such a way to where it looks tricornish.
Wow.
I'm
By
like,
the way,
I think I could do this.
couple of comments from Odson. First of all, he says Happer is not Craig Sager, guys. Yeah, you can, I guess, pull off the goofy
you
look.
can't.
Correct.
And then he had
One
Zen
thing at a
Water,
time.
thirsty for a change.
That's correct.
You need a
Come by the zone booth here in the Omaha Baseball Village.
Happer, you need a
Which
bow tie with baseballs on it. That's what you need.
Oh, next year. What if
Are you going to be a bow tie? Have you ever met a bow tie guy?
Happer?
Yeah,
where
I've got
is-
a bow tie guy. There's some people who do it pretty well, actually.
Bow
I
tie
wore-
guys
I wore
get
a bow tie at
really
my
into bow
wedding.
ties.
You should do a three-piece suit next
I did
year
one for my junior
one
prom.
of the games on the sidelines just to see how sweaty you'll get.
We should have Josh Odson do a sideline reporter thing one game. He could wear a three-piece suit and do 1944 man.
Yes.
I would
The
love
entire
that.
game.
Hey guys, down here on the
see?
field.
It's
Down on the field.
throwback day at the College World Series.
You think you could get a custom-made Nike dry fit three-piece suit?
That would be
Oh,
amazing.
That'd be
Yeah.
very comfortable.
One
I
of the
was
schools could outfit us.
I was blown away by the number of fans that I saw wearing pants. Couldn't
Yes.
believe it.
People are wearing pants, I guess.
90-something degree day. See, like John again, you have pants, but you were a professional today.
I
couldn't
was.
believe the fans. They're
Well,
hanging
for
out
once in my
lot
life, I
me.
was a professional.
Hey, you know, I got a new suit, by the way. I can't wait to break it out with one of the
Oh, is
games.
it a dry
that
fit?
I wish. I really do wish. That'd be nice.
Moisture wicking material.
Mm.
I'm trying to find this picture of me with this hat on.
The tri hat.
Tricorn.
Yeah, coming up empty a little bit.
We need to bring it back.
The other hat. Do you remember in the 90s? Not you, Nick.
I was alive for the last 3 years.
Yeah, but you don't remember it.
The
You
the,
weren't
like
there.
the stocking caps that had like long multicolored
Yes,
dreads.
yes.
Or
I've
like they
seen
had
those.
like the spikes sticking out of them.
Yep.
When are those coming back?
Speaking of the old days, I saw a woman
Not quite.
yesterday or 2 days
That's
ago.
like a sailor hat.
Goth. I was like,
Yeah, I saw.
Is goth? Nick, you're young.
Goth is still a thing
is
apparently.
goth back?
Goth has always been here.
You know what? I don't miss goth.
Your version of goth doesn't exist, but goth has evolved. It's
What
been
is it?
evolving.
What is new goth?
It's still goth. I don't.
But well, how's it different from mine then? You
It's
just said
black, but
different.
it also has
It's not
neon
like
colors.
it's not like Evanescence goth anymore.
I
It's
don't-
different goth now.
This person looked like she was from 2002.
Okay, then maybe
Yeah.
classic goth is making a comeback.
Seriously, she had the pants on with the chain. I was
Hot
like,
Topic.
I was like, what the hell is this?
Hot Topic's not hot.
Are they going to
Topic
start
anymore,
wearing like
not
the
really.
fishnets too? Do you remember? God,
Oh,
what a-
yeah.
what
Yep.
a weird
Fishnets
time.
never
I
went
did
away.
not know that goth was back.
I don't like
Goth
it.
has been around.
I hate goth. I think it's weird.
You hate
Wow.
goth.
Yeah, I don't think any of our listeners are big goth people. So
A
I'm
lot
not-
of our listeners
Well,
are former
it's-
emos.
Doesn't make it less offensive.
and I hope that they look back on themselves with regret, Nick. I look back
I
on
don't.
I used to wear 2XL shirts at 130 pounds. That was stupid.
That was stupid.
Very
You
dumb.
shouldn't have done that.
I was like, I'm cool. No, I'm not. I also can't believe, and we talked about this on the air, how short the kids' shorts are these days. I'm
Kids'
talking about
shorts.
the boys, not the girls.
Yep.
You need that inseam. You
Thighs
need that-
out,
A lot
need
of
those
thighs.
thighs out.
thighs out. What
It's
did
like-
I say?
Jeans have become baggy again, but shorts
It's
are
so
super short now.
weird.
Wait, jeans are back to being baggy
yeah,
again?
jeans are
Yeah.
baggy again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I
I'm
missed
still wearing
that.
them skinny.
No, jeans
I'm-
are baggy again.
I went to skinny recently, and I'm not going back. I like that look way better than baggy.
What if jeans are just out? Maybe. What if people are just not wearing
Are
jeans?
we
You know
out
what?
on jeans?
Yes.
I got
Jeans are gone.
I got these pants, these Flag and Anthem chinos.
I
Yeah.
like those pants.
I don't want to wear jeans anymore after
Correct.
these.
Chinos are great.
I just wear gray
These
pants.
things are so comfortable.
You do wear. You're a pants guy, but not a jeans guy.
No, I don't wear jeans.
Do you
I
not
think
have
I'm
any
done with jeans.
I have one jean.
I also-
I don't wear it.
I also have a jean.
Yeah, I guess you're not a jeans boy either.
Yeah, I started wearing like chinos and Vans pants and stuff in college. And
Sounds
this
about
is
right.
great.
Yep.
I wouldn't. Why would I wear anything else?
I have as many jeans as there were jeans at the College World Series.
Aaron comments on YouTube.
0 Mayor jeans.
Goth/emo girls drool emoji.
No, it's a whole
Yikes.
internet thing. It's a whole internet
Yes,
thing about goth
Nick,
girls.
You can find anything on the internet. I
No,
know
but
how-
like specifically, it's like a goth girl
oh,
thing.
There's a
It's like
thing.
a thing.
oh, I know.
It's
how-
a thing.
I do know how the internet works.
Is this for OnlyFans?
No, I mean
It
probably, but
is.
Gamer
it's not
girls.
OnlyFans specific.
There's all sorts of stuff on the internet. Steve says South Africa is on my bucket list, but my wife and I went to New Zealand in December. It was incredible. If you ever get the chance to go, don't hesitate.
New
What's on
Zealand
your
is my bucket
Where
list.
would you like to go?
I'd love to go to New Zealand. I have maybe looked at living in New Zealand before.
Me too.
Like, could I do the show from New Zealand?
Probably.
It'd basically
Uh,
just be a morning show.
Do you
Yep.
know that you need to have
You
a
got-
net worth of over $1 million to emigrate to New Zealand?
Can't go to New Zealand, folks. God, is that true?
I
It's
didn't.
true.
I didn't see
Yeah.
that when I was looking recently just for funsies. I didn't see that.
What about just to
stipulation there.
go to?
I want to go
because
to New Zealand.
No,
If you
can
have
go.
if you have a job that
Iceland.
they have like different lists and stuff, and if you have a job that goes into that list, then I think that kind of fast tracks you a little bit.
Sports broadcaster.
Demand.
I think if you just like general, I just want to go live in New Zealand now, you have to have a net worth over $1 million.
How do
Rats.
they figure?
Yeah.
They don't want people just to go there to live there. They
Wow.
want to keep it small.
Tough look.
I would like to go to Australia.
That'd be fun.
I've been to Australia.
Seems cool.
I want to go to Europe, obviously. I want to visit.
Kangaroos,
Go,
just
I
hang
hope
out.
to go to Germany in 2 years and change.
Germany, huh?
Uh-huh.
interesting.
No, very normal. It's normal.
I didn't.
It's-
I just
it's
said it was
okay.
interesting.
We're not going back
Josh.
to the olden times.
That was our
You're
trip.
the one
that was
who's
our
getting
trip last
like
summer.
this.
We stayed in Alsace, which is the
Authoritarian
border
leaders.
region between France and Germany.
Ooh.
That's where we went last summer.
That sounds
It was
fun.
awesome.
Jack Mitchell's in Italy right now. I'd love to go to
He
Italy.
is.
I'd love to eat some pasta.
Can we get a? Can we convince Jack to like just do a little? Just give us a take. I need Jack back on Twitter for like.
Yeah, he's gone from Twitter.
Yeah. So
He
can,
should be doing like tourism videos.
yeah. Can we do like a check in with Jack?
Did he
I'm
delete
sure
his
he's had
Twitter?
a miserable time so
Jack?
far. It
No, he
is-
still
it-
has it. But he's logged on. I think he deleted the app from his phone. for
Oh.
the
Yeah.
trip.
No,
yeah.
he's gone.
Yeah, he's off Twitter right
You know what? Good for him. I don't blame him. Good job, Jack. Disconnecting, being in Italy.
now. Well, he's still taking pictures and stuff. That said, one of my best friends, he's out of town right now, and you would think he's not gone at all. He's texting the group all the time. Hey, look at this, look at this. I'm like,
That's
put
crazy.
your phone down.
Imagine
That's such
being
an
active
old
in
man
group
thing.
Text
Put your
ever.
phone
He
down.
should, Nick. He should enjoy the city he's in.
I
I
talk.
mean, his takes. Yeah, but he's giving takes on everything.
You can
still.
enjoy your vacation in a new
Mm.
place and also still give takes.
You
in
know who's
group
not going to
chats.
be giving takes when he's in Colorado next week? This guy. I'm going to be having a great time with my brother and his friends for his
Are you gonna be
bachelor
But you'll be
Shooting
giving
guns?
takes to them.
No guns, thankfully.
Hmm.
Brewery tour, hiking. Other
You're gonna have takes on the hike,
Colorado-related
though.
activities.
Nice.
Guns.
You're gonna have takes on the
Well,
hike.
that's
Oh,
why
yeah,
you're not going to.
But I'm not going to put them on Twitter. I'm going to keep them to our sphere of friends.
I do kind of want to hear some of your Colorado takes, though. Because I'm sure you're going to have some
takes?
interesting Colorado takes.
Okay, I'll
Like,
text Nick once a day.
takes while in Colorado.
Yeah, like sometimes you're in a
Or
place
what are you
and
going to
didn't-
be taking while you're in Colorado?
I'm
Well,
gonna
like
have
sometimes you're in a
delicious
place or
brewery.
you see something and you didn't realize you had a take on it until that exact second. And you're
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh,
no, yeah, for sure. I get that.
yeah.
Okay. I don't know, I'll see what I can do for you, Nick.
Thank you, Josh. That's
Yeah.
all I want.
Should we say goodbye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a great weekend, Happer.
Okay. You guys too.
It was good to see you.
Happer, great working with you this weekend.
Great
This week.
working with you. Let's
whole week.
shake hands.
Yeah.
Like, were you around yesterday when those little kids kept coming up and shaking our hands?
What?
I want to shake your hand.
I said that to them the first time, but then they did it 2 more times. Here's my take. One more take for the road. Teenage boys, annoying as hell.
All the way out.
God, they suck.
I did see some.
Get out of here, kids.
I did see some videos of apparently they all found out somehow. All the 14-year-old boys are in group texts with each other or Snapchat
One giant
texts
group text
with each other, and they all figured out. Guess what? Where Livy Dunn was.
Oh yeah.
And they just mobbed her. I don't know how she got out of
That
Omaha.
that poor woman.
Because College World Series is like, this is the greatest place in the world for 14-year-olds because the parents just drop you off. They're like, go ahead, get
With
into
summer
whatever.
outfits.
Here's $20
Yep.
and just go hang
Wow,
out with
$20.
your
$20. Jeez, that gets like nothing these days.
Maybe now it's $50.
Here you go, son. Here's $50. Buy a hot dog.
Can you imagine?
Thanks, Dad.
Having another person, you just have to give them $50.
I know. That's why I'll never have a child.
I have another person that I just have to give
Dad,
$50.
Can I
to.
get money for a pop? No.
Get a job.
Yeah, what are you doing?
What's that cost?
Oh.
$8? Go mow a lawn.
Now you understand
Go mow
your
a lawn.
parents a lot
I
better
know.
now.
I appreciate
Seriously,
my
I
parents.
always felt bad for them. Even at the time, I was like, man, I better I was like 9 years old. I was like, I better get a job.
That's why I got my first job in high school because I didn't want to keep asking my dad for gas money.
I hated it.
It's like I guess I just have to get a job now.
Yeah, I didn't hate it, but I look back on it with regret now. I definitely was like, thanks, Dad.
And you're not even going to return the favor. You're
Wow.
not. You're not even going to have.
I feel
a
bad.
kid.
I didn't buy him breakfast for Father's Day. He bought me
What?
breakfast.
So you get to keep all the money that they gave you, and then you get to keep all the money that you make yourself.
there should
so
be
selfish.
There should be a tax on this. Oh
The
man.
parents' tax. Like, isn't that a thing in Japan where like you have to take care of your parents?
Oh, that does sound about right. Yeah, I'll take
I
care of them.
vaguely have. I have a.
If they
some
need
vague
me, I'll be
memory.
there for them.
You're just gonna make them pay for their own care.
I know. I said I'll be there for them, Nick.
They'll be there for them.
I'll
Okay.
be there for him. This crossover.
Yep.
Powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Bye, Happer. Have a good weekend.
Goodbye.
Later,
We'll be on
Connor.
on Sunday,
Hap.
right? Happer's
What's that?
back on the air on Sunday.
Sunday, 11 o'clock. Time for church.
Sunday,
He's a
Sunday,
Sunday
Sunday.
boy. Have a great show on Sunday.
Church of the Happer.
Come down for communion.
Even Josh. He'll be his producer that day.
Nice.
All right, that's
In
John
my
Schreiner.
co-host.
I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing Unsportsmanlike Conduct starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I pack a cooler for any possible excuse that I have.
Really?
I've packed a cooler at my house before to sit and watch March Madness.
Is this true?
Yes. I like getting a big old bag of ice and then, breaking up the ice.
This is a wild take.
No, it's not.
You buy big bags of ice just to sit in your living room and watch March Madness?
I have done that. I don't do it.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Yet another hot day to wrap up the week Friday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Slight chance for a late day stray shower or storm mainly west of the metro with highs around 90. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is now open in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Let It Fly Sports Bar is excited to introduce you to a unique twist on food, drinks, and sports, while raising the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Our 12,000 square foot sports bar includes 2 floors and a live glass enclosed studio featuring the Let It Fly show and 80 TVs. If you want high energy, entertaining environment while dining, Let It Fly Sports Bar is the spot for you. Now open.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
There's a right way and a wrong way to fight off mosquitoes. Karate chopping the air, in a public place, in front of your kids and their friends, Mom, is the wrong way. Using STEM mosquito repellent is the right way. STEM effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
It's all too obvious. We're being distracted by meaningless news headlines. When you dig to find the truth, you discover that the American way of life is being threatened by the institutions we used to trust. It's easy to see the future holds more food shortages, systematic controls, and government overreach. But instead of throwing up their hands, folks are preparing. They're taking steps to be self-reliant and investing in emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, makes it easy to get started and join the ranks with this limited time offer. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and get their top-selling 4-week emergency food kit. Enjoy tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get new lower pricing this week on these 4-week emergency food kits. Secure at least one food kit for each member of your family. They ship free, too. Those who know what's coming are preparing. Smart folks. Go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. mypatriotsupply.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's a One Beer Friday, and John Schreiner is in the building. Hello, John.
Hello.
It's nice when Nick doesn't have to alter the open. It's John, Josh, and Nick.
We say this every time.
We do every single time. The program starts right now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Friday. We're drinking beer in a couple hours. We're talking sports over the next 3.5. And we have a championship series set between LSU and Florida. Josh Peterson, John Schreiner with you. Nick Grimm producing, back in the studio for the first time in 8 days. John, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm filling up on the CWS as I do every year. But yeah, feeling good. Everything's going well.
Good. Happy to have you in here. We will have Evan Bland stop by in the 3 o'clock hour, basically an hour from now. He will join us. Oh, I just realized I forgot to make the Grum Down graphic, but I can still tell you that the lineup is powered by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. Evan Bland will join us, as I just mentioned. We'll talk some College World Series and maybe a little Husker football with him, as Nebraska got a couple more commits today. We will talk, of course, about the College World Series ourselves. We will talk about that aforementioned recruiting and what's going on with Nebraska football and a bunch of other stuff as well, including line movements for the NBA draft last night, how you divide up your fan points, and name, image, likeness, among many other things. Plus predictions, including I included an ultra marathon in predictions today.
Oh, because John's not here.
John's not here. He did respond, and he was very mean because Omaha's own Casey Lichtig, she is running in the Western States 100. She won the race 7 years ago. 100 miles, Nick.
Oh.
How cool is that?
Congrats, 7 years late.
Wow, jeez.
I didn't know.
But she'll be running it tomorrow. It starts tomorrow at 7 a.m. our time, 5 a.m. on the West Coast. Will you be waking up and watching on YouTube?
We'll see.
Wow.
Do the rules about you owing a quarter for running not apply when John?
Not for predictions.
Oh, okay.
This is predictions.
But you did just talk about it, so you do owe a quarter.
No, but this is for I was previewing predictions, Nick. It's like when we did the Boston Marathon inside of predictions.
You get a hall pass.
Yes, but that said, yeah, when we were at the OBV, I talked about a certain thing a lot. No quarters necessary. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just decided that rule by myself. It was very nice. It was very nice.
Oh, because John and I weren't there to keep you honest?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. Some people were, though. There were a lot of comments like, is this allowed?
I'm proud of the friends of the program for trying to keep Josh humble.
I do appreciate the friends of the program, and I appreciate the friends of the program who have joined us over the last week and change throughout the course of what has been an incredible Men's College World Series. We'll talk about that more when we return. We'll also have some Unsportsmanlike content coming up later on. Plus, a quick question for you at some point in time, if we have time, about Shohei Ohtani. I'm back in the studios. Thank you, Nick.
You're going for baseball guy of the week here.
Many are saying.
I should be baseball.
I saw that home run last night, and I tweeted baseball, just to let everyone know I was watching.
That's enough to get your name on the ballot for baseball guy
of the week. It really is. It's like, whoa,
Yeah.
look at that guy. Is he a baseball guy of the week? 402-951-1620. That is the Zone Hotline powered by 42 Degrees The Source. By your mom's house hotline. You can give us a call there, or you can shoot us a text, 402-951-1620. You can email us into the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, among many Twitter accounts, because I'm on there and John's on there and Nick is on there. And Nick's Twitter thread, lots of praise.
People like the thread.
Critically acclaimed. Nick's Twitter thread.
The organist retweeted the thread, and then the
Mhm.
owner of the Chicago Cubs liked his retweet, but did not like my thread.
Mm.
So that's the owner's one of those guys.
Oh, tough luck.
Tough luck.
I'm sorry there, Nick.
That's fine.
Maybe you
Greg-
should subtweet him.
Oh,
Maybe I should subtweet the owner of the Chicago Cubs.
Greg and Link says, hey, we don't need your daylight negativity, Josh. Yeah, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Daylight negativity?
It's getting shorter every day, friends. We're on
No, it's getting shorter today. than
every day, though.
So it's like the solstice happens, and then days don't actually start getting shorter until like 3 days after the solstice.
Oh, really? Is this true?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
weird.
thank God. So it's like tomorrow when they start getting shorter.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, well, enjoy the late sunlight, because before you know it, you'll be walking your dog outside and it'll be negative 10 degrees and it'll be dark at 4.
No, I won't. I don't have a dog.
Oh man, I do not. I was thinking the other night as I was outside, there will be a time in my life again later this year where it's going to be 10 degrees. And I just got mad. I was like, this sucks. It's like, Josh, don't get mad at something that's 6 months away. But
You are trending towards old man status.
I care.
You're getting mad about hypotheticals.
It's happening rapidly over the last year.
You just told Nick in the off the air that he was growing up before our eyes. You're growing up before our eyes. Josh
This
Peterson.
isn't good.
You're turning into that guy from the end of Indiana Jones. You just age
My
rapidly.
face is melting.
No.
The Holy Grail guy?
No, they just get old really quick. That was Indiana Jones, right?
I don't think so.
Dude,
Indiana
just
Jones, his
aged really
face,
quick?
his face melted in Indiana Jones because the Holy Grail. They looked at the Holy Grail. The Nazis, their face melted. Under hits, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, unless I don't know what you're thinking of.
Designated
I don't
Hitler.
know what you're thinking of there, Nick. Aging rapidly.
Yeah, I think you drink out of the wrong cup and then you just get really old and then turn to bones. Because
Do you know what this is?
the Ark one is where the Nazi's face melted.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders is
Yeah.
where the Nazi's face melted, and
Yeah.
then the Holy Grail is when I think the dude just got old for drinking out of the wrong cup.
Has the Holy Grail? Was that the last? Was that the third one?
That was the
last
third
Kingdom
one.
of the Crystal Skull.
Oh,
Is that
No.
what you're talking about?
I'm rewatching the third one this weekend because it's
I
the
love the
rewatch.
third
it's
one.
the
You're talking about
rewatchables.
Last Crusade.
I'm talking about Last Crusade.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what happened? Well, I'll tell you, Nick, because I'm going to watch that one this weekend. Maybe that is what happened. I haven't seen that one in quite some
I
time.
love that. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm partial to Raiders.
I think Raiders is my favorite, but we'll see. It's definitely not Crystal Skull. And
No.
The new one looks bad.
If your favorite Indiana Jones movie is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, punch yourself in the face.
Nick?
No.
Oh, see, I was kind of expecting it.
I don't think Crystal Skull is as bad as people
He
say
got
it
in a
is.
fridge, and then there were aliens.
That's not the okay.
It's not a movie about aliens.
In the it
shouldn't be
interdimensional beings. In the second one, he jumps out of a plane into the life raft. Like there's insane crap that happens in the Indiana Jones movies all the time.
I guess you're right. By the way, Calvin says Temple of Doom.
I hate Temple of Doom.
Well, is that the old one though? I think that might be what Calvin is saying. The one that
I honestly don't know which one it happens in. I know the scene you're talking about.
It happens though, right? Am I
Yeah.
Okay, but that's me. I've become that old guy.
Yeah.
I care about
Yeah.
weather. I have weather.
I'm just saying you're getting
You have
old.
weather takes, you have daylight takes, you're mad about things that haven't happened and may not happen for a very long time.
Hey, 6 months will be here before you know it. It'll be Christmas soon. 6 months from today, Christmas will be 2 days away.
Are you also mad about people who might
for
put their
Christmas?
Christmas
Yeah.
decorations up too early?
No, I love those people.
All right.
I like.
No, I get triggered about that.
Yeah.
Wait until after Black Friday.
No,
that's
yeah,
fine.
It doesn't bother me whatsoever. Leave them on until February. I don't care. Doesn't
Yeah.
bother me at all.
I had the icicle lights on my garage up until like late March.
Okay, that's quite late.
I feel like
I took everything else down,
Just
but
the
the icicle
icicles.
lights, which were stapled into the above the garage, I just like kept forgetting about them.
And you need a good weekend to do it, and
then the weather, it was like it stayed cold for
See,
so
that's the thing that
long, and I
happens.
was just
I'll
like,
do it next weekend.
it's the weekend, but it's kind of cold, so I'm staying inside.
Yeah, indeed. All right, when we return, we'll give you an answer on which Indiana Jones movie that came from, because we'll Google it during the break. We'll also talk some Men's College World Series. The final is set. He is John Schreiner. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing on Sportsmanlike Conduct continues next on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Nick Handley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Everyone at DJ's Dugout says welcome to Omaha baseball fans. We want college baseball teams, little league teams, and visitors here in town. DJ's can accommodate teams in large groups. Omaha is known for getting a good burger, and DJ's fresh, never frozen half-pound Angus beef burgers are absolutely delicious. DJ's is locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Over the past few years, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected how we live our daily lives. Today, we also face a mental health pandemic that threatens our well-being as we attempt to rebuild our social networks and communities.
The pandemic has reminded us to value family, community, and our human connections. However, it has also left many of us feeling more isolated, confused, and alone, struggling to find meaning amid loss and uncertainty.
Today, 1 in 5 Americans experience emotional and mental health challenges, but many of us do not understand what we are facing or know how to ask for help.
At the American Psychiatric Association Foundation, we understand what you are going through, and we are here to help. Our vision is to build a mentally healthy nation for all. We work every day to eliminate stigma, combat mental illness and substance use disorders, and advance mental health. If you or someone you love needs help, you are not alone. Please visit mentallyhealthynation.org to learn more.
Independence Day is on the way. Yeah, you can almost taste it from here. The barbecues, the cool drinks, and of course, the fireworks. And Craig is here from Crackling Kirk's Fireworks. Craig, how you doing today?
Oh, been waiting for this time all year.
When is the grand opening?
Grand opening is Sunday morning, 10 a.m. We're open in Springfield and Waterloo.
You got a lot of stuff. Let's talk about those things.
Yeah, we really do. So Sunday and Monday, we have some huge grand opening sales going on. We have several 500-gram cakes as low as $25 a piece, 3-inch 9-shot racks, $88.88. You're going to pay double that anywhere else. Extreme artillery shells, $69.99 for a box of 24. Rainbow snow cone fountain, $11.99. Huge deals.
So get to getkirks.com for all the details for exact locations in Waterloo and in Springfield. Get ready for the 4th of July at Crackling Kirk's.
You'll love the 2023 Mazda CX-5 at Woodhouse Mazda. It's equipped with standard active all-wheel drive and has available MyDrive models for tailored performance. And right now, you can lease a 2023 CX-5 for $375 per month for 36 months. 10,000 miles per year with approved credit, tax, title, license, extra, $2,500 down, plus first payment at $299 doc fee due at signing. Stock number MM230287. Offer expires 6/30/23. See dealer for full details. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Many comments coming in right now, whether it's on YouTube, whether it is on Twitter, or more. A couple
Still
of
AM
them.
radio.
Still AM radio. Thank you for the reminder, Nick.
Even if it's on YouTube, still AM radio.
Jordan says, is Josh wearing his hat backwards to look young, or is it because it's a Ken Griffey Jr. hat? And he adds, I really wanted one of those 8-bit Griffey hats, but didn't pull the trigger. Yeah, I think I was just in a backwards hat kind of mood today. This is a Griffey hat.
It is.
It's a really cool
and
hat.
I like
Thank
those.
you.
I love that hat.
I got the one with the beast from.
Yes, that's right. I
the
saw
Sandlot.
you. I saw
Yeah.
you in that multiple
I
times.
wanted the banana hat. I still might get that.
Savannah Bananas.
I liked the
love it.
rally cap hat that they had. Did you see
was
that
cool.
one? That was really
and,
cool too.
The Babe Ruth point one. I was back and forth between the Babe Ruth and the Beast.
So for me, it was that one or this one.
Yeah.
And I did have the older Ken Griffey because they have the same kind of style, but in the older Mariners colors when they were more
Blue,
just traditional
the blue and yellow.
Yeah, very, very big fan of this hat from Baseballism. Also, a lot of people pointing out Nick is right. Greg and Lincoln, Nick is right. Last Crusade had the rapidly aging guy. Also, Furley on Twitter. He says, I've been rewatching all of the Indiana Jones films with my wife. Grim is correct. That happens in the third film, The Last Crusade.
I've watched Last Crusade a lot.
When's the new one come out? Is it next week or is it this week?
I thought it was next.
Indiana
I thought
Jones.
it was in July.
No, it's definitely, okay, Dial of Destiny. It's definitely June. June 30th. Okay.
Oh, hell.
Next
Awesome.
Thursday, though, if you want to see it the day before.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm excited for
I just, here's, okay. Now, this is leaning into old guy territory again. This is not great. The whole thing, how they make people look younger. Nah, not for me. I'm out on that.
You don't like the de-aging?
Nope, I don't like the de-aging. It's what's the thing called? The uncanny valley?
Yeah.
It's that. It's too much of that.
It's gotten better over the last, remember when Rogue One came out and they just did Tarkin?
With Leia? Oh, and then Leia at the very end, spoiler alert. Yeah.
That it looked rough, but I think it has gotten better.
I'm much more interested in Oppenheimer
Yes.
and Asteroid City.
Yes, that's out too. And Barbie.
Yeah, I'm interested in Barbie. I want to watch Barbie.
Yeah,
it looks funny.
And I still need to see Spider-Verse. I've not had.
Oh,
I need to.
Spider-Verse is fantastic.
I saw a tweet today that apparently,
Oh.
depending on where you live, it's like a different movie. Like they're making like slight adjustments to it.
Like slight. I saw that too.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just
An
the
artist-
internet gaslighting.
No, an
or-
artist confirmed it from the
that's
movie.
sick.
Yeah.
we took the kid to see it, and
Nice.
I loved it. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I'll see. I don't have like a whole lot to do this weekend. I might go see
Go
it.
see it,
I think I
dude.
might do like a
I might
Sunday-
see it this weekend too.
I think I might do like a Sunday morning thing. Get it out of the way early and then get on with the rest of my day. College World Series finals are set. And it's funny, John, we had a conversation, I think on one of the shows like 2 or 3 days ago, like, wow, this is kind of shaping up to be one of the better, College World Series that we can remember. And when Shafe and I were talking about it, we were like, we're not historians of the game. So we're not going to try to all right, let's rank the top 5. But we both agreed this has been pretty good. Ryan McGee stops by yesterday, essentially says the same thing. And so then to get the pitchers duel that we got last night and that game itself, because of the pitchers and because of what it meant, that one had a lot of hype. And so that delivers. And so again, I am not a historian on the College World Series. I can't tell you what happened in 73. I'm just not going to pretend like I can. But it's hard to imagine one that has been this intense, this good, so many close games. At the very least, I can say this is the best one we've ever had at this ballpark. I can't tell you all time, but at the very least, this is the best we've had in the last decade plus.
Well, just for the game last night, I can tell you that both coaches this morning and the Wake Forest coach last night, all 3 of them said that last night's game is probably the best college baseball game that any of them has ever seen. They all 3 said the same thing.
Yeah.
And they all said it was the best pitched college baseball game definitely that they've ever seen.
How about this? Evan Bland, he's going to join us in 45 minutes. He said the 2-hour, 58-minute thriller, which that right there, 11-inning games under 3 hours, was the first College World Series game in the aluminum bat era, and then he had since 1974, where both starters went at least 7 innings while allowing 3 hits or fewer. Skeens fired 8 shutout stanzas. Lauder went 7. So think about that. Those 2 and what they were able to do in those half innings. And then that it kept going then when the bullpen got involved. It was spectacular. And I don't know how you felt watching it, John, but after what happened in the top of the 11th, when Wake's getting guys on and then they pop out, it's like, oh. Yep. I didn't say anything. So, revisionist history, maybe it is what it is. But I just remember thinking going into the bottom of the 11th, I wonder if they're going to regret that. And I didn't know if they'd regret it right away, but They regretted it basically right away. And
And
now
then
LSU moves on to the finals.
The play at the plate, the Trey Morgan charging the
Mhm.
bunt and throwing home, and they make the tag on the safety squeeze play. Like, when that one happened, I was like, ugh, that might be the moment that Wake looks back on and says, man, we could have just executed that a little better. But yeah, I will agree. I think last night was sort of a microcosm of what the whole series has been. It's been fantastic starting pitching.
Yes.
It has been tight games. It has been tense moments.
Very
and
tense.
it's been one pitch is the difference between winning and losing.
Mhm.
And look, Wake Forest made one bad pitch, left a
Yeah.
ball out over the middle of the plate. Tommy Tanks took it yard. Like that's been what the series has been about.
And the other story, I think, with Wake, and we talked about this a lot, coming into the start of the series a week ago today. Like, this is a team that had been averaging 15 runs per game in the NCAA tournament, 15 runs across 5 games per. And they scored 8 total in 4 that they played, and none yesterday. And it was just really tough. That offense, I didn't think that we were going to see them score 15 a game. I did think we were going to see them approach at least 10 in one of them. They never got even close. They didn't get to 10 in 4 games total.
Nobody's really gotten close to 10 runs in the series.
We had the 2 6-5 games on day 1, and after that, it was tougher. But going back to the enjoyment of it, I've told this story a couple times, and I don't know if I have on the air, but I remember early on in the move to this ballpark, team would get up by like 2-3 runs, and it was like, see you later.
Over.
This one's done. It's like, but it's the 3rd inning. Yeah, but it's just going to be really hard. And this one never felt that way. And I mean, it probably didn't feel that way because day 1, we had 2 great comebacks at the very end, but it was like that so often where it's going down to the wire. A team, has the pressure, or a team has an opportunity. I mean, I can't say enough about the game 2 days ago, and the play, John's call was tremendous. High fly ball to center field. And I'm listening because, it's well ahead of the stream we were watching. Pins and needles. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Catch at the wall. I mean, just spectacular. And we saw a lot of those types of plays throughout the last week.
I will say that despite this series being lower scoring than the rest of the NCAA tournament and what we maybe expected coming in, it has felt slightly different, because I think in the past, when we've had low scoring series, it's felt like nobody can get the ball to go anywhere in this park.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. For sure. That's a great point.
This series has felt more like, no, the pitching is just so good that nobody can score runs because they can't put the ball in play with any effect. And it's not as much to do with the size of the ballpark, and more, it maybe has a little bit to do with it, but not as much as I think we've seen in the past. It's just that the caliber of pitching on the 8 teams that came to Omaha this year is so high.
We heard for, basically a week in the run up to the start of this thing, like, this is the most talented we've ever seen it, and you're going to see a lot of good pitching. And everyone who said that was telling the truth.
They were right.
I think that that's a great observation. In the past, it'd be like, oh, the ballpark, or the ball, or whatever, the wind. No, it was not that. This time it was because of really good pitching.
I 100% agree.
It was the players winning games, not the ballpark winning games, if you will. So yeah, whole lot of fun. We'll talk about the series more as we continue on. A question for you on that when we return. Also, though, Nebraska picked up a couple of commitments today. It's been a huge, busy week for Nebraska on the recruiting trail, and the discourse surrounding it has been pretty fascinating as well. So we'll talk about that.
And these guys are guys you know.
These are guys you know, and certainly guys that you have had the chance to see in person as well. So we can talk about all of that and more when we return. Evan Bland will join us at the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour. By the way, I forgot to mention this. No movie club today. Kent was unable. I actually shot him a message, Nick, and I said, hey, we're thinking about pushing this back just because none of us have had a chance to watch it just yet with the series. And he's like, that's totally fine with me because I am busy and I was going to have to leave something to do the interview today. So Kent will join us next week and we will talk about
Road to El Dorado.
Road to El Dorado, which is available on Peacock.
Yes.
So we'll do that next Friday ahead of a 4-day weekend for us because we're getting the 3rd and the 4th
I forgot about that.
on Monday and Tuesday.
That'll
What a
be
fun
nice.
little treat.
A fun little
to get.
treat.
Yeah, so we'll do the movie club next week. Evan Bland will join us at the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. Distilled on the same land where it all started in Austin, Texas, and as good as the day it was born. Tito's is made from corn and gluten-free. 40% alcohol by volume, mainly 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway.
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUMP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUMP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUMP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Hey, how about some interesting nature facts to get you outdoors? Did you know that Nebraska has more than 70 state parklands, more than 100 species of fish, more than 400 species of birds, and more than 1,500 species of native plants? We do. You need more numbers? Go online to the Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.gov. Question for you. Planning to be on the water this season? Great. But remember, wear your life jacket. Keep in mind that most people who drown in boating accidents are not wearing theirs. It's like I tell folks all the time, life jackets, they float, you don't on the water, so why wouldn't you be wearing yours? Please think about that and be safe. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickups so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska and the newest location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Josh Peterson, John Schreiner with you on this One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives. We've seen a couple tweets. For now, water for now. I brought us beer.
Oh, no.
It's not an IPA.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, look at me.
Are you okay? Are you Josh?
No, here's what I'm doing.
Are you getting too old for
IPAs?
IPAs?
He knows that I hate it.
I do. I'm trying to be nice. Thank you.
I've given you the recipe for IPA on the show before.
What is the recipe again?
Take a 5-gallon bucket.
Oh, so here we go. Bad take.
Put some grass clippings in it.
Bad take.
Fill it up with water and leave it in the sun for 6 hours.
Wow.
Then you have an IPA.
Very sad.
And then sell it at a place called like Hairy Raccoon.
No, it's got to be the something.
The Hairy Raccoon.
The Bar and Bell or something like that.
That sounds like a great brewery.
That's better than Hairy Raccoon.
I would go there. Andy in Arizona is enjoying an Honest Lager. And then Derek is enjoying a Incline Cider Marionberry. I don't know what Marionberry
Oh,
is.
that sounds fun.
But he is enjoying a Marionberry.
Mayor Marion Barry, the
I like-
DC mayor that smoked crack.
Oh, people forget about crack. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday. Putting a bow on our CWS discussion from last segment, John. It's obvious that LSU, they'll have the fans behind them because they always do, no matter who they're playing. The only team people would root against LSU against would be if it was Nebraska. Who are you hoping leaves with the trophy tomorrow, or not tomorrow, because that's game one, Sunday and or Monday? Who are you hoping lifts the trophy this year?
Out of these two, it's LSU for me.
Yeah. Who were you rooting for?
I had kind of two that I was interested in. I really liked Wake Forest. Just watching them through the regionals and supers.
That's who I was pulling for.
They were so fun. They just looked like they were having so fun. And then the press conferences, they were funny guys. They were having a good time. So I kind of wanted them to kind of break through. And Tom Walter is such a cool dude. But like all the coaches this year are super cool. And I really like David Esker from Stanford. Just interacting with him in the press conferences, like he is such a genuine and nice person. I wanted to see them have success. Obviously, they went 0-2.
Yeah, again.
But yeah, at this point, I think it's LSU for me.
Yeah.
I remember Jay Johnson when he was coaching Arizona in 2016 when they lost to Coastal Carolina. That was that was
weird like Thursday game in the afternoon.
Yeah, the third game got rained out, and then they had to come back the next day and play. And if you remember that scenario, so there was a weird scenario in that series because come July 1st of that year, Coastal Carolina was changing uniform suppliers, right? So they actually had to play a game on July 1st in their old uniforms when they were technically not under contract with that uniform supplier.
That was
longer.
July.
Yeah,
when that game arrived.
That series ended on July 1st.
God, that was crazy.
Yep,
that was absolutely wild. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm rooting for LSU. I definitely like. Let me ask you this. So there is of course the SEC fatigue, and a lot of that stems back to football. And like I was having a conversation with someone yesterday. They're like, "Yeah, I'm rooting for Wake." And it's like, why? And it's like, I just don't want to see both SEC teams. Yep. So it's like, it was nothing, of course, against LSU, but it was something against the SEC. Like, it seems like it's starting to really bleed over into other sports. Now, maybe it's going to be different tomorrow and Sunday and maybe Monday because LSU is one of those teams involved. But I do wonder if we're going to get that, just, I don't know, some of that usual frustration from fans over the night. And not that they're going to like boycott or something, but just like, oh, here we go. Another SEC final again. Because we just have seen it a lot.
I think here it's different because Omaha, people who go to the College World Series and who've been around it for a long time have such an affinity for LSU baseball.
They really
as long as a local team is not involved, that, they sort of get adopted no matter what. And so I don't think that SEC fatigue overrides with LSU baseball and the long history of, Dingerville and the tailgates and the gumbo and the jambalaya in the parking lot and the fact that LSU fans come to the College World Series even when they're not in it. Right? They still come here
every year,
and they have long lasting friendships with people. So I don't think that will play too much of a factor in the local scene. On the national stage, it probably is playing a little bit of a factor with who people are rooting for. One thing I wanted to mention was just that this morning in the press conferences, I thought there was something very interesting that came out of that maybe some people didn't quite notice. LSU seemed very loose this morning. It almost felt like they got a golden ticket to the championship series, right? They had to come through the losers bracket. They win it on a walk-off. It's almost like they feel like they're playing with house money at this point. Like they're fortunate to be in this situation. And they acted like in the press conference today, even the head coach, Jay Johnson, no tension. Like they were super loose. Florida was not. Like Kevin O'Sullivan was tense. He was noticeably tense.
And he's of course a coach that had his own moment, earlier on in the series this year, where I mean, you could see that tenseness from him in the dugout, where he makes a big mistake, a huge blunder, and suddenly a whole separate pitcher has to come into the game. And I remember like they're showing him in the dugout, and it's like, oh my gosh,
hands over his face, like
shaking, and they got out of it, and like they have still not lost yet in Omaha. But that is a team that it definitely felt like, whew, they got away with some stuff on their way to the championship series as an undefeated team.
And all of their games they've won 3 games by 1 run apiece. So they have been in some battles. And I just wonder if the pressure might actually be more on, like LSU has been like 1 or 2 pretty much all season in the rankings. But the pressure might be actually on Florida in this situation because of the way this tournament has gone and the way LSU got to this point. Like feeling pretty fortunate to be here. I think the pressure may have shifted to the other dugout now with Florida winning 3 straight in, pretty dramatic fashion. LSU just seemed way more loose to me.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder how that will show itself because, like you said, Florida has gotten to this point with some interesting wins along the way. Because they seem like coming into the series like one of the most under the radar 2 seeds like that you will ever see. Because as you said, LSU number 1 or 2 throughout so much of the season. Meanwhile, Wake Forest is also having this tremendous campaign. They end up becoming the number 1 overall seed. So then there's like this microscope on them, and they're just stomping people. Meanwhile, there's this Florida team. Yeah. And, I remember talking about it before the series with whether it was Farron, Mike Farron, when he joined us on one of those Tuesdays. We talked about with Eric Sorensen last week ahead of day 1. I believe he joined us on either Friday or Saturday. And that was kind of always how we referred to them. And, I mean, they're certainly not under the radar anymore. They've been one of the most talked about teams, and now they're in the championship series. So yeah, that one will start tomorrow night at 6:00, and there will be some pregame coverage as usual beginning tomorrow afternoon at 3:00. So you can hear all that stuff right here on 1620 The Zone. The news of the day outside of the College World Series here in Omaha was the commitment of 2 more players for Nebraska, and this continues, John, what has been a very busy week. Now 8 commitments over the last I believe it's now exactly a week since all this stuff has started unfolding. There was another one yesterday, Donovan Jones, but then Isaiah McMorris, Davion Hall, they joined Danny Kalin, and now there are 3 commitments from Bellevue West. How many times, first of all, to kick off this conversation, how many times have you had a chance to see this group in person?
So it's a little bit strange because, I do the high school football games for Cox, and Bellevue West over the last handful, 6, 7, 8 years has been one of the top teams in the state. But a couple of years ago, they actually sold their media rights to a streaming company, and we were not allowed to do any of their games at home. So the only time we've been able to see them is when we can get a good matchup on the road.
Sure.
So actually in person over the past couple of years, I think we've only seen them play maybe 2 or 3 times.
Bummer, but you still have had a chance to see him in person.
Yeah, I have. And look, when Davon Hall was a freshman, got to see him a few times.
Yeah.
He didn't play as big a role on that team as a freshman, but he was still playing. But yeah, I have had the chance to see them play, and I saw Isaiah McMorris play when he was a freshman at Millard North before he transferred to Bellevue West, which is an interesting story in itself if you know anything about the landscape of high school football in Omaha.
Yeah, so Davon Hall, Isaiah McMorris, they commit following I guess the way that I would describe the last week, John, and I wonder what you would think about it, would be like interesting, I think, to say the least, because and I mean we've talked about it quite a bit over the last few days. It's a lot of players that people have had to Google, and they've had to go to the 24/7. And like, it's not to say that every recruit, is like this super well-known commodity. Like, even these 2 players, McMorris and Hall.
There's only one, Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, I'm guessing that like a lot of our audience is like, yeah, I've heard about them. I know they're from Bellevue West. And that's kind of where it starts and ends. And then you can go see like the offers. And I think that what has happened, and look, I'll say that I'm guilty of it too, because it's not like I knew any of these players, a lot of these players that they were getting commitments from out of state. But you go and you look at the offers and you're like, okay, Nebraska, the only Power 5 school that, has an offer out to one of these players. These 2, of course, are not that. These guys have offers from, a lot of schools that you would recognize.
Every major school in the Midwest, pretty much.
Yeah. And so like that is certainly one part of the conversation. The other part of the conversation with these 2 is, well, I guess I would say there's kind of 3 for me, is what I just mentioned, the Omaha Metro of it all, and how very quickly and seemingly overnight, the relationships have completely flipped with the university and some of these schools here in Omaha, Papillion, Bellevue, whatever it is, Millard. And then just the skill set that I guess that they bring to the table. And so I have found this, as quite the capper, if you will, and I don't think it's done. Carter Nelson's visiting this weekend, among others, quite the capper on what has been one of the more, I don't know, just weird weeks that I can remember in my time on this show when talking about players that committed to Nebraska.
Well, these 2 are really interesting from the perspective. And so in the Journal Star's article about their commitment, there's a quote from the Bellevue West head coach, Mike Huffman. He says, Nebraska was nowhere on their planet 4 months ago for McMorris and Hall.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty quick turnaround for two guys who are holding a bunch of Power 5 offers.
Yes.
Now, Davon Hall is interesting because Nebraska, the Scott Frost coaching staff, offered him when he was a freshman at Bellevue West.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, he got more Power 5 offers. People saw, oh, Nebraska's offering this kid. We better take a look. And then, we're going to offer him too.
He blows up.
Right. But then his recruitment seriously cooled. And then he sort of rebuilt a relationship with Mickey Joseph when Mickey took over after Scott was fired. And it was sort of looking like, okay, he's back in the fold. He's always wanted a Nebraska offer. He's coming back. But then once Mickey was gone, it was like, it's gone. Everything regarding Davon Hall was pretty much over for Nebraska. He was not going to Nebraska. They basically cut ties with him because he was going to go to Tennessee and try to get an offer at a camp there.
Yeah.
And then in like the matter of a couple of weeks, they flipped that.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to that camp at Tennessee. Then Nebraska was like, okay, we're back on the radar again. We want you. And Tennessee came in with an offer after they heard that Nebraska was back in the picture.
Yeah, I had got a message, excuse me, from someone within the last week because I think it was the day after the day of, like one of the crystal balls went in for Nebraska. And this person was like, what is happening here? Because it seemed like everything was trending Tennessee.
Yep.
And they did an incredible job at flipping that. So to get both guys, because all the scuttlebutt, and I guess I can't remember if this was ever public, but all the scuttlebutt was they're going to commit together. So whenever that happens, it's going to be the same day. And when it started
they
trending,
both held a lot of the same offers too.
Exactly. And so it started trending Nebraska. And I would say that the confidence from people over the last 72-ish hours, I think Bruntz was one of the first guys. Michael Bruntz was one of the first guys to put in the crystal ball for Nebraska. And essentially starting there, it was really trending hard. And talking with people yesterday, I was like, yeah, it sounds like it's going to happen this weekend. And sure enough, it ends up happening today. And they announce it as I think it was a listener it was Otson. Josh pointed out with the graphic that there's a lot of open space with Kalen and then the two receivers, but there's still some more room in there if they wanted to, if the person who's doing the edits, if they want to add any other players, whether it be in state or out of state.
I just the Davon Hall recruitment is so interesting to me because of what I said. Like, this is the way it seems to me. I could be wrong, but just from looking at it from a total outsider perspective, I have zero inside information, but he was offered as a freshman. And when he got that offer, his quotes were like, this is what I've always dreamed of. I've always dreamed of playing for Nebraska football.
Yeah.
I was a fan since I was a little kid. So I think maybe, and this is probably indicative of the way that staff recruited. I mean, we all know that there were problems in that area. Maybe they got complacent and just felt like,
oh yeah, you think so?
Just felt like, well, he's always wanted to go to Nebraska. We don't have to worry about him. He's in.
Dude, I think that's how they approached everything in Omaha. Was just like, we're Nebraska. We should get the guys from Omaha.
And so that relationship, like over time from his freshman to sophomore to junior year, felt like it just completely was almost ignored. Like you didn't hear any more about, oh, Nebraska's talking to Davon Hall again. Like those stories weren't out there.
Yeah.
It's like they gave him the offer as a freshman and, well, we've done enough now.
Yeah. And I think that's how it was with just this city and this area. And, Mike Schaefer has said for years, when you're recruiting Omaha, you have to recruit it like it's not Nebraska. You have to recruit it like it's out of state. And you have to treat it that way in terms of relationships. And maybe how you try to foster those relationships, and maybe something that would land well in Lincoln or Kearney or any of the smaller towns. It's not going to work in Omaha, and you have to treat it in such a way. And that part, again, that Matt Rule and company, without, again, ever coaching a game here, that they have been able to change and foster that relationship with Omaha. I mean, the Danny Kalen recruitment and the way that came together after the Raiola recruitment, when he decides to go to Georgia, that was, an incredible whirlwind of about a week. And I don't think any of us really saw that coming, and we didn't see it moving that fast. I think this maybe could have been a bit more predictable, but even then people were like, yeah, Tennessee is probably the play as recently as a few days ago. And so for them to kind of flip and change everything, not overnight, but in a way seemingly overnight. And again, to finish up this week in particular, where they're getting these commitments from players with zero or few other Power 5 offers, people are kind of like, wow, this is quite the gamble that is taking place. Because I think that where the frustration comes And maybe where some of the confusion comes, John, is normally these types of commitments are the kind of late in the cycle, got to fill up the class, need some bodies. That's what some of these commitments seemed like. And so I think we're all puzzled. I know I have been looking at the calendar and saying, but it's June. It's June 19th. It's June 20th. It's June 23rd. What's up with these recruitments and these commitments at this time of year? Because that doesn't seemingly fit. And then, of course, then the follow-up is, okay, what are they seeing it's not just the recruiting services are missing, because that's going to happen. What are they seeing that other schools are missing? And is this going to be a winning formula for them in 2, 3, 4 years? And I think, one more thing, John, I think one of the parts in this that I haven't really heard a whole lot from anybody this week, but I know has been in the back of my mind is how much also is there a concern that players transfer now? And so the fruits of the labor of a under-recruited player, where it might have worked 10, 15, 20, certainly 30 or 40 years ago, it's harder for that to work now, just given the nature of football. And so I know that I'm throwing a lot at you, but I think that all of that is put in the pot and you stirred around. And I think that's why these two commitments today kind of like this exhale for a lot of people for a bunch of different reasons, whether it's the local angle or just the last week angle too.
Well, I think the earlier ones regarding the less heralded guys, I think it's indicative of what we've been hearing a lot about this coaching staff is their belief in their process of developing players. Like they believe that they can take this player who's really raw and just like a lump of clay at this point, and they can mold him into the player that they want and who can be successful and be a contributor for them, even though they're not, maybe they don't have the ideal measurables. They don't have the attention from the other schools, but they see something that they can work with. And I think they just truly believe in their process of developing players, that they feel like they can take these guys who are a little more under the radar and make them into contributors on their team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely do. It's a coaching staff that I think is super confident in their abilities. A follow up on that when we return. Evan Bland is also going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Plus, after Evan, you have been all in on the College World Series over the last week. So I'm going to have you ask me about what else has happened in the sports world. And I want to see if we can, because I think it's been like that for a lot of people. You kind of come out and it's like, whoa, what's going on around here? So we'll see if we can figure out some of the other important things that have happened in the world of sports over the last week. It's One Beer Friday as well. Let us know what you are drinking. Evan Bland in 15. More to come from us when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
4th place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful.
So this was also probably a little vulgar.
And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Yet another hot day to wrap up the week Friday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Slight chance for a late day stray shower or storm mainly west of the metro with highs around 90. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Morning, Mama. How you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation?
Check. Check.
Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom! Great job, Mom. And about those gold earrings.
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha, experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcasts of the Let It Fly show, hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next watch party, private event, or date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Now open.
It's good to be able to make a change, to never feel stuck. That's why at Cox, we're making a change too. Now Cox internet plans are flexible, so you can choose to just go with internet, add TV tomorrow, or home automation down the line. It's easier than ever to get just what you want and nothing you don't. Flexible plans from Cox. Change anytime. No commitments, no penalties. See for yourself at cox.com/internet. Additional services can be added at then current regular rates. All services subject to residential customer service agreement and acceptable use policy. Restrictions apply. At the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking with savings on top brand appliances like a new LG CounterDepth Max refrigerator with ultra-large capacity on the inside and a seamless look on the outside. Or an LG oven with built-in air fryer for crispier, healthier cooking. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online at the Home Depot, your innovative new appliances are just a click away too. Get special buy savings plus up to $1,000 off select kitchen appliances like this exclusive LG kitchen package at the Home Depot.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
What happened to the days where a man was proud of his dick?
On 1620, The Zone.
Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, and Nick Grimm with you. It is a One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com.
The Grum Boys.
The Grum Boys,
The
Still
Grum
Am
Boys.
Radio.
Well, the Grum Boys, eh?
Oh, get Josh in here to do a little 40s voice. So it's after 3 o'clock.
No, he's
Hopefully
gone. He's gone.
Good. Thank God. Josh, busy man. He'll be busy again tomorrow back at the ballpark for another show. Gary Sharp, Jimmy Chavez.
Ooh.
Tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Sounds right. Yeah.
And then on Sunday morning, a little brunch with Happer and Onsen.
Ooh, Sunday morning brunch.
Sunday morning brunch. You can watch a little baseball while you listen to them because the Cubs are playing the Cardinals on Sunday morning.
Mimosas and baseball.
Over in foggy London town.
Hello, Governor.
And I believe that show will start at 10 o'clock before the 1 o'clock
Do
game.
they
And
still
then
call it stickball over there? Well, play some
I
stickball.
don't think they do.
And then Shafe and I, if necessary, on Monday. But if not necessary, John and I from here.
But if there is an if necessary Monday, I'll be back here.
You will be back
I
here.
will be back here.
Hodson will be down there every day. He's basically living down there now.
You think Hodson would
Set up a
swap with
cot.
me? Be like, hey, I'll be down there if you want to hang out in the studio.
No, I think he likes it. We've had a good time. We've been the bonding boys. Him and Happer and I. We've spent a lot of time together making jokes. We have all these inside jokes now together.
Wow.
Very nice.
Well, John Farron and I have inside jokes too.
I'm sure they're great, Nick.
Inside jokes. I hope to be a part of one someday.
You'll get there, John. You'll get there. Some response to our discussion last segment. Rusty tweets in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. The difference between these commits and end of cycle reaches is they saw these guys compete in person. Also, recruiting services and other schools aren't necessarily missing these kids. In most cases, they just haven't evaluated them at all yet. And that's definitely true. That these players have maybe not been as evaluated. And Nebraska did see them in person. That is like one of the things that if you have pause, and I think it's okay to have pause and just say, what are they seeing that no one else is seeing? They have at least seen them in person. They've gotten the measurables. It's just, I don't know, I guess ultimately where you have fallen on all this stuff, John, but I think that the thing that I keep coming back to is I think it's okay if you're taking some of these players in a class. Like, look, Nebraska's never going to have a class full of 4 or 5 stars. And I think it's okay to have these types of guys. Maybe it was just so many of them in a short amount of time that it's like, again, like, can you keep them around in college long enough to see the fruits of their labor? I'm guessing that they think they can because they're getting these commitments early on in the process. They're not like, hey, we're going to save you for December as a just in case option. I'm guessing that they really appreciate that. The players and the coaches do on both sides of this recruitment.
So why I think this is different is that these aren't players who are holding, some other like lower level D1 offers, right? These are guys who, for the most part, don't have not McMorris and Hall, the rest of these recent recruits. They don't have a lot of D1 offers. They don't have a lot of options to go anywhere else, right? Like Nebraska saying, hey, you can go play FCS football, or you can come and try your hand at D1, right? And the reason I think it's less of a gamble is that you're not worried about these guys if they ultimately can't hack it and have to transfer to a lower level. Like they weren't expected to, right? Like they're hoping that they can take these guys, keep them on campus for a couple of years, and turn them into contributors. That's what that's the highest expectation. Anything beyond that is just icing on the cake, right? If you can get these guys to a level where they can, they'll come in spot duty and play and provide depth and fill in for if there's an injury at a certain position, right? You're not building your recruiting class on guys who no one's heard of. That was the old myth about Nebraska football, right? In the 80s and 90s that, well, they just took all these farm boys from the Midwest and made them into All-Americans. No, if there were recruiting services that were tracking all this stuff, they would have been loaded with 4- and 5-star recruits, right?
Tommy Frazier.
This is not how you build the foundation of your recruiting class. They're like the sand in between the big pebbles. They fill in the gaps.
And so is that what it is? Is this conversation just one giant like timing conversation?
Absolutely it is. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to talk a little bit about what I think of the two wide receivers from Bellevue West. Like Isaiah McMorris is incredibly fast. Like when you watch him play, he plays the game at another speed compared to most high school kids. He is tremendously athletic. And his transfer from Millard North, which runs, like if you pay attention to high school football, they run a 1950s offense.
Bring in Odson to do the 40s voice.
Yep,
hey,
they do. They
run
run
football, folks.
The flex bone, double wing, whatever you want to call it, option. Wide receivers aren't a big deal in that offense, right?
He's not going to be able to develop into the type of player he wanted to. There.
So he transferred to Bellevue West, and since he transferred, his stock has risen tremendously quickly. Like
because he was a great athlete and a great player.
I mean, when he was at Millard North, people knew like, okay, this kid's a really good athlete, but no one had really seen him do the kind of things he's been able to do at Bellevue West with his skill set. Davon Hall's a little different. He is like in the open field, he's dynamic. Like this guy will make tacklers miss with the ball in his hands. He is really fun to watch. And I think like if you haven't seen him play, once he gets his shot on the field at Nebraska, he's a guy that is like, he can electrify a game. He's a guy that people are going to love to watch play the game because he's just so quick and so shifty. He can really make people miss. So I love both commits. I've loved both receivers for a long time. I think they're really, really good. And these are really good gets for this staff in Nebraska.
Let me ask you this question before we talk to Evan Bland. If this coaching staff is wrong in, let's not say these two, but some of the other players from this week, how do you think that shows itself?
If they're wrong
on, some
on
of
those unheralded guys?
Yeah, do they? And I guess I'll just go back to something I've kind of been hitting on the last 15, 20 minutes. If they're wrong, does it show itself in like early departures and them not finishing their careers at Nebraska, or does it show in that they just take up roster spots for a few years and we don't really talk about them outside of like, hey, remember when they got those guys committed? Which avenue, or I guess if there's a third option that you think, which one does it show itself most?
Honestly, it's hard for me to say that they could be like actually wrong about them, right? These are calculated risks that they're taking in my mind.
Well, let's say then if the people that have concerns and they'll be proven right, like why would they be proven right? And I know that's a different way to ask the same question, but I guess I just think which avenue do you think is the more likely of little to no production at Nebraska?
Well, I'm still going to answer this with another question of like, they're either going to take these guys and put them on the roster or what?
Yeah.
Like they're filling up, they're filling up open spots, right? And these are guys who they think they can develop. They have open spots, and
so you're not really concerned about this.
I'm not really concerned about it because these are just empty spots on the roster that they're giving guys scholarships to who they think, yeah, maybe we can turn this guy into a contributor.
I love the way that Schaefer described it yesterday. He's like, a cornerback, for example, is coming in. they're going to have to guard Lincoln Riley's offense at USC. And it's like, you know what? That's a great way to describe it. It's, because then you're also putting the opponent on the field, and we're kind of talking about a lot of the stuff in the abstract, right? Like, this guy's at Nebraska. Can he get on the field and contribute? All right, let's take it a step further. They get on the field and they're starting. They're being relied upon. They're playing at nickel, whatever it is. How will they perform against USC's offense or Ohio State's offense, and then Michigan's offense, Wisconsin's new offense, Iowa's offense? It's a league now that's going to have a variety of systems. The best quarterback / offensive coach in football in Lincoln Riley, the best recruiting team in this part of the country in Ohio State. Oh, and the 2-time defending Big Ten champion Michigan, among many other teams.
Well,
and
here's what I would counter with is that they're not going to be asked to play against those teams, and at least until they've been on campus a couple of years, most likely, right? They're going to have to go through the program, develop into the players that they think they can be. And if they're not those players, then the player has to make a decision. Like, I'm not good enough to play at this level. I need to move somewhere else so that I can get on the field, right? And maybe you can say, well, they were wrong to take him in the first place. Maybe they were, but it's a calculated risk.
I think that's the fear that a lot of people have, is like, could you have gotten a better player if you wait a little bit longer? And for the right, like, I'm not going to pretend like I know a bunch about these dudes, but at this point, I can't look at the offer zone and just be like, this is different. And I think that's the word that I would just use to describe what's happened so far. This is different. We have not seen, we have seen, in my opinion, laziness from other coaching staffs here at Nebraska kind of fall back on the, all right, well, we're going to take that guy because we need to fill a spot. This isn't that, which at least that's good. You just don't want this to be either an overestimation of your, ability to develop, or the dreaded underestimation of the league itself and what you're kind of getting yourself into. It's quite fascinating. Evan Bland's going to join us. We can talk about this with him, but certainly we will talk about the Men's College World Series, LSU versus Florida. Championship Series starts tomorrow. We can ask him about how good of a series this has been, at least compared to ones that he has covered, and a whole lot more. Evan Bland joins us from the Omaha World Herald when we return on this One Beer Friday. Keep the pictures coming right now on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Gary Sharp here for Templeton Rye, a whiskey for the strong-spirited. Excitement is in the air. The College Baseball Championship returns to Omaha, and you know what? Fans are going to come from all around, and you can celebrate this year with Templeton Rye, whiskey for the strong-spirited. They've got 4-year, 6-year, 10-year reserve. This whiskey is a home run all around. Now, you want to learn more about Templeton Rye, you can check out their Instagram, Templeton Distillery, or visit the on-site distillery just a short drive outside of Omaha. Enjoy responsibly. Templeton Rye Spirits, Templeton, Iowa, Rye Whiskey.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woo-hoo. Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie. So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
We've asked some water park experts at Funplex in Omaha what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
Ocean, the slides, the lazy river, splash, double trouble.
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the motion ocean. Next, double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Hi again, everybody. Kent Pavelka courtside, getting ready for hail season with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. When hailstones fall, be sure to make the right call. Just one call to the experts at John Higgins Weather Guard to work directly with your insurance provider. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau for the highest level of customer service. There are so many reasons, so many fans have used the winning team for their roof at John Higgins Weather Guard. Remember, when hailstorms fall, make the right call. The rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Lime Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. John Schreiner sitting in today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm is producing. And right now we go to the 42 Degrees The Source by your mom's house hotline and welcome Evan Bland from the Omaha World Herald. Also, you can read his work at omaha.com to the program. Evan, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, doing well. How's it going today?
We are doing tremendous. Thank you so much for joining us today. You know, the question that we've been asking, I'd say a lot over the last 24 hours and maybe even a bit beyond that is like, you know, where does this College World Series rank among ones at either this ballpark or all time? I know for me, Evan, it's been kind of hard to do like the historical nature of this, like going back into like the 80s or even the 70s or something like that. So I'm not going to ask you that, but compared to ones that you have seen, whether it was growing up or that you have covered, where is this one at for you right now, knowing that there are 2, if not 3 more games to be played?
Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about that a little bit this week, and in some ways, I almost feel like if you were to ask a coach right now, like to reflect on your season, they're like, no, we're kind of in the middle of this thing. Ask me in a week. I kind of feel like that's where we are with this thing because it just keeps getting better. Like the Paul Skeens, Rhett Lauder pitchers duel the other night was an all-time classic. There've been, 6, 7 one-run games in this College World Series so far. I think the most uneven game was Oral Roberts and TCU, and that still came down to a bases-loaded situation at the end. So like every game's been dramatic. It's been fun, and I think beyond just the competitiveness of the games, we've seen star power. I mean, the finals coming up, you got all 3 Golden Spikes award winners, which is college baseball's version of the Heisman Trophy. Like all 3 of those guys are playing in the game. It's possible the top 3 picks in this year's Major League Baseball draft are going to be playing in this final. And then, oh, by the way, you add the fact that the weather's been great. The pace of play has been fast. I mean, it's been down to roughly 3 hours a game. And so like it's all just sort of coming together, and I kind of felt it going in. Like to me, this College World Series really for the first time since the pandemic, it felt like it was kind of ready to loosen its belt and just have fun. Like you could talk to players, everyone was relaxed. There were no restrictions the way that there have been. It just kind of felt like the College World Series has been back to its old wacky self. And if nothing else, like it feels to me like the standard now is so high for this LSU Florida final, it's going to be hard to live up to, but it just feels like this series has continued to one up itself as we've gone along. So I think to answer your question, it just depends on kind of how you look at it from a margin of victory standpoint. Like it's certainly up there and competitive. I think we had that iconic moment last night, like I mentioned with Lauder and Skeens, and just for the general fan, it's been fun. You've had, if you want to root for an underdog, you have Oral Roberts. If you want the brand name, you have LSU. If you want kind of that baseball machine, it's been Wake Forest. So it's just had a little bit of something for everybody.
Hey, Evan, I mentioned this earlier when we were talking about it, but you were in the press conference this morning, and to me, it seemed like, for whatever reason, LSU was a little more loose, and it felt like the pressure may be on Florida at this point. I just wonder if you took anything out of those press conferences like that this morning.
Yeah, a little bit. It was the classic, like, deal where you have Florida on the one hand that's been rested and has its chance to set its pitching, and then you've got LSU on the other side that has really put its bullpen through the ringer, but they're coming off of that just momentous game last night that their coach, Jay Johnson, called the best moment of his life. So, I think it's sort of to be determined how that plays out. Like, I still think the Florida pitching certainly lines up better with the way that they're able to set up. They're essentially, reset and ready to go. Whereas with LSU, you probably won't see Paul Skeens, if at all, on Monday in sort of relief duty. So, they're going to have to piece things together a little bit more. I think it's interesting because like LSU, I think generally speaking does feel the pressure of their national title drought. You say drought in quotations. It's only been since 2009, but that's a program that treats baseball the way that Nebraska and a handful of other schools treat football. I mean, they have long press conferences, heavy media attention. So, they feel it a little bit in that sense too. So yeah, I think the other part too that came out of it was, Florida's coach, Kevin O'Connor, made a point of saying, his goal needs to be to keep these guys on edge. Like when you take a day off, it's hard to maybe capture that. And he said there was this epic game last night, and what did the Gators do? They watched it. So it's hard to maybe step back into the arena, so to speak. And that's, I think, one thing that will probably become evident, right away on Saturday.
Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And yeah, Evan, along those lines, like, I just wonder, who is going to get the benefit of the last few days? Of course, on one side, you have the team that had the extra day of rest. They didn't have to go through that situation, not to mention the pitching nature of it and using the bullpen, the emotions. On the other hand, though, LSU, like, does that kind of, slingshot them through this championship series? It's I don't know. I feel like we debate this all the time in sports, the rest versus rust, but this is kind of beyond that, given that it's college players and the emotions of an 11-inning game and going down to literally the last at-bat.
Yeah, totally. And I thought some of the players made a good point today of saying, on Sunday, each team is going to be playing in its 70th game of the season. And so, like, they kind of know what it takes to get up at this point. It's really not about those extra innings or those extra at-bats. Like, they kind of are who they are. And so a little bit of rest can go a long way. I think Florida's path, like, you look at the fact that, okay, they went 3-0 to get to this point, but they also won 3 elimination games in the regionals, and they won all 3 of their games in Omaha by a single run. So it's not like they're just kind of going unchallenged and there haven't been big moments for them. I mean, they've had different guys step up throughout their postseason run as well. And so, I think you can kind of look at it that way. And on the LSU side, I mean, as much of a euphoric moment as that was for them last night, sometimes you got a hangover from those sort of things too. And it does, and it can maybe feel a little anticlimactic when you get up 2 days later and you have to amp up again and sort of refine your focus. So, I expect it'll be a good series. I think it's kind of quirky. I mean, this is an all SEC final, but these teams didn't meet this year.
Yeah.
They've only met like for one series in the last 4 years, which is really strange. But I think one thing that I wrote about today and took away from the press conference is like these teams have also kind of kept an eye on each other over the last few years. Like game recognizes game, and they've definitely kept an eye on each other, even though they haven't played. So it does set up a really intriguing final, I think.
Evan, I wanted to ask you a question about the pitching staffs for these two teams and just what you had thought about it. It seems like you mentioned that, Florida's going to have a chance to set their pitching. They've got the rest. But for me, LSU has just they've sort of pieced it together over the last couple of games outside of obviously Skeens last night. What do you think the interplay between the two bullpens will be here? Because Florida's is going to be really rested. But is there an experience factor with that LSU bullpen having pitched in these big moments throughout the series? They've got a little more experience. They may be a little more accustomed to the environment. They're certainly going to have the fan backing. Where do you think that interplay lies?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, LSU has had to figure it out. They've kind of gone Skeens on Fridays. Ty Floyd, their Saturday guy, who you'll probably see in the opener, has been their Saturday guy, and then they've just kind of figured it out on Sundays. And I thought they really proved themselves in that first win over Wake a couple of days ago when Wake had its pitching lined up, and LSU's essentially cycling through freshmen and other guys who just haven't maybe been asked to do what they were asked to do in this game, and they all did it. I mean, the relay team sort of worked. They handed it off to one another and shut out Wake over the last, whatever it was, 6 or 7 innings in that game. So I think there is a sense of confidence there. You hear their coach, Jay Johnson, talk like he's kind of notorious about not naming his starters anyway, but he's really big on saying, hey, we have 12 guys on the active roster right now. They've all been in, he made a point of saying they've all pitched in games that LSU has won this year. So, I think that confidence level and belief in what they can do is just continued to rise in Omaha. The Florida side is a little more interesting. I mean, I think they have, the kind of potential that you're also would come to expect from a CWS finalist. But I think you'll expect more length out of their starters. I mean, Hayden Waltrup's their ace. You'd think he'd give you at least a quality start on Saturday, and you can be a little bit more judicious with your pen. So I think you'll probably see more hurlers out of that LSU side maybe than what you'll see from Florida. So I think if you're Florida, you'd be hoping that your starters can give you some length. And if you're LSU, let that momentum ride from what they've shown in Omaha this week.
Evan Bland joining us. Evan, I do want to talk about the loser of last night, and that's Wake Forest. Now another year goes by without the number 1 overall seed winning a national championship. Why has this happened? Why has it been so difficult? I know that we're talking about 20 plus years now, so like every team is going to be different, but you would figure at some point along the way that a team would be able to do it. And I thought that this Wake team might have as good of a chance as any given the prolific offense, but only 8 runs across 4 games combined. Meanwhile, they averaged 15 in the NCAA tournament coming into the series.
Right. Yeah. I think that goes back to Miami in '99. I think it's the only number 1 seed since the tournament's been 64 teams that's actually gone the distance. And so it's kind of a weird quirk, I suppose. I think some of that speaks to baseball and just how unpredictable that it can be. I think some of it speaks to just the thin margin for error that there is in the sport. And, Wake was, I think, as close to a lock to win this thing as they've had in a number of years. I mean, Nebraska fans remember Arkansas from a couple of years ago. I think that team wasn't overly deep. Tennessee last year had some really strong top-end talent. They didn't even make it to Omaha either. But I mean, this Wake team was just deep, man. I mean, pick a category, and they were like top 5 in it. Whether that was, strikeouts to walk ratio, I think that's always a good indicator of teams that make it to Omaha. They could slug, they could play small ball, they had some speed. They had the top end talent and the depth of arms. I think that's the other thing at the College World Series that's always overlooked a little bit is that what do you do when you get to that 3rd or 4th game? You almost always need to have somebody step up into a role that they haven't done before. And Wake had guys that were capable of doing that. And so, I mean, you think about the game last night, like there's no way Wake Forest lost that game. I mean, that was just an outstanding, elite, like classic college World Series game. And they didn't get the clutch hit and LSU did. So, yes, the streak continues, but I feel like the vibe this year is a little bit different in that they just were a great team that lost to another great team. And it'll be interesting to see, like with that program moving forward, they hadn't been to Omaha since, 1955. Is this something now that's sustainable for this program moving forward? Or was this sort of a culmination of a lot of things coming together at the right time?
Yeah, well, super excited for the championship series to get going here tomorrow. I want to shift over to some football talk. Of course, the big news, we've been talking about it. Isaiah McMorris, Davon Hall, the 2 Bellevue West wide receivers committing to Nebraska today. The big question for me is just, the quote from Mike Huffman was that 4 months ago, this was not going to happen. Like this was not even on the same planet, Nebraska and these 2 wide receivers. How do you think Matt Rule and company were able to flip it so quickly?
Well, I think Garrett McGuire is a big part of it and what he's been able to do as an assistant coach. And, it's a staff that is just relentless. And we often talk about, I was thinking about this. We talk about how the staff is so young in a lot of ways. And I feel like this is an example of when that's a positive. Like Garrett McGuire's, 24 now. Like, what does he have to do really other than to go after the guys that he believes in and that he wants locally? And like you heard him say it during some of their commitment interviews and whatnot too. Like he's a big reason why these guys are coming to Nebraska. And you're right. Like a few months ago, this was not trending positively for either player at Nebraska. A few years ago, when they got their offers, it felt like, okay, Nebraska was in the mix, but it never really felt like they were in the lead until late here. And, I guess I kind of try to listen to what some other guys said. I think about a chat I had with Malachi Coleman, who's a 23 signee who's part of the class, and he was somebody too who Nebraska flipped in a short period of time, or won over, I should say. And what floored him, and I think you could probably say the same for Hall and McMorris, is just that attention to detail, and not just on the football side, but as people too. Like the more I talk to players through the recruiting process, and maybe who've been on college teams, they say, it's not all that common to have an audience with the head coach. It's not all that common to just be able to check in on a personal level with my assistants. It's not all that common to walk in and be able to run my assistant coach's film room and grab some snacks. And so I think a lot of those things resonate with this current group of players. And even if that has a small part, like sometimes these races are so tight that the little things make a big difference. And I think that attention to detail is what really helped push Nebraska over the top.
Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, had a great write-up of the game last night and has been doing awesome coverage of the series so far. Evan, enjoy the championship matchup between these two teams. Appreciate you taking the time today.
Hey, thanks, guys. See ya.
Evan Bland joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source by Your Mom's House hotline. McGuire, I thought, John, when he got hired, and there's been a lot of discourse surrounding him, in his age, I figured that it would show itself in a situation like this. And that just his being able to relate with players because he's not that far removed from them. And we're seeing that pay dividends already for Nebraska with these two guys. And I imagine we're going to see this with other players too over the next, few years.
He's like the same age as what a high school senior's older brother would be, right? Like,
yeah,
he's in that age range of where like this guy could be my older brother.
I remember when I started working here, I was Garrett McGuire's age. And so I felt the relatability with a lot of those athletes still. Now I don't anymore, but I did at the time. And I think that can help. I think that's a fun way to describe it. He's like their older brother in terms of age. You're absolutely right. Good stuff there from Evan Bland. We will come back. A couple of things that we can get to. Still need to talk about just the sports world, what John has missed in the last week, because
what have I missed?
He's been a busy guy. We can do that. A couple things on alcohol coming to volleyball day. And maybe
and alcohol coming to the studio.
Alcohol coming to the studio, and not an IPA, sadly, but it will still be delicious beer.
We appreciate the non-IPA.
Well, your taste buds need to evolve, boys. That's what I would say. We'll have a One Beer Friday in an hour. You can have a One Beer Friday, whenever you want, but certainly let us know what you were drinking right now on Twitter. # One Beer Friday. Bob literally tweeting at us right now.
Not when you're driving. Not whenever you want.
No, thank you, Nick. You're right. Not when you're driving. Bob has one. He is
only at the red lights.
Outside. Don't say that, John. He is outside somewhere. He is enjoying a Miller Lite.
It's Miller time.
It's Miller time. That is indeed what people say about Miller Lite. It is Miller time. All right, we will come back on this One Beer Friday. Josh Peterson, John Schreiner with you on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, it looks like we have an accident with the left lane blocked at I-80 westbound and 60th Street and exit 450 with stop-and-go traffic from 42nd Street and exit 451. We're also seeing some slow traffic on Dodge Road, US 6 westbound between I-680 South and 120th Street. There's also some slow-moving vehicles on I-680 southbound between Center and I-80 East, as well as I-80 eastbound between I-680 and 60th. Please be aware if you are traveling on the JFK between Cornhusker Road and Chandler Road for some slow-moving traffic, as well as on the North Freeway southbound between Martin Avenue and Stores Expressway. All you cool cats and kittens, have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm Taryn Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Everyone knows Saul's pays top dollar for your gold, but Saul's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars. Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Saul's Jewelry and Loan. You'll find it all at Saul's Jewelry.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs.
Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
I know I need to pay attention to my health, but I just can't seem to find the time. Between rushing to work and taking care of the kids, there's not much time left over for me. So I decided to start small by eating more fruits and vegetables and being more active. And then I got the family to make some changes too. We started by keeping a bowl of fresh fruit on the counter, and I limit the amount of sweet snacks I keep in the house. I've also found some creative ways to add more vegetables to our meals. We're taking more walks, and on the weekends, we head down to the pool at the rec center. It doesn't happen every day, but it does happen. You don't have to change your entire life to be healthier. Just make some simple changes and include your family. You'll see how easy and fun it can be.
You can make a difference. Eat smart, play hard. And when you do, your kids will too. A challenge from USDA.
Fireworks season is here. This week is a Zone Deal 4th of July Mega Week. Each day we'll feature deals from businesses half off. Check out the deals from Cracklin' Kirk's, Twisted Thunder Fireworks, and Molino Fireworks, all for half off. Don't miss this 4th of July Zone Mega Week at 1620thezone.com and click deals. That's 1620thezone.com, click deals. And don't wait, these deals will go fast.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, Nick Graham with you. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on a One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone. Yeah, get your hand in the air. It's a One Beer Friday, baby.
Can we call it? You guys should call it Grumbeer Friday.
Grumbeer Friday.
Oh.
You know, people have always asked
Thank
us,
you.
why one beer? And I don't remember why. I think it was because, like, we were like, we'll have one at the office. I think that was the thought. We're renaming it always be First Beer Friday, I think is what. But one beer, it does.
One Beer Friday, it's good.
It rolls
I
off
like
the
One
tongue.
Beer
It works.
Friday.
The One Beer Friday, I can't wait.
It's got that fun irony thing to it. It's like, yeah, one beer.
Indeed. All right, John, you were busy.
Yeah.
You were a busy boy.
Well,
what do you know about the sports world from the last week? Do you have any questions? Like, I liked it on Monday. Happer just peppered me, with a bunch of golf questions. He was like, what happened in the golf? And I was able to give him answers.
Yep.
Do you have anything that you're like, I missed out on blank? I can tell you a little bit about the submarine, I guess, if you would need me to talk about
I've been following the submarine.
You've been following the submarine.
Okay, busy's a relative term here, okay? Because...
Are you going to say you actually weren't busy and that you are overpaid?
I'm definitely not overpaid.
Okay.
That's not the thing.
Okay. Ben Simmons is overpaid, I would say.
I run the camera at the press conferences for the College World Series. That's what I do. During the games...
Every game.
I
did see you. Yeah, you were usually just wandering.
game. No, I'm not. So
the Wander Boy.
I have to be at the
Wanderer.
stadium an
But
hour
yeah.
before the game.
Okay. So you have to be there at noon.
For a 1:00 game, yeah.
Ooh, that's when the parking gets bad, though. So it probably takes you actually longer to do.
I actually get there at like 11:45,
Yeah, probably
and
for
then
the
I
best.
get like Rockstar parking right next to the gate on
Nice.
in Lot D
Lot
on
D.
10th Street.
Lot D, baby. Folks, we love Lot D, don't we?
Big fan of Lot D.
Big fan of Lot D.
Mhm.
So then I go in, I check in the media workroom.
Sure.
And say, hey, I'm here. I made it.
They're like, hey, it's John.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Like, hi, I'm John.
Now, how much camera work goes into that? Because I mean, like, is it zooming in and out? It's like,
Here's
that's
how
all?
much camera work goes into it. None.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just like you. Should we stop talking about this? I don't want you to lose your job.
No, I'm not going to lose my job.
They could give it to
They
a
love
computer. Okay, well that's good.
Give it to a computer.
Doug tells us about these computers taking over.
They're so old.
Have you seen that? Nick,
So-
they keep talking about AI. Hey, chatbot,
I actually
can you film the press conference for us?
I was a little worried about this going away.
See, don't say I'm old. This
Then
is a
it'll-
thing.
Then
Nick.
it'll be like, I'm chatbot. I don't have hands.
Quick story. I was at a local news station. This was within last, 15 years. This is a while ago now. Their computer or their cameras run by computers, Nick.
Yeah, they are.
It's a thing. So
They
pipe down over
they
there,
design the
youngster.
show. and then it's all
all computers.
Sorry, I'll get off your lawn.
Yeah, thank you.
So during
I
the
don't have one. I live in an
2021
apartment complex. Sad.
during
Very
during
sad.
during the 2021 College World Series, the press conferences were done by RoboCam.
People forget about COVID.
Yeah, so
Remember masks?
the only
No.
time I got to come
I have
down was
COVID
for
brain.
set up and tear down.
Same, Nick. Okay.
But it's back to a full service press conference now. So during the game, I go up and sit in the press box.
Yeah, nice. That's fun.
And that's what I do until the 8th inning.
So you guess you get to essentially what you're saying is, Josh, I missed no stories over the
I
last
missed no
week.
stories.
All right,
no.
well, this segment has gone up in flames very
No,
quickly.
I've missed things.
Let's
Josh.
do it
Talk to
anyway.
me.
No, I
Do it
want
anyway.
to ask me questions and I'll tell you what happened.
Why the NBA draft? That's a thing that happened. People are stoked about
Is
that.
the question why is the NBA draft?
Why did
a
the
thing?
NBA draft happen, Josh?
Why does it seem like more people are excited for the NBA draft than the College World Series?
Well, because they are. I mean, the TV ratings just came out actually, and the NBA draft had 2.7 million people.
Not that you're a TV ratings.
I'm not. Thank you, John. Thank you. Now that's a friend of the program. The College World Series did 2 million viewers, so it had more. That said, look, I love Ravi Lula. He is a dear friend. He joins us on Thursdays. The NBA draft is trash. I can't believe how many people in my life care about this garbage. I couldn't care less. You know how people are like, the meeting, it could have been an email. The NBA draft, it could have been an email.
It could have been an email.
I didn't watch it at all. I didn't watch 1 second of the NBA draft because the College World Series was on last night. But people were excited because Victor Wembanyama from France, people are jacked about this guy. He's very good.
Did you see that picture of Wembanyama holding
On
a
the baseball? Oh, I saw it
Yeah.
indeed.
I saw his horrible first pitch too.
I still haven't seen that. I
It's
need to
bad.
find that. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
is it
very
bad?
bad. It's very bad.
I forgot to look it up later.
I've not watched many highlights of this player. He is very good, obviously. The one that I've seen though is he shoots a 3. He realizes he's going to miss the 3. He runs in, he jumps up, grabs the ball, and dunks it all in one swoop.
Oh,
that is an insanely athletic play. And if I saw that ever in person, I would lose my absolute mind. So
That's insane.
This guy is an athletic freak. He's
So-
7'3". He makes tall people look tiny.
Yeah.
He made JJ Redick look like Nick. I was like, what's going on with JJ Redick?
What?
Because you guys both have tattoos. He just looked tiny next to him, Nick. I don't know what you want from me.
I think Nick's taller than me, so
I'm like 5'10".
Yeah.
I'm the
Yes.
most average height.
It's like a someone hanging out next to you. He just looks small. He looks like a normal sized human. That's the thing. This wasn't a criticism, Nick.
No, that's fine. I just didn't understand.
If someone
I
said
think
Josh,
you owe a quarter, Nick. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
No, it's not for. I can get defensive
Yeah,
now.
he can get
Oh, you
defensive.
can?
If someone said, Josh, you look like JJ Redick, I'd be like, wow, thank you. What did I do to deserve such a compliment?
I don't know what JJ Redick looks like.
He's very handsome, Nick. A sleeve tattoo.
I'll
He's
Google
a
him.
good-looking man.
I do have another sports question.
All right.
What happened at the Texans White Sox game?
Texans White Sox. That first of all doesn't make
Not
any
Texans
sense.
White Sox. The
Rangers.
Rangers White Sox. Sorry, thank you.
I actually can't give a full answer on this. I just know that some things happened. I never saved the story from awful announcing on that game. There was a situation though with an umpire doing something and it triggered a lot of people.
Do you
Maybe
know-
I should ask what happened in the sports world the last week.
Do you know why I don't know what's happening in Major League Baseball? Because it's not October.
Bingo. Rusty says you have to give him a break on the first pitch though. Imagine having to throw a first pitch with a golf ball. We should do this.
But he also looked like a person who's never thrown a ball before.
See, that's probably the bigger problem because I'll be honest. If I had to throw a first pitch with a golf ball right now, I feel like I'd be okay. Because
Let's do it.
I've thrown. See, this
is a fun bit. Let's do it during the break.
If Presidency is listening, minor league franchises are always looking for fun new bits to do. They all do Star Wars night, which is great. I think we should do. Imagine your Victor Wembanyama night, and you throw a golf ball and
Doesn't
see
really
if you
roll
can
off the tongue, does
yeah,
it? Yeah.
So Bomani Jones, one of my favorites in sports media, he works Nick for ESPN.
Mhm.
He has called him. What does he call him? Le something. Oh man, I should remember this nickname.
Le Cirque du Soleil.
Le Slam maybe is what he
Le
calls
Slam?
it. Le something because other people call. Oh, he calls him Le Slim because he's
Slim.
He's a tall man, but he's a skinny man. Others call him Big Vic. I like Le Slim. What about
like
Le,
Big Vic.
What about Le Slim night, Nick?
Le Slim.
Le Slim night at the ballpark.
better.
You throw a golf ball over home plate. I think
You get a
I-
baguette.
I would love a baguette. I think I
Or
could
a
do.
snail.
I think
No.
I've had snails. I had them. This is going to trigger Nick again. I had them in Mexico.
Oh,
when
where
I
you
was-
didn't go take in the local culture
It
and
wasn't-
customs.
I
And
You
went-
ate
everything
French
else.
food in Mexico?
I did at the resort.
No.
Again, this was a resort vacation. It wasn't an explore vacation. I'm sorry, Nick.
You just go to a resort in the States if you're not going to do anything special when you're outside of the country.
No, because most of the resorts in the States, I don't think they have the whole.
Go to Nickelodeon Land.
I don't think you get. No, I don't want to go to Nickelodeon Land. I wanted to go somewhere with no children.
You want to go to Super Mario Land?
No, I want to go somewhere with no children. I liked the fact that there weren't kids. That was maybe the best part. And the booze.
There's probably child-free resorts in the States. Go to Miami or something.
I think they're more expensive though in the United States of America.
Mhm.
Typical capitalism.
So the NBA draft is really weird to me because every team is like, okay, we're going to draft this guy, but we're sending him to another team who is sending him to another team in exchange for 2 picks in the 2048 draft and a round trip ticket to Bali.
It's dumb.
Like,
That's why the
what
NBA
are we
draft
doing?
That's why the NBA draft is dumb.
I don't like how convoluted some drafts can be. Like the NFL
No other
draft,
draft
can also,
does this.
It's not to that level, but I feel like the NFL draft can be kind of convoluted too.
So
it's like,
there's-
give us this person and we'll give you a 4th round pick in 4 years.
Yes, they trade the pick.
Yeah.
The NBA, it's like, no, we're drafting a player, and then you can trade
what
us
happened-
for that player if you want to.
Remember Doug McDermott? He got drafted by the Nuggets. He was traded immediately to the Bulls, right?
And they
Bulls
do
or
this all the
Pacers?
time.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
They don't trade the pick; they trade the player.
By the way, speaking of the draft, Ravi Lula is listening, and Ravi, I apologize for ripping on your favorite day in the world, but he adds Wemby, Slim.
Wemby.
He's 7'5". He's not 7'3". He's freakier than we can even fathom.
I like Wemby. We could do Wemby night.
People do call him Wemby. I
There we
like
go.
this. If presidency is listening, I like this bit. Go there,
Wemby
have us
night.
throw some golf balls and see how we would do. Because if we do bad, then we cease criticism of Le Slim. But if we do well, then we can rip on him some more. But I think that John is right. It's not about him being tall and having big hands. He's probably never thrown a baseball before.
Or any sort of
Remember,
ball.
who was the sprinter who did, was it Carl something or other?
Carl
gonna
Lewis?
Say, I was going to say Carl Weathers, but it's not Carl
not
Weathers.
Carl Weathers.
I think
he's not a sprinter.
No, he's not. I think that he did a first pitch one night, and it was a disaster because he doesn't throw. He runs. And I don't throw a quarter because this is an athlete who's an Olympian. It's we're describing a bunch of different things, Nick. No quarter.
Let's put it to a Grum vote. Friends of the Grum.
No, don't put it to a Grum vote.
Putting it to a Grum vote.
But yeah, I think that a lot of these athletes, they just do their thing, and Le Slim. Also, he's 7'5". What purpose would he have playing baseball at 7'5"? That would be a
Randy
waste.
Johnson was 6'11".
He was really
I don't know. There was that pitcher for one of the teams this year at College World Series. He was like 6'3", wasn't he?
Yeah, but that's not 7'5", Nick. 7'5"
Skeens is 6'5".
Yeah, Skeens. That's what,
7'5"
thank
is
you.
a whole foot taller than Skeens. He's a whole foot taller.
That is. a
He
whole
makes
foot.
him look like a tiny baby baseball player.
Tiny baby baseball boy.
I want more photos of Le Slim. I want more photos of him.
Oh, you're going to
around-
get it.
Around, I can't wait. It's like the picture of Yao Ming next to Shaq, and he makes Shaq look like a normal person. And it's just the weirdest thing because Shaq next to any of us, we would look like tiny baby boys. Is what would happen.
One more sports question.
All right, I can help you out.
What excited you the most about the NBA draft?
Nick, I didn't watch the NBA draft. You know what?
What
Nick,
team's gonna win?
Here we go. That's a good question though, Nick, because have you seen this? Have you heard about this? So yesterday, in the lead up to the draft, the odds, and you can bet on everything these days, of course, and we do recommend you do so with the FanDuel Sportsbook promo code 1620. So Shams Charania, you know Shams.
I know Shams.
From such places as The Athletic and Stadium, and also FanDuel, oddly.
He's an access merchant.
Promo code 1620.
He also is as Defector described him, a language artist. This dude's, because I think what happens is he gets information and he copies and pastes it and he tries to rework it into his own language and it just turns into broken crap. It's horrible. But anyway, he tweeted yesterday at 11:28 a.m. Sources, Scoot Henderson is gaining serious momentum at number 2 with the Charlotte Hornets in tonight's NBA draft. Hornets have been torn over the last week between Henderson and Brandon Miller. Team has final meeting today to settle on decision. Now, I don't know about you, John, or you, Nick, as a purveyor of the NBA draft.
That's me.
But when I read a tweet from someone like Shams or Woj, Adam Schefter, whatever insider you want to read, when I see terms like gaining serious momentum, that usually to me means, oh, he's going to get drafted by this team. It's become a bit over the last few years with Woj, where he'll be like, the Chicago Bulls are exploring the idea of taking, and it's like, it's his way to say it without actually saying it. And so because of this, Scoot Henderson, his odds, he was behind Brandon Miller at the time. He was plus 175 to get picked second overall.
Mhm.
Suddenly, minus 700. So all the money is going on to Scoot. Scoot was not picked number 2. And as I just said, Shams does get paid by FanDuel. And so there's like a lot of like, what in the world is going on right now? And the fans, have you seen this reaction from the Hornets fans to this announcement?
No.
All right, let's play the audio from a draft party, because here's what the fans had to say in Charlotte.
2023 NBA Draft. The Charlotte Hornets select Brandon.
And that's not because they don't like Brandon Miller.
They
That's
wanted-
because they all bet on Scoot Henderson.
They probably did. Did you hear that guy? Scoot! He wanted Scoot. And then the funniest part about this is that there's this video, and there's like a guy there dressed as a Hornet, and he is just despondent. He's a despondent Hornet.
I cut it out because it was kind of in the background, but there was a dude who just yelled the F word at the
F-word?
top of his lungs.
Man, that level of interest in the draft is kind of like unfathomable to me, to be like,
absolutely,
you're going in and you're so invested in one player. Now, look, if the Spurs would have been like, we're taking Brandon Miller number 1, I would understand if a Spurs fan would say the F word and
fair.
boo. That would make sense to me. But Scoot versus Brandon Miller, I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong and Scoot turns into the greatest player of all time, and Brandon Miller gets in trouble again and has a gun. Maybe all these things unfold. But wow, to be that invested in the NBA draft, it's just a level of fandom that I don't think I'll ever be able to reach.
Well,
and I
we don't-
love the Cowboys.
People like drafts.
Yeah, but we don't have I think it's different when you have a professional sports team in your city and you live in that city and you're immersed in that, consistently.
You're a diehard Hornets fan.
Right.
What a miserable existence.
That's been really bad.
You're a Cowboys fan.
Nick, it's worse to be a Hornets fan. I want you to go look at their history. First of all, they moved. They became the Bobcats, which is dumb. Well, that's when they came back. They were the Bobcats.
That's
They
a
moved.
dumb name.
It was. And Nick, their owner's name was something Bob, or was it Bob something?
I
Their
don't
original owner. And so people are like, he named the team after himself. He named the team Bob because his name is Bob. And then they're back. I think the farthest they've ever gone is the second round of the NBA
Michael
playoffs.
Jordan
That said, you know what?
owned part of the team.
He did. He sold him for $3 billion. The best part about being a Hornets fan, by far, and you'll love this as a 90s kid, a fellow 90s
Larry
kid.
Johnson.
Oh, I was just going to say the Apex jackets or the starter jackets. Those
Everybody
were-
had a Hornets jacket.
I never did. Did you have one?
No, I didn't.
Man, see,
But a lot of people did.
we're the only two that didn't have one in America. The
I
entire
think so.
I didn't.
Yeah, well,
Alonzo Mourning.
negative 4 years.
I'll tell you, the Hornets were formidable on NBA Jam.
Glenn Rice.
On NBA Jam, Glenn Rice was on the Heat.
He was on the Hornets for a few years.
Not on NBA Jam.
Oh,
though.
not on NBA Jam.
NBA Jam when you had.
Yeah, you're even older than I am.
I am. Larry Johnson, Alonzo Mourning. That's a good pairing on NBA Jam.
I'm on their Wikipedia page. Championship 0, conference title 0, division title 0, retired numbers 1. They only have one retired number.
Is it Alonzo Mourning?
It's Bobby Phillips. I don't
Who
even know
is that?
See, thank you. I don't even know who Bobby Phillips is. Man, this is such a sad sack franchise.
Muggsy Bogues played for them too.
People forget about Muggsy Bogues. So here they go. They won the first round in 93, and then they lost 4-1 in the second round. They won in the first round in 98. They lost in the second round to the Bulls 4-1. They made it to the second round in 2001. They lost to the Bucks in 7. Oh, man, they almost made the Western Finals.
It was tough to be an NBA franchise in the 90s
Yeah,
because it was Bulls or
Knicks
or
Bing bong.
Rockets.
Yeah. And then they lost to the Nets in the second round in 2002. They have not won in the first round of the NBA playoffs since 2002. God, pathetic.
It's pretty bad.
It's very sad. Let's go to the hotline and welcome Matt into the conversation. Hello, Matt.
Hello. So, okay, I'll first say I have seen one NFL draft in my entire life.
In person?
And no, not even in person, just on TV.
Okay.
And I absolutely love the NFL. NBA, I hardly even know it exists. Never seen any NBA draft. But I've got a theory on why people might be so invested in the NBA draft. Possibly because think about the number of players on an NBA team compared to an NFL team. And
Much
think of
smaller.
how valuable that one player is
Yep.
on that NBA team. So I could see how they might be invested in that one player that specifically comparative to anything else. But Still, it's not going to change my mind. I don't even watch TV. So
Boom. Yes.
I'm only learning of it through you guys today.
All right, Matt, thank you for the call at 402-951-1620, the 42 Degrees the Source by your mom's house hotline.
But you remember when the NFL draft was always in New York, the Jets fan would always show up and boo their first pick they hated it every time.
Remember that famous video of Eagles fans there, and they drafted McNabb instead of Ricky Williams, and they were heated, absolutely heated. Jordan quoting us, everyone had one. Did you have one? No. Seriously, so many people had one of those jackets, and I never did. Oh, look at El Scorcho. I still have mine. God, that is a gorgeous jacket.
My favorite part about the Shark, I'm on the Wikipedia learning history now.
Look at you, Nick.
So founded in 88. They look like a team that was founded in 88.
Oh, yeah.
The teal, purple, and gray, that's 1988
Nick,
colors.
you should search. I'm just going to see Hornets.
Like, that's a Columbia. That's just a Columbia jacket.
Nick, Google Hornets 1990s floor and go to the images. Because, man, that court was absolute. The honeycomb paint. God.
Yep.
What a cool-ass franchise.
Oh, that's sick.
It was awesome.
They need to go back to that.
The 90s. So now, Nick, I imagine we're at the same search. Like the fifth or fourth image, the honeycomb is now like the entire court. And
I do like that.
The paint is now more of a pinstripe look. But, man, that was a good – plus the gradient. Remember the gradient, John, how it would start a little darker and then it'd get a little lighter?
Well,
man, the Hornets. The 90s, the best.
Teal was the color for sports franchises in the 90s.
We loved teal.
I mean, both the Jaguars and the Panthers came out with their teal uniforms, and they were expansion clubs in the same year.
Yep. Nick, Google Orlando Magic 1990s and take a look at
here's a story.
Take a gander at the Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway led Orlando Magic. Oh, those are some handsome ass uniforms.
Hey, the summer of 1997.
Okay.
Sprite had a promotion.
I was a child.
The twist off.
You were
the cap.
Infant.
I was a baby.
You could, you open it up. 1 in 3 wins a free Sprite.
You'd
right?
win prizes. I won lots of prizes.
That summer, I won a Team USA practice jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And an authentic Penny Hardaway jersey from Sprite Caps.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
So when they did the Olympics, the same promotion the year before in 96, we won, and my parents still have it at their home, a authentic basketball.
Yeah.
So we have like a leather basketball, Rawlings or Spalding or whatever it is, and it has the USA logo on it, and it has a big-ass Sprite logo on it.
Yep. I had an authentic Penny Hardaway jersey, and that was the only basketball jersey I had.
Those were good. Which ones? Was it the white, the black, or the blue?
It was the blue.
Those blue ones. Everyone like the
blue with the black pinstripes.
Yeah, those are sweet. I'm looking at it right now. Look at Shaquille O'Neal. Yep. Man,
I had an authentic Penny jersey.
How do you feel about those uniforms, Nick?
I think they're nice. I don't necessarily like them. But...
Wow. Okay. Well, that's why Nick's mic is turning off for the rest of the show.
Nope.
Man, I love those uniforms. The 90s. Folks, do we miss the 90s or don't we miss the 90s?
I don't remember it.
Troy says, enjoying the show from Arkansas, hashtag One Beer Friday. He is drinking a Yellow Jacket, a banquet beer. Troy, we appreciate you. Nice.
Thank you.
Well done. Your mic, we will allow it to remain on.
I control it.
At various points throughout the show. Nick, I give you permission to turn your microphone on as we roll on.
That's a Connor Happer special right there. Or a Mike Schaefer special, sorry.
One of the things that took the Twitter sphere by storm over the last few weeks, I want to discuss it when we return.
All right.
Because I've not had a chance to do so on the air. We will do that on the other side. Mike says, I was a huge San Jose Sharks fan in the 90s.
Teal.
When they first came into existence, specifically because of the teal. God, have you seen the San Jose Sharks logo?
No.
It's a shark biting a hockey stick.
And it's teal.
God, man.
I like teal too, but the 90s loved teal.
Oh, teal is the color of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Jess says, I don't know why, but people in my family had the Charlotte jackets too. See, everybody did except for you and me.
I didn't have them.
The only two kids in America
And me.
without one. And well, again, Nick, you were an infant. They don't have those for infants.
They didn't have tiny baby hornet
No,
jackets.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You were as big as a hornet back then.
Babies get cold too.
Man, what if Nick would have gotten stung by a hornet in 1997?
I hope I wouldn't have.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm probably deathly allergic, but I don't know.
Wow.
Both my parents are.
I don't
so
think it's good for
am.
babies to be stung by hornets.
I don't think
that's
so.
probably not a good
Probably
thing.
a good take.
Odson, if you're listening, put out a poll question. Is it okay if babies get stung
Odson's
by
not
hornets?
listening.
Yeah, that's for the best. I hope he's taking a nap right now. Odson, get some sleep. All right, we'll come back. We will continue on. We'll talk about something that took Twitter by storm, and we're not talking about the ocean. next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Is Omaha a Big Ten city? When you are in Omaha as a sports fan, not just football, men's basketball, the two top sports, does Omaha feel like a Big Ten city? Like Big Ten sports matter in Omaha, Nebraska?
No, Nebraska sports matters.
Yep, which is kind of where college sports is going, is you only pay attention to the team that you love and follow and cover. And the rest is, yeah, you do, but not as passionate.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy this evening, a few spotty showers or thunder showers, mainly west. Temperatures in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy tonight with strong storms possible late after 4 a.m. Low around 67. Chance of storms before 9 a.m. Saturday. Otherwise, partly cloudy and a high of 90. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time Saving Traffic Center, we have an accident with 2 left lanes blocked at I-80 westbound and 60th Street and exit 450 with stop traffic from I-480. We're also seeing 2 other accidents in the metro area, first of which with the right lane blocked at 84th Street northbound between Harrison and Q Street. We're also seeing another one with injuries at North 54th Street northbound at Northwest Radio Highway. We're also seeing some congestion in traffic in the area at Center Road westbound between 87th and 108th, as well as L Street eastbound between 108th and 84th. Please be careful as you make your way home for the weekend. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday. I'm Terran Prodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 15 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
Simply put, margaritas are pretty friggin' delicious.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Introducing Cox Fiber. With fiber-fast speeds, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickups so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska and the newest location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
Fireworks season is here. This week is a Zone Deal 4th of July Mega Week. Each day we'll feature deals from businesses half off. Check out the deals from Cracklin' Kirk's, Twisted Thunder Fireworks, and Molino Fireworks, all for half off. Don't miss this 4th of July Zone Mega Week at 1620thezone.com and click deals. That's 1620thezone.com, click deals. And don't wait, these deals will go fast.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
They'll perch up in trees. They'll swoop at you. They'll attack you for no reason. Peacocks are mean.
They're not going to kill you.
On 1620, The Zone.
It's One Beer Friday. The tweets continue to pour in. Not So Tiny Husker in Arkansas, a.k.a. Murph, says, another fella from Arkansas enjoying a One Beer Friday. He's got a twisted tea with him. Let us know what you're drinking right now on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
A twisted tea in Arkansas sounds like a great combination.
Does
like
it?
Specifically,
like
you're
that's
in
where Twisted Tea lives.
Right. Like I'm in Arkansas, I'm gonna have a twisted tea, right?
Yep.
Have
That's-
you ever
that's where it lives.
Have you ever been to Arkansas before, Nick?
I've been through Arkansas. I like it.
I've been down there. I went to a football game there one time. Many comments on the 90s right now. Jeremy texts into 402-951-1620. Mighty Ducks logo went teal too, right?
Yeah, it sure
Man,
did.
Remember the Mighty Ducks after the Disney movie D2, the Mighty Ducks?
Uh-huh.
Those were awesome uniforms.
It's yeah, D2 is one of the worst hockey movies ever made.
Okay, now it's time to turn his microphone up.
Interesting.
What the hell is that take?
Have you watched that movie recently?
No, because I'm 34. But the nostalgia, John, the nostalgia is strong and it's never going to go away.
And guess what?
Don't say
Nostalgia
that.
is wrong.
Yes,
sometimes.
I know. It's like I watched Blank Check during COVID a couple years ago.
Horrible movie.
The movie is aged poorly. It's a teenage kid and he falls in love with an adult woman and she kind of falls in love with a teenage kid.
That's problematic.
It's very problematic, but I loved it in the 90s. Things were different in the 90s, folks. They were much different.
And everything was teal.
Everything was teal. Speaking of, Jordan, also my best friend David, they both sent in the exact same picture. One of those cups.
Yeah.
Remember the cups?
Cups.
I have a headband with that exact. You know the thing, Nick.
They
right?
they made jackets with that.
Oh yeah, the pattern's called Jazz.
I have a headband with that pattern.
I
I've worn it
love
many
that
times.
pattern.
It's a
That's
very fun pattern.
One of my favorites.
El Scorcho says I'm a big 90s basketball guy, and it's a picture of Shaquille O'Neal's jersey.
Yeah.
It looks like it's on something at his own home.
It is.
Congrats to Austin there for that awesome jersey. Joe just sent in a beer from Cross Train. That's cool. Chase says 90s Utah Jazz. Remember when the Jazz, Nick, Google Karl Malone 1998.
With the mountains?
It was such a weird look. I loved it at the time. Man, I hate it now.
It looks really bad.
But I guess I'm kind of digging it again for the nostalgia. What do you think about the Karl Malone look in 1998?
Oh, that's sick. I love that.
Man, the 90s. What a time to be alive.
That's really cool. It reminds me of what the Rockies did for their City Connect uniforms.
I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. So send us your favorite memories from the 90s that are not related to Husker football.
Mine was being born.
Wow. That's not your favorite memory. You don't even remember
that.
Don't even remember, Nick. You were an infant getting stung by hornets.
Goo goo gaga.
Goo goo gaga.
Yep.
Even then you had bad takes. Because it should have been gaga.
My baby takes were great.
You were like, can I put out another music thread? And they're like, Twitter doesn't even exist, son. Shut up. So over the last week, I love the handle of this Twitter account, John. Put Steve Tasker in the Hall of Fame, tweeted out a topic that blew up in our sphere. And that was this. If you had to assign 100 points to your favorite sports teams in order, how would they rank? A great summer.
Yep.
What a tremendous summer topic.
This is the perfect late June topic.
He wrote, here's mine. Bills 83, Royals 7. So he's already at 90 with two teams. Missouri football 4, Missouri basketball 3, Notre Dame football 2, which is garbage. You can't have a second college football team.
No.
And then a Sporting Kansas City 1. Now, before we start dividing up some points, I know that you are a Chelsea fan. You have your Chelsea.
Yep.
You, by the way, you're a great fill-in for a variety of reasons, but one reason you bring your own headphones, which we appreciate you for that. Nick really appreciates
it. I was at my desk about to grab my backup headphones that work 50% of the time now for some reason, even though they're new. And I'm like, no, John's got headphones.
I bring my own 3.5 adapter as well.
Oh, you are the best. You're my
the man.
Dream.
So I know you're a fan of Chelsea.
Yes.
I know you're not a fan of the Detroit Lions, even though you wear that Puma hat. And I always think that you're a fan of the Detroit Lions.
So the Puma hat's been retired. It's gotten a little gross. I wear it for lawn mowing now.
Okay. It's gotten Eric Gagne.
It's Gagne.
Remember, Nick, Google Eric Gagne Dodgers hat. Gagne. Yeah, it's just a disgusting looking hat. So I don't know all of your teams.
Okay.
Chelsea and...
Well, Nebraska football is obviously going to take up a large portion.
Sure.
That's the team. I have to ask, so I cover Omaha women's basketball. Obviously, I call their games on the radio. So do I have to assign them points to still say that I care about them because I do?
Because you basically just don't want to get in trouble right now, right?
Well, no. I mean, I devote a lot of attention to that program.
It would mean
it's a gross hat.
Yeah, it would mean a lot to you if they
Absolutely.
won a championship,
Yes.
right? You can assign points to them.
But I'm saying, do I have to, or can I reserve those points because that's a team that I work for?
You can reserve them if you would like. If you'd like, yeah.
So I think my two highest will be Nebraska football and Chelsea soccer.
Okay. And real quick, do you have any others beyond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Washington Commanders. I devote
I
some
always
kind
forget
of,
about that.
Yeah.
That's such a bummer.
Are they still the Commanders because they couldn't get the name copyright? Are they going back to the football team?
Who knows?
Yeah, we'll find out this season. I can't wait.
I just hope the sale goes through. That's all I care about at this point.
Oh yeah,
that's all that I really care about. Yeah, you want Dan Snyder to be the
More
owner
Dan Snyder.
forever.
I hate it because on one hand, like, get him out of the game. He's a sick, disgusting human being. On the other hand, man, they have sucked, and I've really enjoyed them sucking. But me being a good person outweighs me rooting against the Commanders. So get him out of there. Get him out of there.
I just think football team's a funny name.
It is a funny name.
If I get the free pass on Omaha women's basketball, because I actually do care about that team, and I like a lot of the players on the team, and care about what happens to them, I would say I'm probably 65 points of my points are going to Nebraska.
Okay. Nebraska football gets 65% of your fandom.
Yep.
I'm surprised that it's that high. I figured that Chelsea would have been your number one.
No, they're certainly second, and I'm there. But here's the thing: is like I am a big fan of Chelsea, and I've gone to see them play a couple of times, and they do take up a lot of space in my sports fandom. But I'm like, I live in Nebraska football country, and so therefore a lot of the attention that I pay to sports centers on the Nebraska football team.
If you like lived in London, do you wonder if it would be
my paying attention to Nebraska football would wane,
and then you're paying attention to Chelsea would? It's not so much that it would increase; it's that you would be inundated by it more. Like you turn on our station because you're a fine friend of 1620 The Zone, and you're like, I know I'm getting Husker football talk. And
I think my radio dial is actually broken on 1620.
That's what we love to hear from our listeners. So Nebraska football 65, Chelsea's
probably about 20. Yeah.
So right now you're already at 85.
Yep.
Now, real quick, would you have the U.S. men's national team or the women's national team?
Well, I guess if we're not just talking about professional sports, then I'm going to have to like back the Nebraska down.
Because like how much do you pay? Because like when my friend group, we all did this too. And the U.S. men's national team, especially, they were very high for a couple of my friends. Like they watch like every game.
I will be watching the Gold Cup against Jamaica this weekend.
Coming up in predictions later on.
Yeah. So if we're not just talking about professional teams, we're also talking about national teams. Then Nebraska's probably at like 45.
So you just gave up 20 points because you got to divvy them up now amongst these two teams.
And then Chelsea is probably like 15.
Okay. So you're at 60?
Yeah. After that, it is probably men's national. Well, it's the men's national team and all of international soccer kind of lumped into one, which is about 10. And then probably Washington Commanders at about 10.
Yeah.
And everything else, rugby.
Wait, who do you like in rugby?
The Sharks.
The Sharks, of course. Nick is
Durban.
He's a Sharks guy. And we're not talking Teal San Jose. Yeah.
And everything else kind of takes up the rest.
I made my friend group very sad because I said 80 Dallas Cowboys.
80 Dallas Cowboys.
20 Husker football.
That's
and
a
then
lot for the Cowboys.
I said, see you later. That's my fandom now. That's all. That's all. And I the way that I kind of put it was just like the energy in which I put into it and the what would mean the most, and the live and die nature. I've talked about my relationship with Nebraska football many times. I guess I'll do it one more. The job definitely has changed it just because like I remember there was a season or a game where they had lost and I came on the air and like it was still affecting me and I was like, I just can't do this anymore. And so I had to do the thing where I pulled back. And so that has changed. I still obviously want them to do well, but it's almost more because the job would be a lot of fun. I'd be happy for my friends and my family. Whereas Dallas is like that one true thing where I watch every game. I read about them all. I mean, I read a Cowboys article this morning. I just don't do that with anybody else anymore. Nebraska, Creighton for work. All those things are for work. That is the one true team that I can allow myself to just be all in on pleasure with them. And so one of my friends said, wow, 60 more than in Husker football. That makes me sad. And then a lot of people are like, well, that sucks that you have all that energy into Dallas. I know it does. It's brutal. It stinks. But you know what? If someone said 80 Husker football, it's not like they're having a great old time right now either.
Well, that's also part of why my percentage toward Washington Commanders is so low is because they've been so miserable, not only from a playing perspective, but just to follow.
Yeah, likability perspective.
Awful.
Yeah, it's one thing to suck. It's another to suck like they have, with all of the garbage off the field. And you have
there's the horrible management decisions and we're firing our coach every chance we get.
Like I don't like Jerry Jones, but man, Jerry Jones or Dan Snyder makes Jerry Jones look like a nice human being.
He does. He really does.
Trent says, does fantasy football get points? Yeah, I know there'd be a lot of people out there that would put all their points on fantasy football.
There's another thing I have to throw in because, like, during 2020, when there wasn't anything to watch as far as sports, I started really paying attention to the UFC because that was the only thing on.
Gross.
So now I'm like in on the UFC now.
Oh, John,
I'm serious.
That's such a bummer.
I'm in. I watch UFC.
Nick, how would you divide your fandom points?
F1.
60 to McLaren Formula One.
Just 60.
They've been really bad this year, and it's not just. It's been a steep drop off. And
bad as humans or bad as drivers?
The cars. The engine, it's less of no engine.
Oh, they need to put more engines.
They need to put more engines in the car.
Why don't they put a second engine in the car?
I'm at 20 on the Dolphins.
That's
which
crazy.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but it is.
That's a ton, Nick.
For me,
given that you've been a fan of them for 2 seasons.
I've got the Rockies at 10.
Wow, you actually care about the Rockies?
I do kind of care about the Rockies.
It's not a bit anymore.
It's not a bit.
So you're at 90 points right now.
I'm at 90, and then I guess I would put 5 or 10 on like the Hawkeyes.
Wow.
Like,
gross.
No,
you're allowed to. I'm not going to be. I mean, you.
No, I'm saying it's not gross. I'm going to.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
I was just trying to think of other, like.
Yeah, what else do you care about?
Honestly, like that's maybe about it. Like maybe I'll start paying a little more attention to like golf, but it's not.
Yeah, golf gets like 1 point for me.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't have. I mean, like Tiger Woods was always my favorite golfer
because I watched the majors.
But that's just because I've always kind of liked watching golf, but I've never paid attention to it. Like my grandpa is a big golf guy.
We're gonna get Nick some used clubs, and
Yep.
because he was
Yeah.
like, I don't want to
We're
buy
gonna
clubs.
go.
They're
The three of us.
$1,200. We'll find Nick some clubs for less than $1,200. Yippee texts in 90% all Husker sports, 10% Royals.
Wow, maybe I just had this.
I feel like you got to
discussion.
divide them up though amongst the teams.
I just had this discussion with my wife the other
My
day.
wife?
So when I was filling in for Connor for 4 days, it was like across the start of the NBA Finals, and like I'm at home in the basement watching the NBA Finals because I'm going to talk about it on the show.
Yep.
Because I haven't really watched any NBA up to this point.
It's important to watch it when you're going to
I'm
talk
watching
about
the
it.
game, and she comes downstairs and she's like, "You're watching basketball now?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, I've been talking about it on the show." She's like, "Look here. Like most people have one team that they follow, and that's it." And she got like sort of upset with me that I was watching too much sports. And I was just like, I'm not most people. I kind of pay attention to everything.
Yeah, I guess maybe the circle that I have with my friends, it's a bunch of sports fans. So because I would disagree with that assertion, like.
But the votes coming in from people kind of support that.
Yeah, I guess so far. Yeah, let us know what you're.
And even you're like, I'm 80% Cowboys, and that's pretty much it.
I don't know. Like I talked about this with Ravi the other night, and he asked me, he was like, "Do you just not like basketball anymore?" Because I used to be a diehard Lakers fan, and I love basketball. Like I love the sport. The way that the NBA's changed in terms of like the load management stuff, and I mean, I do think as you get older, like the time management of it all, like that is become a very real thing. Even though, I don't know, I feel like I could make time for it.
Have a child and then see how it goes.
Yeah, you really can't. Yeah, it's really difficult for you. I could make time for it. I just don't want to anymore. I love the playoffs, though. I watched a lot of playoff basketball.
And then I watched the NHL playoffs like constant. I watch every game.
You don't have a favorite team in the NHL?
Yeah, I do. Washington Capitals.
Did you give them any points?
No, because I don't really pay attention to them until it's the play. If they're in the playoffs, then I'm like, yeah, go Caps.
Yeah.
During the regular season, I check the standings.
It's a lot of games.
It's like maybe a quarter of a point.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. Rusty says, who is Grimm's favorite frolfer?
Nick Grimm.
No,
himself. Oh yeah, you're probably excited to get out and play a little frolf again.
I'm so excited. I'm going tomorrow morning. I only know a few names. I don't know if I'd call them my favorite, but like in the PDGA,
Professional Disc Golf Association.
It's a real thing. It's insane.
That's the league?
Yeah.
No, who's your favorite team though?
It's not really teams. It's just like normal golf. It's
individuals.
Who's your favorite
individuals.
guy?
I don't know if I really. I know names.
Or girls can play too.
That's true.
Yeah, Nick, it's 2023, man.
I don't I haven't watched enough of it to really like. I know
you'll figure it out.
I know Brody Smith. I know him just because he's been in some things.
3 fan points to Brody Smith for Nick Grimm.
Rusty says 35 Nebraska ball, 35 Nebraska football. So he's even Stevens on both of those. Also, I feel really bad for the Nebraska ball sickos out there. 10 Charlotte Hornets, 10 Cleveland Browns, 5 Detroit Tigers, 5 Nebraska volleyball, baseball, bowling, etc.
Is that 10 for the Hornets just because of the jacket that you found?
Yes.
He just found back the jacket. And it's like, oh.
Well, I mean,
I like the Hornets.
Rusty also likes the Tigers. Rusty might just be a bit of an old, liking some old things.
He likes a lot of bad teams, really.
That's true. Rusty, we feel bad for you, but we
we are
appreciate
sorry.
you
Rusty,
being a friend of the Grum.
Have a beer, dude.
Have a beer, indeed. All right, when we return, we continue our countdown to One Beer Friday. There's some more comments coming in about dividing up the points. We can get to some of those as well, and a bunch more. We have this NIL story that I've been sitting on for the last couple of days. I think it's a good one.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Okay.
Do you know how much I love talking about NIL? I talk about NIL every time I'm on this station.
Now put a pin in that because I want to unpack that, and we will do so during the happy hour. We also have predictions, content, bet of the day, and more here on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Those of you who've enjoyed the cigar lifestyle for any length of time are keenly aware of the enviable reputation of Rocky Patel. Impeccable flavors and aromas, flawless construction. So allow me to ask, how would you like to attend a Rocky Patel event at Hearth Cigars on Friday evening, June 30th from 6 to 9? There's plenty of free food, live music featuring the Dive Kings, and of course specials on Rocky Patel's. Talk about a perfect start for a long Independence Day weekend. Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, I-680 and Mormon Bridge Road.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference from inventory to service. The large indoor showroom at 119th and I allows you to shop during all kinds of weather conditions to find the new and pre-owned vehicle that fits your needs, from stylish SUVs to capable trucks to great offers like on the 23 GMC Sierra or the 23 GMC Acadia. See dealer for further details. They've got something for everyone today. They've made it simple. In person, 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Did you know that errors in hospitals are the third leading cause of death in the U.S.? That's a frightening statistic, but some hospitals are better at protecting their patients than others. That's why the nonprofit watchdog, the Leapfrog Group, created the hospital safety grade, a letter grade that's assigned by experts twice a year to all general hospitals in the country. You can see how your local hospitals did for free and get tips on staying safe by visiting hospitalsafetygrade.org. That's hospitalsafetygrade.org.
Hey folks, is your concrete in need of repair? Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts and a Best of Omaha winner, Everlevel Concrete Repair. They can completely restore and repair your concrete at a fraction of the price compared to replacement and offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. There's a reason they're a Best of Omaha winner. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, and Nick Grimm on this One Beer Friday. We are a segment away from enjoying. Let's see. More points conversations. First of all, Rusty is followed up, and we appreciate him doing so. He says, I'm 36. I originally started liking the Hornets in the 90s because of their colors. Muggsy Bogues, Larry Johnson, etc. And I did have the jacket. Jealous.
Called it.
And he added, and yeah, I liked picking bad teams because I was anti-bandwagon jumping. That hasn't worked well. It indeed has not.
Hey, good on you for sticking with them, though.
That's true. Mike writes 30 points Royals, 20 points Creighton basketball, 20 points Kansas basketball. Boo. Pick a side. 15 points Kansas football.
Rock
and
chalk.
15 points Chiefs. Man, 30 points to the Royals.
Interesting. Your 15 is to the Chiefs after 2 Super Bowls.
That's true.
But how do you gauge like events? Like I pay intense attention to the NCAA basketball tournament.
Sure.
But that's only once a year for like a month. How do you assign points to that?
Make those like banked points, like temporary banked points.
Yeah, I guess because this question is more
How do
just
you-
about fandom, though. This is less
Right.
about like things you like to watch.
So it's just
Your
teams.
the teams that mean the most to you.
Okay.
Yippee adds, my answer has changed now that I'm thinking when dividing it up. 60 Husker football, 20 Husker basketball, 15 Husker baseball, and 5 Royals. So the Royals have lost 5 percentage points. But he has divided them up amongst the Huskers. Aaron says Husker football 40, Vikings 30, Husker basketball 10, Celtics 10, Cubs 10. Let's see. Drew says, cool convo and an interesting way at looking at fandom. I've been a Jaysker since I was in diapers. Our family had season tickets my whole childhood at the old Civic for Creighton basketball and then season tickets to Nebraska football. Pre-adolescence, it was probably 70-30 Nebraska football to Creighton. Now those numbers are completely flipped, although different sports. Shows where the two programs have been the last 15 years. Interesting. 70-30 Nebraska football growing up, now 70-30 Creighton basketball versus Nebraska football on the other side. Very, very interesting there as we continue to take in the points. Nick, I'll be honest. I'm very surprised, pleasantly surprised, I might add, that the Dolphins got so much of your points.
That's interesting.
I figured it was going to be like 90% McLaren or Leclerc or Mercedes.
Leclerc.
Yeah, you know.
Leclerc's a driver.
I knew that.
It was weird. I didn't know how to assign my points in Formula One because I like different drivers and different teams. I'm more of a driver guy in Formula One. Like McLaren, like I picked McLaren and I do like that team. I'm
Mhm.
more invested in them than the other teams, but
yeah,
I like watching the other drivers too.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to get into the minutia of dividing it per drivers as McLaren.
Yeah.
All right. So I've done the divisions with the new specifications.
Okay.
Right? So I've got Nebraska at 45.
Nebraska football.
Nebraska football 45.
Okay.
Chelsea at 20.
So you're at 65.
U.S. men's national team at 20.
Oh, wow.
Washington Commanders 10. Washington Capitals 3. Bulls, White Sox 1 apiece.
1 apiece. Okay. And then you get to 100. Yeah, I think the way I took the question was like, you know, what like do you move mountains to watch? Is it non-negotiable that you watch? All of those things.
Yeah, like I record the Nebraska football games, like because I call a lot of soccer in the fall. So if I'm not able to watch the
You're
game,
still making
I
sure-
record it. I make sure that I can watch it later,
Mhm.
which is actually a way better experience because you just fast forward
Get
through
to
the
fast
commercials.
forward,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get the experience of like being on Twitter during the Nebraska football
Which
game,
is an
which is
experience.
an experience.
Yeah, because you get to read my tweets.
I
which
do.
is a great experience in and of itself. Yeah, I think it shows kind of where what would mean the most. You know, what would leave you just the most satisfied.
But I also feel like, you know, because I do fill in for the various shows on 1620, I feel like I need to be plugged into that more than anything else as well. So I need to know what's going on in case because sometimes you call me the
do.
night before the show and say,
John.
hey, can you fill in?
Uh-huh.
And I don't have, you know, the lead time to do all the prep that would be necessary to catch up.
So I noticed both of us do not have college basketball teams on our list.
Nope.
Just don't care. I realize, and you know what I think, and this question kind of helped me, you know, again, come to that realization. I've realized in the last few years, I just don't have the fandom at all with anybody in college basketball.
I watch Nebraska basketball and Creighton basketball
Same.
when I get called to fill in.
Oh, see, I watch them. I watch all their games, well, except for Nebraska in November because those games are on BTN Plus.
And then
Otherwise,
I watch the NCAA tournament.
I watch all their games, watch the NCAA tournament, but I certainly am not living it like the games do not move my needle in any way, really, you know, positive or negative.
Yep. And I record the Chelsea matches that are on not a streaming service because I don't want to pay for Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
I pay for too many things already.
Well, get ready because football's coming.
Oh, I know.
Football's coming.
So I don't always get to watch them back, but I try to.
Mhm.
I watch as much international soccer as I'm allowed to.
Yeah.
With my time constraints.
Mm-hmm.
And then like for NFL, like I mostly just watch Red Zone channel.
Yeah.
Like because
Washington winning or losing, it doesn't like affect your
No,
mood.
not at all. I
Whereas Dallas
expect them to lose.
Yeah, Dallas is going to affect my mood forever. Jed says 50 points, college football. 20 points, Nebraska football. 10 points, Georgetown basketball. 5 points, Boston Red Sox. 5 points hating Texas. 5 points hating Notre Dame. 5 points hating Creighton. I like that.
So
well done.
My gripe, he said college football, but then he said Nebraska football. But Nebraska football is college football.
He's
So would that be
basically
under the
He's
umbrella?
separating them out.
He loves college football. That is his, and I think he almost viewed this because when I took the question the first time, it was like, which championship would mean the most to me? And it's like, obviously, Cowboys. He is just saying pure fandom. And what like gets the most attention? He just says college football, period.
You would take more joy in a Cowboys Super Bowl than a Nebraska national championship in football.
Far, I mean, it's not even close.
Really?
It's
That's
not
interesting.
even. When I was growing up, like a lot of the answers we've seen, it would have been flipped. It would have been my Dallas Cowboys fandom has ramped up considerably. I would say over the last decade, which is funny because they suck. I really started I've always liked them growing up as a kid. College, when I started finding like illegal streams to watch games.
Mhm.
That was when, because I started watching them every week instead of just when they're on TV. And when I was growing up, they really did stink for a while. They were 5-11, 3 straight years under Dave Campo. Like they were a middling team, and then they would make the playoffs and lose all the time, in which they still do. But now they at least win a game and then they lose. So it was like 2007, and they were great that year. They were 13-3, and that was like when losses really started hurting. And it's I would say probably since 2011, it's just.
I think you could get into Formula One.
No.
Because McLaren is a lot like the Cowboys.
No.
They were really good and dominant in the 90s, and they've just sucked
Yeah, but so
ever
is
since.
Manchester
But they've
City
gotten
was
close.
or Manchester United, excuse me. They were really good. It's not
No,
that I
no.
want to root for a Cowboys equivalent, Nick. It's that I don't want to watch people.
Yeah,
try.
why
I'm
would
just
you
saying
want to?
you'd be used
He's
to
already
it.
got one Cowboys. Why does he
Yeah.
need two Cowboys?
Yeah, I don't want another one. I don't want another one.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like. It's not fun. I don't take pleasure in. My things are going to get kicked over and over in September and October and November and December and definitely January.
Well, I say it all the time about Washington. I
Definitely
hate my favorite
January.
football team.
Definitely January.
Yeah, that's when they'll lose in horrific fashion, and I'll be very sad.
Tony Romo's going to bobble the snap.
They'll make it. First of all, Nick, the regular season now goes well into January.
Nope.
Screw you, John. That's a hurtful moment. Man,
I
very
snuck
sad.
it in there.
Very sad. Jordan says Nebraska football 50, Atlanta Braves 20, Broncos 10, Nebraska baseball, basketball, Creighton basketball 5 each, Chicago Bulls and Red Wings 2.5 points each. Look at that. He gave a half point to somebody.
You got to divide it somehow.
Mm-hmm. All right. When we return, it will be a one beer Friday. This show is flying along. I imagine we'll have more responses that we can get to when we return. Also, Kevin Clark wrote about name, image, likeness, and why college football now is just an exaggerated version of what college football has always been. We unpack that story when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, we are still monitoring an accident with the left lane blocked at I-80 westbound and 60th Street with stop-and-go traffic from I-480. We're also seeing a couple other accidents in the metro, one with injuries at L Street and 30th Street, as well as another one with injuries at North 54th Street northbound at Northwest Radial Highway. We're also seeing some congested traffic in the metro area with stop-and-go traffic at I-80 eastbound between I-680 and 60th Street and stop-and-go traffic on L Street eastbound between 108th and 84th. We also have an accident on the right shoulder of 90th northbound and Maple Street that should be getting cleaned up here very soon. I hope all of you cool cats and kittens have a very safe drive home and an incredible weekend. I'm Terem Frodema.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
Backlund Plumbing is the most referred plumber in town, and that's because of our professional plumbers. If you'd like to join the Backlund Plumbing team, go to backlundplumbing.com.
Many business owners and entrepreneurs today are drowning in unsecured debt and just can't stop incurring more. Business Debtors Anonymous is a 12-step recovery program where you will receive support for doing business and living life without incurring new unsecured debt. Business Debtors Anonymous offers meetings every day where members support one another to help them stop incurring new unsecured debt. You're not alone. Visit helpfordebtors.org. That's helpfordebtors.org.
We've asked some water park experts at Funplex in Omaha what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
Commotion Ocean, the slides, the lazy river, splash, double trouble.
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the motion ocean. Next, double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Did you know that errors in hospitals are the third leading cause of death in the U.S.? That's a frightening statistic, but some hospitals are better at protecting their patients than others. That's why the nonprofit watchdog, the Leapfrog Group, created the hospital's safety grade, a letter grade that's assigned by experts twice a year to all general hospitals in the country. You can see how your local hospitals did for free and get tips on staying safe by visiting hospitalsafetygrade.org. That's hospitalsafetygrade.org.
Can I take your order?
Can I get a small chicken sandwich meal?
Sorry, we only sell jumbo meals. Same size for everyone.
Sometimes one size fits all isn't right for you. Same goes for your mobile plan. At Cox Mobile, get what you actually need and start saving with the right data plan. If your needs change, switch between plans at any time. Now that's something different.
Thanks. I think I'll go get something different.
Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Visit cox.com/mobile to learn more. Postpaid Cox internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Oh, a One Beer Friday has arrived. That was a good one.
Good pop.
And we're drinking Camp Shandy Shore Lemon from Toppling Goliath. I promised no IPAs.
And you got a shandy.
And you
I love
delivered.
shandy.
I wanted a summer beer.
My favorite beer to drink in the summer is a shandy.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome, boys. Drink up.
That's a nice shandy.
Oh, that's good.
It is
very
indeed.
tart.
From Iowa, the great state of Iowa.
Isn't that your neck of the woods?
It
Nick?
is.
Decorah.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so.
No, that's super northeast Iowa.
Wait, it's like 5.5 hours
Which
away.
Iowa are you from?
The
bad
West
kind.
Central.
Okay.
There's no bad. Well,
yes, there is.
Southwest Iowa's a long, but
yeah.
it's fine. We don't talk about Southwest Iowa.
All right.
Some responses. Steve says, "So you'd root for a Cowboys Super Bowl win over Nebraska National Championship?" John's right. You are an evil person. It's a bit mean. Corporate Dan.
Corporate Dan.
Look at that. He's already at home with his plants.
Must be nice, Corporate Dan.
He says it's an extra large one beer Friday. That Corona looks massive. It looks bigger than the plants.
Did you get a 40 or what?
Dan's Corona.
I don't know. It's at USC 1620, Nick. Al says, remember this one, guys? Happy One Beer Friday. And it's
That's a
Pliny
pint.
the Elder.
That's a pint of Corona.
Nice.
I didn't know they sold them in. They come in pints.
I mean, they come in
I'm
pints.
getting one.
El Scorcho is drinking a Stone Brewing Enjoy by 7423. It's like that's a IPA. Oh, IPA. Man, doesn't an IPA just sound delicious right now?
No, it never sounds delicious.
Wow, you guys are idiots.
IPA, just get rid of the I and the A.
Wow.
I
get it. Brent texts in his fandom points. Packers 40, Husker football 30, Creighton basketball 20, Cubs 10.
Packer football, eh?
Packer
I'm sorry.
football, Yeah, they've won a Super Bowl this century, but man, they've also had some horrific losses.
But they have maybe the new quarterback will do it.
Nope, definitely
maybe it'll
not.
be like a Aaron Rodgers situation when Aaron Rodgers started.
Put it on the list, the extended list.
The
Jordan
extended
Love,
list.
not a Hall of Famer.
No?
Oh.
No, they've had 2 Hall of Fame starting quarterbacks in a row, Nick. One of them is just a weirdo. The other one robs people. That guy's name is Brett Favre.
People forget about Brett Favre.
People do forget about him. People in Mississippi do not.
Nope, nobody forgot about Brett Favre.
Text from a friend of mine who's listening.
Yeah.
They said an IPA is never delicious.
Well, see, another 20-something-year-old? Nice take, 20-something-year-old.
Hey, I'm not a 20-something.
Yeah, well, your taste buds are. Just kidding.
Thank you, I guess.
We're enjoying these delicious beers, though. Let us know what you are drinking at USC 1620. We will retweet it on into the weekend. Another one I forgot to mention. Matt is enjoying a raspberry lime whip from what is this? Boulevard Quirk Hard Seltzer, SJM Modelo, and I already mentioned the one from Joe at Cross Train. So yeah, let us know what you are drinking as we go on into the weekend. We still have predictions coming up. We still have Unsportsmanlike content coming up.
Is this a new round of predictions?
This is no. We are still.
Oh, okay.
We are still.
I saw that the points weren't updated, so
No,
it was blank.
Because yeah, I should have gone and added them up. John is the purveyor of the predictions list, so I just.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I just wanted to see if I was.
He's the
gonna
owner
pass
of the
John.
spreadsheet.
He is.
I've been close to passing John the last couple of weeks. I'm going to do it.
We will continue.
I
this
won the last round.
Nick, we will continue
that
this
will
round. Oh,
trigger him heavily if you pass him in predictions.
yeah,
I'm a 2-time prediction champion. People forget.
We'll be back to.
I forgot.
This Nick will not end until football season. So we are in.
Forgot how long.
As we call it, it is the longest take. It is the weakness takes, the longest leg. And get ready, friends. I struggled today because normally when John and I, we do this together. So I sent him some stuff and he had some stuff. I'm like, what the hell sports am I going to add? And that's why we have an ultra marathon in today's predictions. We'll do that next segment and also have some unsportsmanlike content. We've been teasing this story, though, throughout the program today from Kevin Clark. It came out a couple days ago on The Ringer. Nothing, not even Congress, is stopping the NIL era. There is a bunch of things that I want to unpack from this story, John. I sent it to you this morning. You've had a chance to read it.
I did.
Let's go broad first. What was your takeaway from this story from Kevin Clark? He's written about NIL now quite a few times, even though his day job, if you will, he covers the NFL, but he is a huge Miami Hurricanes football fan. And so he ends up writing and talking about college football a lot for The Ringer.
I think the title of the article is a bit misleading based on where the article actually goes, right? You expect it to be like, here are the reasons why Congress will never step in and they'll never the thing I took away from the article was that nothing has really changed. Like, this is college football as college football's always been.
Yep.
It's just got a different skin on it. That's all it is.
He writes early in the story, college football now is just an exaggerated version of what college football has always been.
It's like you got a cell phone with a case on it. It's still the same cell phone, and now we've taken the case off.
Yeah. Let me read a couple things from this. He says, the hand-wringing over NIL has always been strange to me. And remember, it's
been strange to me too. I agree with that.
Yeah. He is he covers the NFL, but he's a college sports fan. He writes, there is a system in place in which players get paid and the schools don't have to do much of anything about it. It has made coaches' lives worse, but they are paid handsomely to problem solve. If NFL players suddenly got their salaries crowdfunded, would Terry Pagala lobby to change it because it gave Sean McDermott more sleepless nights? Would Bayern Munich storm the European Union if its most devoted and wealthiest fans paid Kylian Mbappe's transfer fee? They'd probably smile, nod, and keep giving each other raises. And again, I like that was a fun, interesting way to view things early in the story. And like Bishop and I have talked about it plenty. The nature of college sports and how this kind of happens where like it doesn't in professional sports. It's like curious to me because as we have now been dividing our fandom points throughout the show today, we just read a text from a listener, Brent. Packers are number one. Yet Brent, he would never be like, I'm going to chip in $100 for Aaron Rodgers' salary. At least I don't think he would, because it's not a part.
But he's a Packers fan, so he'd probably chip in $250 for a share of the Packers.
Yeah, for a piece of paper. But like,
cool paper though.
No, it's not.
I would never be like, Dallas is re-signing Dak Prescott or Micah Parsons.
I need to make a donation.
I want to help out. No, and part of that, of course, is that the NFL has always been one way, college football has always been the other way. But the transactional nature of college sports, in that we want to donate because we think it will be good or it will help the program, it doesn't exist in the NFL. If you have a seat license in the NFL, which is essentially what a donation is in college football, right? You do that because you want the seat, not because of this idea of helping out the program.
You're propping up the team.
Yeah, and so like that part is really, really weird to me in this situation, and that's why he laid out that situation right there with Mbappe's transfer fee or something else in professional sports.
One of the things that stuck out to me, and he sort of makes this point, but if you think back to when the NBA and college basketball agreed that, okay, we're going to have to, like, you can't go straight to the NBA from high school anymore. You have to either go and play overseas or you've got to go to college for 1 year. When we started doing that, there was all this big hand-wringing and consternation about, oh, we don't have any good players in college basketball anymore. They don't stay. They don't get their education. What happens if they get hurt? They don't have any education to fall back on.
Yeah.
And like everybody was so concerned about that, right? It was circumventing the spirit of college athletics, right? You're supposed to go and get an education and play sports while you're in school.
It's student first.
Yeah. So now we have an actual incentive for players to stay in school longer because some of them are going to get paid more to play their college game than they do at the professional level.
Along those lines, he brings up this quote from the Arkansas athletic director. And I don't know if we've talked about this on the show because it's just it's happened as we're just moving really fast around here lately. This was the Arkansas athletic director. Yeah. Young men and women are making decisions not to go to Major League Baseball or the WNBA or the NBA because they can make more money in college. Does that make any sense? That you can make more money by staying in college than you can by going and being a professional athlete? And then Clark adds, again, I'll admit to missing the point here. That quote is, when you think about it,
it is totally ass backwards from everything we know.
So, especially with what you just said about men's college basketball, because I'll be honest, my interest in the sport has waned in recent years because it does seem like the best players in that sport are divided, or let's say of that age, are divided amongst a lot of different things. Some of it's the one and done nature of college hoops, which doesn't seem like that's going away anytime soon. Some of it is that these players are now going to like G League first, or they're going overseas. And so the best players that are 18 or 19 are not always in college basketball, and they're certainly not staying there as long as they used to in the 80s. But this can fix that. And he brings up a couple players, in particular, he brings up a Kentucky basketball player. You could look at college football, and you could probably find numerous examples as well. This is fixing, in theory, the problem of guys going pro maybe a little too early. They were sitting on the bench for years.
10 years ago, that they were moaning that nobody stayed in school long enough, and now they're staying in school too long. What is it?
Let me bring up a Creighton basketball team from a few years ago. Justin Patton, remember him on the
I remember Justin Patton.
2016-2017 Creighton Blue Jay basketball team. If Patton is playing in an NIL world, and remember, he was someone who he blew up very fast at the end of high school. He redshirts at Creighton, which, to be a draft pick in the NBA,
you don't redshirt.
No, you go right into the pros. His freshman year, his lone year at Creighton, his redshirt freshman year, he was an athletic freak. He was a force, and we saw that. We have not really seen any of him at the professional level. He is bounced up and down between the levels. Wouldn't he have been the poster player for staying in college,
make some money,
making some extra money, and
get an education,
and perhaps developing skills that would have helped him out, rather than, because John, he would have had on-court opportunities and he would have gotten to play instead of sitting on a bench for years and years and years, which is what
and making a financial decision
He would have gotten paid for it.
Right.
Yeah.
That may not be in his actual best interest over the long term. Right. This is what we're talking about. Like when players leave school early, sometimes they're making a financial decision that is good for them now and may set them up for the future. You don't know. It may be all they ever need.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened with like Kevin Durant or Kevin Garnett, where he decided to go to the NBA. Part of it was because he didn't know if he had the grades to get in. Like it was I think he was waiting on a test.
Yep.
And he decided like this is going to set my family up forever if I do this, and I'm going to make and it weighed on him. It wasn't like a see you later. I can't wait to go. It weighed on him because he didn't know if he was going to get into school, and he wanted to help out his family financially.
So
he did.
It's insane hypocrisy. It's not at all surprising, right?
No, of course
given
not.
the nature of what we know about college sports and administrators and the NCAA itself, it's not surprising. It's still a bit galling, though. Like it still is enough to make you upset that the argument changes based on whatever they think is going to benefit them the most, the administrators I'm talking about, right? Like I said, at first, kids weren't staying in school long enough. Well, we can't get them to stay longer than 1 year.
Yeah.
And now
they're staying too long.
Now this guy's going to come back for his senior season. Well, why didn't he go to the NBA?
Yeah.
Why couldn't he leave?
And a couple other things too. So let me read Kevin Clark again before I opine. He says, Joe Klatt recently said that NIL has launched a golden era of college football and that other sports would kill for these types of champagne problems. NIL, he said, creates deeper rosters, a deeper sport, and great TV ratings at the top. And he's right. Other sports are bleeding viewers and interest, but only college football, the clear number 2 sport in the country, is lobbying Congress to overhaul something that's thriving. And this kind of comes down to, or this brings us to the discussion of like what we want as fans, what's good for the sport, and kind of how to marry those things, right? Like, there's been so much discourse in the last handful of years about the Moneyball, nature of Major League Baseball and how it's affected baseball and wanting to win games. If you're a manager or a player, how much should you care about being interesting or being entertaining when your goal is to win versus like you do want the sport to be entertaining and you do want it to make money. Meanwhile, college football has taken over every other sport. It is more popular than the NBA. It is more popular than Major League Baseball. And the viewership numbers show that time after time, weekend after weekend, throughout September, October, November, and even into January and the championships. And yet they're looking at these problems because they have lost control. I don't think you and I are going to be obtuse and be like, nah, what are you talking about? Their jobs are harder. I'm not going to say that Nick Saban's job or Matt Rule's job, for that matter, is easier. If anything, I would say that it's gotten exponentially more difficult over the last few years. Yet the sport in general seems to be thriving. For all the hand-wringing that we do in the offseason, you know what happens when September rolls around, John, or October rolls around, or November when Michigan plays Ohio State? What do you do? What do I do? We're not calling soccer. We're sitting on our butt watching college football. And so it's funny. It's like there's more viewership, there's more interest, and yet they're frustrated with things.
I understand your point. I just wanted to say I don't know if I totally agree that it makes their jobs harder.
It definitely does. Having to deal with the constant roster churn at this moment in time, and
but
this
is that more to do with NIL or is it more to do with the transfer portal?
It's both of them happening at the same time.
Okay. So I think it actually, in a way, makes their job more clear because they can go to their collective and say, hey, here's a kid we like. Can you do anything for him? Put together a package for him on what you can offer him from an NIL perspective and present it to him. They don't have to worry about, well, what's going to happen under the table with the boosters and how are we going to get this kid to, we know that school X is going to make him a pretty strong offer under the table. Like, what are we going to do to combat that? It's very out in the open and very clear now. You say, we want this kid. What can you do from an NIL perspective? What package can we offer?
What if I use the word, it makes their job different then? Because that's what it's done.
Yes,
right?
It does make their job.
It's changed
it's
their
a
job.
Different job now because you do have to. It's different. I don't think it's more. I don't think it's more.
See, I
think it's actually not even more difficult.
See, I do. I mean, if you are, and part of this could be too, like, well, if you're not willing to change, then that's on you. But I do think the job has changed exponentially in the last 5 years.
Yes, it's changed.
And I would say it's gotten a little, the roster management of it all. I think that's gotten more difficult.
And I think that's more to do with the transfer portal than it is NIL.
Yeah, but it's both at the same time, right? Like if you can transfer and you can do that because people are offering you money, but look, it's a lot of things that have changed in a very short amount of time.
Sure.
And yet the sport's still wildly popular.
But if you have the open transfer portal rules and no NIL, there's still going to be significant movement of players looking to upgrade their situation so that they can look better, play against better competition, and get a better draft prospect, right?
Mm-hmm.
That happens even without NIL in the picture.
Yeah.
NIL just adds another layer to it. But I think, so you and John talk about this all the time. Let's not pretend like players weren't getting paid, weren't getting perks before.
Exactly.
Right? So the coaches absolutely knew that was happening, and in many cases were instrumental in that happening.
At the very least, they were turning a blind eye and just, not wanting to be involved. But yeah.
Now they can do it all above board. They don't have to worry about covering their tracks and going through proxies and making auxiliary meetings with this guy to tell him to tell another person to tell the bag man to make the drop. Like, it's all out in the open, man. It's all very simple. It's a transaction now that is legal and allowed.
Yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying, that the job is different, and it seems like on its face that they have more responsibilities, and that may be true. But I think in a way it's also easier and less stressful to some degree.
One more quote before we get to predictions. And Brent, we were sorry we couldn't get to your phone call. Kevin Clark writes, and this is an argument that I've been making for a while. I just don't think anything's going to change, at least where they want it to, and that's with the politicians. Clark writes, I'd also argue that because of this, the NCAA faces an uphill battle. All politics is local, and this new third rail would harm a state's college football program. Why exactly would a politician from Texas want to put guardrails on a system that seems to give the state's two biggest schools an edge? Why would anyone in New Hampshire care at all? And I thought that was a succinct way to describe, like, Congress, help us out. First of all, we see Congress and how often they're fighting and what they do and do not agree on. And it's a whole lot. I just don't feel like this is the thing that they're going to come together on all together and say, all right, we're going to fix college sports. We're going to fix these things.
Look,
maybe I'm wrong, though.
Here's the thing we know about Congress is, for the most part, they're windsocks. They blow in the direction that the wind is traveling, right?
Wind socks. I've never heard this phrase before.
They're windsocks. They point the direction.
Do you know what a windsock is?
Yeah.
They point in the direction that the wind is blowing, man.
Why not a wind shirt?
Because it looks more like a sock.
It's called a windsock. That's why.
Thank you.
If the largest donors to their political campaigns, and it doesn't matter what party they're in, are telling them, like, hey, you need to get on this NIL thing, and we got people that are being harmed because of this, and it's not fair, and your campaign is going to suffer if we don't see any action on this. If that starts happening, they'll move on it. If nobody cares and none of their big political donors are worried about it, if they're not worried about that, then they're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
This is the state of American politics, man. Follow the money.
All right, when we return, predictions, including the Gold Cup, including the Western States 100-mile race, which starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Hey, you settle down over there. And no Formula One, Nick.
Sad.
Yeah, it is. I was going to put it in there, but there's not an event this weekend.
They were just in Canada.
It's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking. Mike writes on YouTube, Happy Friday, y'all.
Happy Friday, Mike.
Mike, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Facebook, Mike.
All righty. We will come back, do predictions on the other side. Here's 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Here's what you need to know. You can make fun of us all you want, but we have a certain mindset that of the 1.9 million people that live in this state and that support their respective schools, we love our sports here and we support our sports and we go to events. And it doesn't matter, again, if you're winning or losing, it seems, we will go and support it. That's what we do here. We like sports.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy this evening, a few spotty showers or thunder showers, mainly west. Temperatures in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy tonight with strong storms possible late after 4 a.m. Low around 67. Chance of storms before 9 a.m. Saturday. Otherwise, partly cloudy and a high of 90. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ramby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center. We are still monitoring an accident with injuries at L Street approaching 30th Street, but the accident has cleared from I-80 westbound and 60th Street, but there still is stop-and-go traffic from I-480. There still is some stop-and-go traffic at I-80 eastbound between I-680 and 60th Street. The accident has also cleared from North 54th Street northbound at the Northwest Radial Highway, so things should be picking back up to normal speed during this rush hour period. It's Friday. That means the work week is over. Look back on everything that you accomplished and be proud of it. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I'm Taryn Frodema.
Time-saving traffic is brought to you by Ultimate Bullfighters.
Ultimate Bullfighters are at Sarpy County Fairgrounds this Saturday night, powered by Oxford Construction, Midwest Poured Walls, and Cornhusker International Trucks. Tickets are $20 in advance on Ticket Source or $25 at the gate. After-party performance with Cooper James.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUMP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUMP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUMP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
He must have been high, like really high.
The 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
All right, it is time for predictions. And I realized I didn't send this to John Schreiner.
But he needs it.
I know. He mainly needs it for
John Schreiner.
He needs it mainly because there are links to a couple of things. So, John, I'm sending it to you
I'm
right now.
Opening my email.
All right, I have the standings, Nick, because you were saying we don't have the standings. We do have the standings. John has 109 wins.
Okay.
Nick has 101 wins.
Damn it, I'm so close.
I have 95 wins. Not doing very well.
Loser.
But it'll be football season soon, and I will wipe the floor with you two.
Until I do.
With you two yahoos. Not as many things this week because it's that time of year with not as many things. We begin, though, with Major League Baseball.
Want me to start sending you odds for the DGPGA?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, yes, we need things, so I don't hate the idea.
Okay.
I don't hate the idea. We begin with the Royals at the Rays. We are picking the series. By the way,
So do mine count for other John?
no, he gave.
Because my name is John.
I do
Maybe
have his
we
pick.
should do that.
Well, that would be very funny. Let's just go with whoever loses. That's what John Bishop picked.
Okay.
Pick the series. Now, this is a 4-game series. The Royals are up 1-0 so far in this one. Bishop has gone with the Rays sweeping the rest of the series. He likes them to win tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. John Schreiner, what do you like?
I don't know. I think the Royals might have something working.
Oh, hello.
I'm going Royals.
Royals to win the series?
Yeah.
Hello. 3-1 or sweep?
Sweet. 3-1.
Okay.
3-1.
I'm going to go 2-2. The Royals will win one more game, but the Rays win a couple as well.
Rays 3-1. There's
Rays.
no way the Royals are pulling that out again.
All right. So Nick and John on the same wavelength. The second series we'll be going with the Angels at Nick's Rockies.
Hey.
Nick?
The Rockies are currently on their longest losing streak of their entire season.
So it continues.
Yep. Give me the Angels 2-1.
That is what John went with as well. Bishop, that is. John Schreiner, what are you going with?
Angels 3-0.
I am also an Angels.
Don't sweep.
Sweep.
They have to get one.
The sweep boys.
Trout and Ohtani.
Tough.
Yeah, but Bard and Blackman.
No.
Wow, look at you naming baseball players, Nick. I'm proud of you. The
Come a long
Braves.
way.
The Braves are at the Reds. Excuse me. Now this is an interesting one because the Reds are currently on an 11-game winning streak.
Nobody beats
saw
the Reds
that coming.
I don't know what words you guys just said, but it started by saying nobody. So it seemed like you guys agreed on something.
Nobody beats the Reds.
Nobody saw that coming.
Nobody saw that coming. Nobody beats the Reds.
They destroyed the Rockies.
The Braves, meanwhile, have won 8 in a row, and they're 8-2 in their last 10. They're at the top
Also
of their
destroyed the
division. The Reds are at the top of their division. The question is this: how long will the Reds' winning streak last? I say it lasts until tomorrow. They lose tomorrow night. John Bishop says that it ends tonight. John Schreiner?
Yeah, I think they'll win one more.
Okay.
They'll get one.
Give me 2. Give me 2
So
more.
you say it ends on Sunday.
I think it ends on Sunday.
All right. Awesome. I like it that we're basically all disagreeing on this one. The USFL.
Why the USFL?
What? Nick, it's
Who's
June.
watching this?
It's June.
Are we even going to know what the score is?
Yes,
Is
we'll
anyone
look-
going to know?
We'll look it up.
The USFL gets -3 fan points from you.
Oh, wow. -3.
Wow.
You just gained back fan points. That's
Yeah.
kind of cheating there, John. The Panthers are +3 at the Maulers. Dude, this is a huge rivalry.
Is
Nick.
it?
Is it?
I
Oh.
don't know. Maybe.
Are they allowed to call themselves the Panthers if they're a football team?
Yeah, they're the Michigan Panthers, right?
I don't know. Nick, there's like 100 Tigers.
That's
You're allowed to.
fair.
There can be stolen valor in nicknames. There is. It's all over the place. John went with the Maulers -3. Look, you can't give the Panthers 3 points. +3. Give me the Panthers.
I like Star Wars. Give me the Maulers.
All right. Have
Push.
you watched Push? That's what I like to hear. Have you watched Andor yet, Nick?
Not yet.
Jerk.
Still on the list?
It is the Western States 100. It is our country's finest ultra marathon. It's out in California. It starts tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Pacific time. It's 100 miles
What's
of
that
running.
in Mountain Time?
That is 6 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah. You weirdo. This is the question. It's not pick who's going to win because that would have been mean, right? It would have been mean to
Yeah.
do. So instead, I asked, will Omaha's own Casey Lichtig finish inside the top 5? She last won the event in 2016. She came back from a major injury a year ago. Nick, will she finish in the top 5?
Casey, I'm sure you're very nice. No,
Wow.
I don't think so.
Wow.
I think you'll get very close. I think you're going to kick ass.
She responded to a message of mine, and she'll be on my podcast at some point.
Casey, I hope you prove me wrong.
I hope so, too. I'm saying hell yeah. John?
I don't know if Casey will finish in the top 5, but I do know all of the competitors will lose because they have to run 100 miles.
Dude, this sounds like the dream.
It's a lot of miles to run.
Man, that sounds amazing.
Then you go do it.
Well, you have to qualify.
Run,
Or
boy.
get in a lottery. I haven't run an ultra yet, Nick. That's for down the road.
Is Boston not an ultra?
No, that's just a regular marathon.
Jeez.
Ultra is anything above 26.2 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know a quarter. I'm
kind-
answering questions.
Kind of a dumb naming
How
convention.
long does 100 miles take you to run? Like 24 hours?
Well, I mean, like the winner will probably run it like 13 or 14 hours.
That is too much.
They're beasts.
That's a lot of hours.
It's a lot of hours. John, I'm not going to read John's answer because I can't read some of it, but he says, sure, I guess. So John and I are in agreement. John, you never said, you just said they're losers.
Everyone loses because they have to run 100 miles.
You guys are disgusting. It is the Ally 400. NASCAR with a race titled Ally? How are the fans handling this news, Nick?
Praise hell, praise Dale.
Man, they're probably triggered right now. They're going to be flying those Confederate.
Well, I think it's Ally Insurance, so I think it's.
Oh,
I don't think they're
so they're okay with
triggered.
it?
Yeah, they like
Okay,
insurance.
I just figured Pride Month and all.
Yeah.
I'll be at the Union Omaha Pride match tomorrow. That'll be fun. This is the Ally 400. Let's see. John went. Boring. Kyle Larson, Marty Trucks, and Denny Hamlin.
He picked the top 3.
He picked the top 3. Who is he? Me? That's exactly what I was going to do. So I'll go with the top 2, and then we'll throw in, who did I add in? Briscoe. Marlon Briscoe.
Oh.
His name is Chase Briscoe. Who's Marlon Briscoe? Oh, he's a football player. Duh.
Yeah, obvious. I knew that.
All right. Nick, who you picking?
Kyle Busch, Marty Truex, and Chase Elliott.
Okay.
I choose.
You said Kyle Busch, right?
Yes.
I'm only gonna pick 2.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate it, I guess.
Dale Jarrett and Jeff Gordon.
That's not 2003, John.
All right, John, you know what? I like the cut of your jib on this one because when we do UFC garbage,
hilarious.
I don't pick anybody. I will not pick
John,
anybody.
that was really funny, and I need you to know that. That's my era of NASCAR. That's what I grew up around. I know that.
All right, back to predictions and not celebrating Nick's era of NASCAR, if you will.
Those were good years of NASCAR.
The CONCACAF Gold
I'm
Cup.
in on this.
What?
You are.
I'm in.
Nick,
CONCACAF?
This is America.
Is that an acronym?
This is
Yes,
it
it
is
is.
actually an acronym, yeah. What is it an acronym for?
It's too big for
It's
an
the
acronym.
Confederation. It's like it's not a true acronym because they borrow like 3 letters from one word and 2 letters from another word and then single letters from other words. It's very
Do I have
weird.
to Google this?
That's another thing. I think there is a name for that.
CONCACAF stands for the Confederation of North, Central America, and Caribbean Association Football.
See, it's very weird.
That's an abbreviation.
That's an abbreviation. They could have just used the C instead of the CON.
Drop the con. It's cleaner that way.
Drop the con.
Drop the Confederacy.
There's no pros in the con.
It's cleaner that way. Either way, the United States men's national team, Nick Grimm, they're playing Jamaica. Who do you like?
I like Jamaica.
What? Christmas.
Yeah.
How bad of a take is that?
It's an awful take.
It's a
The United
stupid
States
take.
is going to win 3-0.
Boom.
Okay.
John writes America. I write USMNT. Either way.
Wow. Interesting that you all picked America, not Jamaica.
Yeah. America first.
Oh.
Versus Jamaica, Nick.
Make America win CONCACAF again.
Oh, is this the final? Not yet.
No, this is
Not-
the start. This is the first
Nick,
round.
This is the first round, you idiot. Don't ask that question.
My bad.
We go to golf, which we have had on our television here throughout the day. The Travelers Championship.
Where are they traveling?
Oh my gosh. You know, Nick, about Travelers checks. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I'm 26.
That's right. You have not seen nor heard about this.
What's a check?
Great question. You know, when I first started living in a house where I had to pay rent,
And you had to write
pay-
a check.
Yeah, we had to deliver it to the place.
I
Ridiculous.
preferred that. I paid my rent for most of my time living in my apartment with a check.
I like doing it on the internet where I don't have to drive anywhere.
And then they standardized it. We're like, you have to only pay online now.
Nick, now
I
you don't have to-
prefer doing it with a check.
Why?
Because I could hand it to them. I could get a photocopy. So if they try to pull anything, I could be like, not, you took the money.
All right. You're a weirdo. Let's go back to the Travelers Championship and not Nick writing checks like an old. Pick 3 to win the Travelers Championship. By the way, I will give you an updated look at the leaderboard for this amazing tournament. Bradley, McCarthy, and Reevy are leading the way. 15 under, 15 under, and 13 under. Rory McIlroy not too far behind. Well, I mean, he's a little far behind.
He's
Where-
T10.
Where is he?
He's-
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
there's a
he's
lot
7
of-
strokes off the lead.
Yeah, why? Yeah, I shouldn't have written him down as one of my picks. Either way, I got Bradley, Reevy, and McIlroy.
Yeah, I think I don't trust Danny McCarthy. I think Keegan Bradley will get in there.
Okay.
I like Adam Scott, who's off the pace a little bit, but
Oh,
I think he's
okay.
going to climb.
All right.
And then there's a guy in the top 5 right now named Eric Cole. I don't know anything about him,
But you like the name?
but I like the name.
John is going with Denny Al McCarthy. I don't get that reference. Patrick Can't Get Laid.
What?
And Rory Two-Face McIlroy. Two-Face was one word, though.
Where is Patrick
Sean
Cantlay
is
right
so
now?
Yeah, where is
old.
Patrick Cantlay?
Patrick Cantlay is 8 strokes off the lead.
That's funny. He picked that one. He sent this very early. Patrick Can't Get Laid is legitimately funny, though. And that's what I'm going to refer to him as moving forward. Nick, who do you like?
Oh, I missed John.
You've been with him every day for a week.
Yeah, but John in the booth isn't the same as John in the studio.
He did seem happy both times I saw him.
That's
this
what I'm
week.
saying.
Well, he's too happy.
He's too happy.
John, get on your soapbox.
Bradley, Reevy, and Scheffler. Don't call me Scheffler.
Scheffler. All right.
Xander Schauffele.
That's not a bad pick, Nick. Scheffler has finished inside the top 12 for.
Is it? Or
Wait, are you going
Scheffler
Schauffele?
or Schauffele?
Scheffler. Scotty
Scheffler.
Where is he at, Nick?
I don't think
he's under
close.
Rory.
No, yep, there he is, all
Yeah,
the way down to
he's
7
also
under.
at 7
All right,
under.
he already said it. We already typed it. Let's move on to the Men's College World Series. Last 2 picks. The highest scoring team in the championship series Will they score over or under 6.5 runs?
Over 3 games?
No. I really hope John knows that this meant 1 game. Either way.
In any game, will the winning team score?
Will either team score 6.5 runs? We have not seen anyone get over 6.5 runs. John says over. I'm wondering if he thinks that it was the whole series. Oh, well, I say under.
I say under.
Under.
All right. John's going to be really pissed when I explain this to him. And finally, who wins the series and in how many games? John Schreiner, you are our guest. You do the honors.
LSU in 3.
Nick?
Florida in 2.
Florida 2-0. John back in studio on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
John and I agree. With John, it's going 3 games. He likes Florida. I like LSU. Schaefer and I will be at the ballpark on Monday. That is what we think. All right, when we return, it is time for some unsportsmanlike content as we continue the wind down into the weekend. Coming up today in content, yards. Did you just turn off my mic?
Accidentally, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, Nick. Yard sales, extra seats at softball stadiums, and Nick Grimm's Twitter thread.
Hey, did you hear there were snacks at the Adrian Martinez?
Save that for next segment when Nick turns our microphones
Garage sale?
back on. Disgusting.
That was
Yeah.
for the bit.
Oh,
I didn't even turn mine on that time.
I got it. Oh, were you trying to turn yourself on a second ago?
Phrasing.
All right. Content's next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hi again, everybody. Kent Pavelka courtside, getting ready for hail season with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. When hailstones fall, be sure to make the right call. Just one call to the experts at John Higgins Weather Guard to work directly with your insurance provider. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau for the highest level of customer service. There are so many reasons, so many fans have used the winning team for their roof at John Higgins Weather Guard. Remember, when hailstorms fall, make the right call. The rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
We've asked some water park experts at Funplex in Omaha what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
The Motion Ocean, the slides, the lazy river, double trouble.
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the Motion Ocean. Next, double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Twisted Thunder Fireworks is going to save you big money. You'll find the best variety and the lowest prices in the entire state of Nebraska. Don't believe us? See page after page of products and pricing online at twistedthunder.com, where you can watch everything before you buy and choose local pickups so it's ready to go for you at the tent. Go to twistedthunder.com to check out all of our locations in Nebraska and the newest location in Council Bluffs. That's twistedthunder.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. But still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There's a right way and a wrong way to fight off mosquitoes. Karate chopping the air, in a public place, in front of your kids and their friends, Mom, is the wrong way. Using Stem mosquito repellent is the right way. Stem effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
And you know what? Nope.
The content thing moved.
We don't have the content?
It's not on the wall right now.
Here, white. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike content.
That's embarrassing. I don't know what happened there. It just
Well, hopefully
disappeared.
Nick, do you not? Oh my goodness. Can you play a bump at least so we can have a little music while we're waiting right now? There we go. All right. Nick's gonna look for the content. It's just not there. All right.
Neil deleted it.
It's not. Should be right there. It's not right there.
Oh, because did you move something over it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Neil did probably delete it. Welcome back, Josh Peterson, John Schreiner with you. I think you typed it wrong, Nick.
Why is it?
Oh my goodness, man! This is quite the struggle bus. Nick, it's not just write content. He wrote USC content as one word. Oh, I didn't realize
That's because that's what it's named.
Oh, that's weird. All right. Well, you had 2 C's in there. I think that was the issue. All right, let's get to some content.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Nick's been so in the brain of baseball games that he forgot about content.
It's been a week. Hello.
So turn down E, Nick.
You bunted that one foul, Nick.
Nice. That's the baseball thing. I understand that reference.
It was
now.
caught. It was. I mean, that was barely a bunt attempt.
Earlier today, Adrian Martinez had a yard sale in Papillion. He was selling tons of Husker gear for $20 and under. By 9:41 a.m., less than 2 hours after it opened, it was all sold out. Do you wish you could have made it?
So they had. What did you say that they had, John?
I heard that the snacks were really good. They were serving turnovers.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Jeez, John, that's rude and hurtful. When I saw
it's also an impractical snack.
What are these? Can't you just give me something in a little?
Give me some pretzels.
More of a finger food at 9:41
But I heard they
a.m.?
only served them in the last 5 minutes, though.
Oh, jeez. This sounds like hell. I don't want to go to garage sales regardless. I don't want to wait in line for a garage sale. Also, it is so Nebraska football to sell out in under 2 hours and like the pictures of these lines of fans.
No, I'm not going.
Absolutely not.
Nebraska softball posted this morning that the ticket demand for games next season is now at over 3,000 fans. How many seats do you think they'll bring in?
I don't know that the stadium holds 3,000 fans.
It does not hold anywhere close to that number.
So it certainly seems like we're going to sell out every home game.
I think they're going to add seats. I think they're going to do, they're not going to like update the stadium or something like that. They're going to have seats that they can bring in and bring out. But we will definitely.
Can they put a berm somewhere?
Build a mountain?
Yeah.
Or a hill?
Just put a hill.
I don't hate that idea. We're going to see a lot of fans at these games, though. A lot of fans.
A lot of fans?
A lot of fans.
Many fans?
Big shoes, Nick.
Big shoes.
Big shoes.
Speaking of stadiums, Kansas has big plans.
Big plans.
Big shoes. To turn the area around its football stadium into a hub for conventions and tourism. But doing so would drop Memorial Stadium to under 40,000 seats, making it the smallest stadium in the conference. Good idea?
I don't hate this idea. I mean, we're seeing, John, a lot of like the modern stadiums that are either built completely from scratch or being updated. Like this is the type of stuff that they're doing. Northwestern football, they want to do something similar with their stadium. And like, look, this is a football program that does not have the support to fill up a 47 or 8, whatever it is, 1,000-seat stadium. Honestly, most years they wouldn't even fill up a 40,000 seat stadium. But if you give the incentive to come down, maybe you get a few hangers on that stop by. So I like this idea. It'll be interesting to see if it's approved.
Look, supply and demand, right? Like if there are fewer seats and your stadium is fuller, it looks better on TV. It gives off a better image. And, if your ticket's a little bit in demand, that's a good thing, right?
Couldn't agree more.
I think it's a good idea.
As we all three of us discussed on yesterday's Grum.
Yep.
Yeah, I was here.
Legalized sports gambling began in Nebraska this week. That said, you can't bet on Nebraska home games or win totals. There's also no betting option at this stage.
Online betting
option at this stage. Will this work well in Nebraska?
What's your definition of well, I guess?
Will it make enough
thing
money
that water goes into?
to be worthwhile?
people will do it. I think people will take advantage of it just because it's a thing that you can do now. There will be people that will go to the casino and bet on sports. I think until they come down off the high horse and allow the in-app betting, it's never going to be as big as it is in other places.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I still feel like they are purposely doing this so it doesn't bring in as much money, and then they can say, well, I thought people really wanted to bet, and yet it's not bringing in as much money as we were told it was going to. Like, I think that this will be a thing to do, a destination thing. There will be parties, there will be watch parties, there will be all those
It'll
sorts
be a
of
big
things.
thing like during the NCAA
Big
tournament.
Yeah, for sure, but it will not be as big as it should be or could be. I've been wow.
Oh my God.
Good
I am
Lord,
so sorry. We'll get
Nick.
back on track. We'll get back on track.
Just turn it up now. We can listen to them saying content. I've been over the river to watch the Super Bowl at a casino twice, 2 or 3 times. I've been there for other college football games. It's awesome.
Yeah, when sports betting first opened in Iowa, like me and a buddy went over and sat in the sports book and like bet on a couple of games.
Yeah,
and just
it's
like
fun.
just to do it.
Yeah,
like because we'd never done it before.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it will work to the best degree that it can, which is well short of what it could do.
Jordan Poole is off the Warriors, and Draymond Green might soon follow. Not to mention, Chris Paul is now on the roster. How do you handicap their chances going into next season? Is this the basketball?
It is a basketball question, Nick. Good job. I mean, right now it's hard to think that the Nuggets shouldn't be the prohibitive favorite again, given what they just did. They ripped through the league in the regular season. People doubted them going to the playoffs. They ripped through the playoffs. They won the NBA championship. They lost 4 games total in April, May, and June when the postseason began. I don't know exactly what a move like this is going to do on like a night in, night out basis. From all reports, or I guess maybe all theories, it seems like Chris Paul will probably be a guy who comes off the bench. Him and the Warriors don't like each other. Him and Steph Curry don't like each other. He brings a veteran leadership presence to them, but I don't know if this is the move that's going to put him over the top. I think what is interesting to me though, John, is moving on from Jordan Poole, given how this season began with the punch with Draymond. I think it says a lot about those two players. And like Draymond has been there for all the titles. Poole was only there for one of them. But it seemed like they were really ready to move on from Jordan Poole. I think that says a whole hell of a lot.
it's felt like over the last couple of seasons that the window is closing
on
the Steph and Draymond era. Like the championship window for those guys is inching down towards almost closed. So adding Chris Paul, who's like sort of beyond, he's like well beyond his prime now.
Oh yeah.
Oft injured, can't make it through an entire postseason ever. It doesn't really register on the meter for me as far as like making an impact for that team.
Yeah.
Many people on many sides are complimenting my thread on Twitter, keeping track of the Oregon players' songs at the College World Series. Would you two also like to do the same?
I would like to commend you for this idea, Nick. It was it was a master stroke. It was genius on your part.
Thank you.
And I have enjoyed following along with your assertions of what the songs are.
I agree with everything you've said.
Here's where I want to give you credit, Nick. So the first tweet was a week ago today at 11:57 a.m. You had probably been at the stadium for an hour.
Mhm.
What was it that decided to make you tweet about this?
I
Was he
think-
playing a specific song and you were like, wow, this is different?
So the first song that I mentioned, I think it was Friday I'm in Love by The Cure, right?
Yes.
The first one I mentioned, that was already a few songs deep. I'm sitting in the radio booth and I'm like, I don't remember hearing this, like the songs that he's played, I don't remember hearing them on an organ, just like in a baseball setting. It seems very traditional baseball music.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that it was a new organ player, so I'm like, it just could be a fun game for me just to keep track of everything that he plays.
It is also a flex by you.
I do know a lot of music.
This is a
All right, don't compliment him too much.
No, John Bishop did help me a lot too, because there were some where I knew the song but I couldn't remember the name of it.
Mhm.
Like
this is also
you need a Shazam.
This is also a Nick flex. It is. It's like, look at all the songs I know. I can hear them on an organ and recognize them.
That's pretty cool, Nick.
The organ player was really good.
Good job by you, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you for stroking my ego.
Now get back to playing opens and not, playing drops.
It's not the same.
Okay.
The CWS is almost done. Football season will be here before you know it. How will you two enjoy your summer? You got any plans?
Oh, man. So I finished a book last week that was tremendous.
Oh, which problematic person was this book about?
Nick, no. This was The Corrections. I talked about it before the series started, by Jonathan Franzen. Great novel. Enjoyed it immensely. I'm going to read another book by him at some point this summer. Right now, though, I'm reading books that I can't mention because I'd have to give you a quarter. I have a great July on tap reading-wise. I'll be doing events related to the quarters, and I'm getting married. So I got bachelor parties to go to.
You do have plans then.
Dude, it's going to be July.
Mr. Marriage over here.
July is going to be, that's what they call me. This is number 2. July is insane. I don't want to I do want to get through it because August is when we're getting married, and that's going to be awesome. But man, it's just going to be so busy. So I'm going to treasure weekends like this one where I get to sit on my butt. I know you won't get to do it. You're going to do the robot stuff, the cameras.
I'll be sitting on my butt most of
the
the
robot
man,
stuff.
I'll be sitting on my butt at home, and I'm going to enjoy that immensely. What are you doing?
Well, if you want to talk books, I started reading the Dune series.
Oh, how are you enjoying that so far?
I love it. I think so. I really enjoyed the first Dune movie. I've watched it probably 3 times already. Really liked it. And so in preparation for Dune Part 2 coming out in December, I decided I was going to read the entire Dune series before that movie comes out, much like I did with Game of Thrones. I watched the first season of Game of Thrones,
and then you read
read all the books before season 2
I watched it through season 2, and then I read the books.
I heard the books can get kind of convoluted.
They
in the later.
They are very convoluted.
Yeah.
You talking about Dune or are you talking about Thrones?
Dune.
Game of Thrones.
Oh,
I was talking about Dune.
Oh, really?
First 3 books were awesome, and then I didn't really like 4 and 5 a whole lot.
Okay. Well, so I'm reading the Dune
Not
series.
Dune. That was Thrones for me.
We do a big trip every summer. And I mentioned it in the crossover.
Yeah.
We're doing a drive across Ireland and Scotland.
My drive.
Are you going to kiss the Blarney Stone?
No, gross. No.
Nick,
wow.
COVID.
It's a thing. You got to kiss the Blarney
Not
Stone.
in the COVID era.
You don't.
Wow.
There are a lot of things that I'm not going to go into that I disagree with about the Blarney Stone.
Oh,
so
problematic Nick.
Things I don't know about the Blarney Stone.
Strikes again.
So yeah, we're starting in Dublin, and then we're going to drive to Limerick. Then we're going to drive up the west coast of Ireland into Northern Ireland, take the ferry across, and then drive into the Scottish Highlands down to Edinburgh, and then come home from there. So it's going to be a really awesome summer trip. And that will bring us, we'll get back, I think, August 9th from that trip.
And then it'll be soccer season.
Then it's soccer season.
Have you put in your availability yet for us?
Oh, yeah, I have.
You have? Yeah, I realized I saw Rob Sims this weekend. I was like, hey, have you put in your availability? And he's like, nope. And I was like, yeah, me neither. I need to do that.
Yeah.
So I'll do that sometime soon. See, the first, I guess the first 2 are exhibitions. I can't do either of those, but I think I can do that first Friday. But then it stinks. There's a lot of these where I'm like out of town or something. You know?
I can't do. I have high school football duties on Fridays, so I can't do any of the Friday games.
Friday against Marquette. Friday against. Wow, is that a thing now? They're doing a lot of Friday night home games.
The men's team has always played on Friday nights.
Have they?
Yeah.
For some reason I thought it was
It's
always
men's on Friday, women's on
Sunday.
Saturday.
No, I thought it was men. I've done a ton of Saturday and then Sunday games over the years. Like I've missed Husker football to do men's soccer, and then I do.
It's women Thursday and Saturday, men Friday, Sunday.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I'm gonna go back in time.
You arguing with Mr. Soccer?
I call soccer matches, Nick. I've missed Husker football games to call the men's soccer team. I sat in a rain delay for women's soccer on a Sunday 2 years ago.
Bring an umbrella.
I feel like they changed this thing.
I don't think so.
Josh Peterson, John Schreiner. We wrap up the show and week with Bet of the Day when we return on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Attention homeowners. Are you ready to unleash the power of savings? J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, has an exclusive offer. Purchase any 2 trades from our winning lineup of services. Windows, doors, siding, roofs, gutters, and solar, and receive a 10% discount on your entire purchase. Click yourexteriorexperts.com to schedule your free consultation today. Double up on savings and save with J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers. Click yourexteriorexperts.com.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Switch to Cox Mobile and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14. So whether you're keeping up with your book club,
It all began in Manchester.
or sharing your latest recipe, you've got a plan that fits you based on the data you need. Switch today and instantly save $200 on a new iPhone 14 featuring the most impressive dual camera system on iPhone. The new Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Limited time offer for existing and new Cox Mobile lines. Prices exclude taxes and device activation. Other fees and charges are subject to change. Other terms and conditions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
We've asked some water park experts at Funplex in Omaha what the best part of summer here is at the park. So, what do you guys think?
Motion, the slides, the lazy river, splash, double trouble.
Whoa, one at a time. Whoa!
We got this. Riding the waves of the motion ocean. Next, double trouble. A trapdoor drops, and suddenly you're rocketing down a slide feet first. Yeah, but what about music and lights inside Rockin' Rapids?
Okay. I guess the experts have spoken. This summer, let the fun drop at Funplex. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. PACE provides an opportunity to develop discipline, self-esteem, and positive moral values through wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, base hit, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
They're punching for balls.
Of 1620 The Zone.
I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, it's time for the bet of the day as we wrap up this week. It feels weird because this is our true only show like this in studio, and so I want to be like, wow, we only had one show this week. But, I mean, that's not really true.
This week went by fast,
yeah,
but it didn't.
I think it did go by fast. Do you think it went by slow for you, Nick?
It was a little fast.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's what people say about you. All right, so last time that we were here for Bet of the Day, Mike Schaefer had the United States and Mexico to draw. Ha! He was wrong.
Whoops.
Did they win that one?
2-0.
Trey Cicero or it was Dos Cicero?
The only thing they drew was a law.
Was a what?
Loss?
No.
Win?
USA won.
The USA won, Nick.
There we go.
And this really stinks. I had TCU to win. Florida, this was just the first weekend. You ready?
Okay.
TCU to win. They won. Florida to win. They won. I guess TCU did lose to Oral, didn't they? Wake Forest and Tennessee.
They did lose to Oral.
Yeah, either way, garbage. Nick had something called a George Russell podium. That also did not work out very well for him. All right, I'm going to go with game 1 of the Men's College World Series.
What will you be doing? That's where I was going.
I'm going to go with the total in tomorrow night's game. LSU and Florida, 10.5. Under. Give me the under on this game. John Schreiner, what do you like?
I'm also going in that same game, but I'm going to play the spread.
Oh, okay.
I think with Florida's pitching staff set up the way it is, they're going to lock down that game. I'm going to take Florida
minus 1.5.
Minus 1.5. That's plus 146.
Nick?
I'm just going to go with a run total.
Okay.
Give me the under 10.5.
All right, so you and I are in the agreement there.
Yeah.
All right, that's the bet of the day. Iowa. And that is the week of shows. Coming up on Monday, we don't know for sure where we will be and who will be on the air. If one of these two teams sweeps this bad boy, we will be done. And we'll be back in the Zone Studios. John, myself, Nick Grimm.
Not me.
Either way, I'll be here.
Yeah, Nick will be here for sure. If the series goes to 3, it'll be Mike Schaefer and yours truly from the Omaha Baseball Village. It would be a touch of a shorter show. We'd be off at 5:45 instead of 6 o'clock, but 5:45 for that. The championship series pregame starts a little bit later than the regular pregame does. And then we would be back in the studio on Tuesday. And we would be counting down to a 4-day holiday week.
We love a 4-day. Thank God for that floating holiday.
Yeah.
And we're a month out from Big Ten Media Days.
We are a month out from Big Ten Media Days.
People forget about Big Ten Media Days.
We have reached the point. I declared it last week, John. I said,
and your declarations are never wrong. We know that.
His grumballs are good.
Thank you, Nick. Grumballs are perfect. I said it's football season now, and some people would say, "But Josh, the College World Series."
The College World Series is happening.
I would say, "Nope, it's football season." Well,
no, the College World Series is happening.
But by Tuesday, it will be football season.
We've always been at war with East Asia.
Nice reference, Nick.
I've read 1984.
I saw a friend on Goodreads gave that 2 out of 5 stars. I said,
How
what?
do you only give 1984 2 stars?
I almost commented and I said, excuse me, miss, bad rating. But I decided not to. Have you ever read 1984?
I have read 1984.
The 1984 boys.
I like Animal Farm better.
Oh my gosh.
Animal Farm is better.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
1984 is way better.
No,
Odson, put out a poll question.
The metaphor in Animal Farm is so apt and so good and so well crafted.
Right. Rank Brave New World, Animal Farm, 1984.
I never read Brave New World.
Oh, Brave New World is great.
Fahrenheit 451. I like that one.
I need to reread that one. I didn't really dig it a whole lot the first time. I was like, they wouldn't burn books. Yep, I was wrong. It was 2016. It was March of 2016.
Wow.
Who could have seen anything like this coming?
I guess Josh's takes have just always been wildly inaccurate.
That one certainly
Hey,
was.
the snow's done.
Have you read Brave New World?
No, I have not read Brave New World.
Brave New World is interesting because it actually it's more of a utopia, but it makes it dystopian.
Dystopian utopia.
Yeah, indeed, because people
Dystopia.
The government's just kind of pumping drugs into people the entire time to make their lives happier, but some are like, I don't want to be happy.
Oh, it's like the Matrix.
There you go.
There's a movie that borrows heavily from both Brave New World and Fahrenheit 451.
What's it called?
It's
called The Matrix.
Yeah. No. It's
it's called Visit Florida.
It's a Christian Bale movie from the early 2000s.
Batman.
Equilibrium is the name of the movie.
Oh, I've never seen Equilibrium.
Yeah, it's
Batman.
Batman
Begins.
It's got a lot of plot holes, and it's
okay.
The action's cool, but the story is really not good.
Okay, all right. So there you go. That's a little book talk as we
book boys.
Man,
I
love talking about books. All right, so coming up on Monday, Jack Mitchell will not be on the show because he's in Italy.
Mamma mia.
Yeah,
that's what Jack's saying.
It's a mia pizzeria. So no, Jack.
I'd like a meatball.
We'll have
it's a me, Mario.
Will we have Mitch Sherman in front of our faces?
Oh,
or will we have Mitch Sherman over the phone?
Oh,
we'll find out on Monday. If we're at the College World Series one more time, I want to have Eric Sorensen on, so we'll shoot him a text as well.
Stitchhead,
love Eric.
Yeah, we had
cool
him.
Dude.
He stopped by on Friday or Saturday.
Ryan didn't even come up to the booth. Ryan McGee.
I saw him at the College World Series, Nick, a couple days ago, and then he stopped by yesterday to do an interview with us.
That's what's awesome about the College World Series is we get to see all of our favorite national media guys in person.
Holy God, Nick! Wow, there was a comment earlier from someone saying this is definitely the first day back. Yeah,
Yep.
Jordan, it's like you guys have been out of the studio for a week.
I apologize.
Yeah, hey, look,
I'll
Nick,
do better.
Props to you. You understand hard outs, and that's important. All right, when we return on Monday, as I said, we got those guests. John, maybe. Schaefer, maybe. John Schreiner, no. John,
not me.
We appreciate you sitting in today.
Thank you, John.
It's my pleasure.
For John, for Nick, I'm Josh. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the baseball tomorrow. Send us your picks all weekend long. One Bear Friday. Come on.